You are watching the Vodka stream.
Hey, what's happening, guys? We made it. Happy freaking Halloween. How we doing out there? That's right, guys. We made it. That's right. I have the need for speed. But then I crashed my plane. Probably shouldn't have been drinking. It happens. It happens. What's going on, guys? Welcome to the Vodka stream, Halloween edition. That's right. I guess I'm going to be wearing my aviators all night long because it just fits. It just fits with everything else. Yeah, I was like, I don't know what I want to do. Let me try to keep it simple. So I got this, I got this flight suit, Top Gun flight suit. And I thought, no, I got to add something to it. I'm like, okay, I'm going to pretend like I'm going to put some blood and some sus on my face and be like, okay, I crashed the plane. So there you go. That's what it is. Happy Halloween. You got this. You guys are doing good. If you guys did some trick-or-treating with your kids and whatnot, I don't know. So there we go. Who's out there? All right. We got Ryan right here. Happy Halloween. We got Monique. Everyone happy? Everyone happy Friday? It's Instapot mac and cheese kind of night. Ooh. What's going on, Droga? Dave, is there a reason why I followed on Twitter? Did something wrong? Of course you did. I don't know. Let me check that. I'll double check that. Maybe you were like a misfire or something. I don't know. We'll see. I don't remember exactly, but I'll refollow you if that happened. What's going on, Arkham Knights? How you doing? Good to see you. We got Cloned Avenger. Did you see Lanterns is most likely going to be pushed back? Yeah, supposedly after. I know. I'm kind of wondering if that has to do with the story. Is it because of the story? Is like the story just, take place like, I guess, after? Maybe that's why. I don't know. So, I don't know. We'll see what happens. So, I know I saw that, but I mean, it hasn't been confirmed yet. I mean, that could be why we haven't gotten basically a trailer yet. So I don't know. Let's see. So Zach is coming back. It even rhymes. Yeah, I think that's bring back Zach. There's always been that too. I've seen that out there. We got DJ Parsons saying restore the Snyderverse. We're about to see Batfleck and Rebel Moon 3 on Netflix. What's going on, man? We got Dell in the city. Good to see you. Good to see you. We got Jason McKenzie. Thank you for the $30 super chat. Happy Halloween. Cheers. Good stuff. We got Taladia Plays. Happy Friday to you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Happy Halloween. What's your favorite horror film of this year? Well, if you're talking about new movies, it'd be The Black Phone 2. I've watched, when it comes to what I've already watched, I actually watched Lights Out. I have never seen Lights Out, and I watched Lights Out last weekend. Really enjoyed it. That's a David F. Sandberg movie that came out. Teresa Palmer was the star of that one. There was a time when they were trying to make Teresa Palmer the next It Girl, the next Scream Queen or something like that. And, I get why they did it. She's goddamn gorgeous, like the prettiest eyes. And her eyes, I don't know, if you look at Teresa Palmer and you look at Kristen Stewart, tell me that they couldn't play sisters. I know they have different eye color and different hair color, but they have the same type of eyes. I always thought that Kristen Stewart had very pretty eyes. And Teresa Palmer, if you look at her, they have a similar eyes. They're just not the same color. There was a moment where she was in a lot of things, and then it just didn't quite take off. The movies that she was in just didn't quite take off. She's still in things. It's not like her career went to the shitter, but I was just I remember there was a time when she was. But I hadn't seen Lights Out, and I thought it was pretty decent horror movie. I watched, of course, the first Nightmare on Elm Street. Watch that one. What else do I watch when it comes to I've been really lagging on my spooky watches. I know I watched something else, but I can't remember. Oh yeah, I watched the Evil Dead remake I need to watch the original Evil Dead. And I think like I'm still counting this weekend as, and I'm not, and I'm staying home this weekend. So I'm probably going to be putting on like tomorrow. I'll probably just put on I'm going to still consider tomorrow as season watch. And I'm still going to watch some horror movies. I'm trying to remember if I watched something else. I think that might've been it. Yeah. I've been kind of lagging on my horror movie watch. So, I mean, obviously I watched Shelby Oaks last weekend. Happy Halloween, Braden. Good to see you. Thank you. What's going on, Mr. Balga and fellow film giant? Question for you in the chat. What was your favorite Halloween costume and your favorite Halloween candy that you absolutely love to get? Oh yeah, Reese's peanut butter cups. I mean, I think that's a lot of people's favorite. Just that, especially when you got not the small ones. It was always nice when you got actually like the full cup. Man, those are great to get. My favorite costume, I think my favorite costume I ever put together, and it was the most unique costume. I have a couple favorites, but I would say this one is because I actually took the time to try to. Do you guys remember? There's a character on Saturday Night Live. Jim Brewer played this character, and it was Goat Boy. Look it up. Google it. Jim Brewer, Goat Boy. But yeah, he had a character. Jim Brewer wasn't on Saturday Night Live that long, but I thought he was pretty fantastic with his impressions and stuff. And he had a character called Goat Boy, and I had the shirt. I found a shirt at like Hot Topic of Goat Boy, and I would wear the shirt because I just loved the shirt. And then I finally was like, you know what? When Halloween came around and I was going to a Halloween party, I actually got things together to like. I had a wig, I had the beard, and I had little horns. And I had the shirt with like a blazer on, and I was Goat Boy. And I was like doing all that shit. And they were actually holding a best costume, little game. And I think I came in third that year. I came in third. Sadly, I don't remember who beat me, but at least I came in third. I placed, but I think that would be my favorite costume right there. So. What's going on, Mr. Hunter? I hope Netflix does not get WBD. Well, how dare you? Apparently, that's forbidden. If you look at my mentions today. Favorite costume, Wonder Woman when I was 6 or 7. Best candy, don't trust anyone that... Exactly. Peanut butter cups, Monique. You and I. Yeah, I mean, peanut butter cups are just, goddamn. I wish I had some peanut butter cups right here. I should have got some candy. And it sucks too. It's funny because, I live in a neighborhood now. Obviously, you guys know I moved this year. I live in a neighborhood now. And it's funny because I was like, oh, we're going to get a bunch of trick-or-treaters. My brother is not home. I think he's at his girlfriend's house. So my house is completely dark. So I think everybody's kind of ignoring it. There was one ring of the doorbell that I got, so. Hey, dude, what the pre-cap? Well, what the pre-cap to you? Good to see you. Game City. I think the reason why they might be delaying Lanterns is because probably just started it could be. I don't know. It's pretty interesting. My mom only let me celebrate Halloween once when I was a kid and I was Spider-Man. Only once. Wow. Was she like the Halloween is the devil kind of thing? Is that what's happening? After that, she bought us candy. And of course, Reese's peanut butter cups. You can't go wrong, man. You can't go wrong with Reese's peanut butter cups. Ella Purnell has, but yeah, she has pretty good eyes too. She has big eyes. She got some big eyes, when it comes to that. Wasn't she meant to play Talia al Ghul in Justly Mortal? Oh, Tessa Palmer? I hope not. She's like, blonde hair, blue eyed. Or Kristen Stewart. Which one are you talking about? You going to see Stranger Things in theaters? I might. That's, we'll see. What's going on, Ronan? Happy Halloween to you. I know. It's kind of funny because in retrospect, I'm kind of thinking like, I could have been really like, I'm Goose, but dead. But I'm not. I guess we could say that I'm dead Goose. I didn't really kind of think about that because, even though it's a fictional character, I was like, that might be a little too, I just was like, I crashed my plane. But I could be dead Goose. But I would have to like, I would have to have like something where my neck looks like it's broken. I don't know. That's jeez. You remember Goat Boy? Yeah. Yeah. But I really took, and I took my time. I also I remember one year too. This was like probably 4 years ago. I went to a Halloween. I went to a bar for Halloween, and I went as Ace Ventura. That was also a fun one because I had the hair, I had everything, and I did the walk. And a lot of people wanted to take pictures with me too. That's what's funny. Not a lot of people, but a good number of people were like, "Oh, I want to take a picture." And then they had a Halloween contest too, and I think I came in. I don't know. I think I came in third there too. I don't know what is up with me coming in third in Halloween costume contest. But yeah, I went as Ace Ventura, and I literally walked out on stage doing the Ace Ventura walk and everything. Actually, it was kind of funny is my buddy and his wife, they won because they went as John Lennon and Yoko. It's like John and Yoko. It was pretty awesome, and they won. So I was like, oh yeah, good for them. So gotta love it. What's going on, Gilmer? My favorite costume was makeshift Casey Jones. Nice. I like it. My mom made me Batman Beyond costume for a costume party one year. It was too hard to find one when I was a kid. That's pretty cool. That's a good mom right there. What's going on, Anthony? Happy Halloween. I have watched 2 horror movies this week, 2018 and The Shining. Both, yeah. Yeah, I've been lagging on some of my watches. I've watched only about, about 5 movies. Braden, did you see what Tyron Magnus is saying? Oh my OMG, it is happening. Netflix is going after. Yeah, he's Tyrone Magnus says a lot of things. So I don't know. Interesting. His name is Gooked. Goose is cooked. Spooky. Look at how fast this guy works. My little trolley guy right here. He works quick. He's already taken a picture and put it as a profile, so I don't mind that he does this. Just don't spam. That's all. We just don't want spamming. That's all. 1/6 shape. What's happening? Dave, not sure how old you are, but do you remember those costumes with a plastic onesie that would just melt away? Oh, fuck yeah. I went as Batman one time in one of those. Terrible. And then, of course, you had the plastic mask that was the face, and you could barely breathe. There was some nose holes, and then one little tiny hole for your mouth so you could breathe. And the whole time you're just, and it's just holding against your face with that rubber band and everything. And it was just it was terrible. But yeah, I did that, and I had the plastic bat suit, and it was all loose, and it was terrible. Luckily, the other times I went as Batman, it got better and better. It got better and better as I went as Batman. The costumes got better when it came to that. I've gone as Ghostbusters a couple of times. One time, Mama Film Junkie, my mom, she made me a Ghostbusters, literal Ghostbusters costume one time, which was pretty cool. And yeah, it's so I've had some good ones, but I would say one time I went as John McClane. I went to 5 years ago, I think it was. I went as John McClane, which was fun. That was a fun one. I went to a Halloween party with that. Although it was cold and I was wearing nothing but I was wearing a wife beater and some khaki pants, some dress pants. I didn't go barefoot. I wasn't going to do the barefoot thing. I wasn't going to walk around a fucking Halloween party barefoot. But I was tempted. I was almost tempted to be barefoot, but I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, but yeah, some of those costumes. So anyways, guys, happy Halloween. Hopefully you guys are doing well. Let's talk about some things. So we start bringing on the panel when it comes to the stuff. Let's first, let me give my full review. And also, guys, hit that thumbs up. Comment if you're watching later. It helps the algorithm, that whole shtick. Make sure you're subscribed. And if you're part of the membership or part of the Patreon, like I said, doing stuff over there. And yes, I don't have anything going on tomorrow. So tomorrow I'm actually going to be doing a Saturday version of the Vodka stream. And members and people who subscribe to the Patreon, if you want to be a part of the panel, you can be a part of that. You come on and we'll talk. We'll shoot the shit if you want to do that. I haven't done it in a little bit, but yeah, as you know, I should be good. I've been trying to do one of those for a bit, but this month has been absolutely crazy when it comes to just doing things on Saturday. So it should be good because as of right now, I have nothing going on this weekend, which is kind of nice because I've been doing things like every weekend, and it's always nice to just to be able to just, hey, let me just catch up on some things that I need to catch up on. Anyways, all right, so let's talk about a couple things. Let's talk about Bugonia. And I always forget what the frick. Let's see, IMDb. I should have brought this up already. I can't see. I always forget what his name is. Yorgos? Is his name Yorgos? Who directed it? Yorgos, right? His name is like Yorgos. What's his? I can never remember his freaking name, but I know. Where are we at? Come on. Yeah, Yorgos Lanthimos, which of course this is like his third movie, I think, that he's done with Emma Stone, which I love Emma Stone. I've always had like a little crush on Emma Stone. Always liked her. He did movies like Poor Things, which he won an Academy Award for. And then he did like The Lobster, The Killing of a Sacred Deer. I have not seen The Killing of a Sacred Deer. I did see The Lobster. He makes very interesting movies. Pretty interesting movies, I will say. And I knew this was going to be something too. I know the last movie that he did. What was the last movie that he did? Kinds of Kindness, which I did not see, but that was also with Emma Stone. It was like 3 movies in a row, but apparently he's actually going to be taking like a year off. So Emma Stone can now do movies with other people. Just kidding. But when it came to Bugonia, this one intrigued me because Jesse Plemons, I really like Jesse Plemons. There's just something about him that he just play that weird, creepy, like something's going on behind those eyes kind of character. He's always just good, whatever he does. He's never been like the leading man kind of guy, but when you see Jesse Plemons, you go, holy shit, he's going to give you that one. When he even came to Civil War, he was barely in Civil War, but like literally his scene is memed. The whole like him scratching, go like, how American are you? It's like that's memed now because in that scene that he's in is so intense. There's so much tension in that scene, and there's a lot of tension in this movie. I highly recommend seeing Bugonia because it's a small movie, it's a less than 2-hour movie. And I'm not going to give any spoilers away, don't worry, because, the biggest thing is Emma Stone's character an alien or not? Because the whole thing is, Jesse Plemons and his cousin kidnap her. She's like a big CEO of this certain company. They kidnap her and shave her head because that's how she communicates with the mothership. And it sounds just like a batshit crazy premise, which it 100% is. And my whole thing was like, going in, I've said it before, and again, I'm not going to give away any spoilers. I want you guys to actually watch this movie. I went in going, I hope she's an alien, just because I love that shit. I love alien movies. I love conspiracy type movies. And this movie does a very good job of making you go back and forth. Like, it doesn't just like, oh yeah, she is an alien. Oh yeah, or no, she's not an alien. It doesn't just like, I was going back and forth the whole time. You don't find out until the end, of course. So like the last 15, 20 minutes or 10 minutes, what is fully happening here? Is it or not? Or is this just a crazy story about the human experience? Which, yes, it totally is about the human experience. There's a lot of there's some scenes where they talk about the human experience when it comes to the rich and the poor, which is also very good too. And every scene just has tension in it. There's so much tension. And then every scene I'm going, no, she's not an alien. No, she is an alien. No, she's not an alien. No, she is an alien. I was doing that. So I'm just like going back and forth. And then there's something which I will not reveal that was that they kept cutting to where I kept going, what the fuck is that? Why is that there? Why is that there? There is something that, because it's almost like it's chaptered out. The movie is almost like it's chaptered out. And there's something that they cut to where you're going, why? Why this? But I was so intrigued, and then you actually find what that means at the end. So I'm just saying, really great movie. Try to go out and see it in theaters. This might be this is going to be in my top 10, I think. Top 10 of movies. I really, really like this movie. And like I said, just because the whole time you go, is she or is she not? And he does such a good job at not just oh yeah, you figure it out right away. No, you kind of go back and forth. You just go back and forth until it's revealed if she is or not. And that's what's so great about it. So I would highly suggest seeing it and everything. So please do so. Please go see Bugonia. Check it out. Obviously I know if you can't make it out to the movie theater, at least, watch it. Check it out. Especially if you like conspiracy movies, you like paranoid type of movies, you like movies with high tension, well-acted movies, well-written dialogue. And, if you like Emma Stone with a shaved head, it works. So go check that out. All right. Now let's get into the meat and potatoes. I might have to take another drink now when talking about this. Oh boy, here we go. Netflix and Warner Brothers. Holy crap, guys. Here we are. A week later. Last week, what did I talk about at the beginning of the Vodka stream? I talked about how Teddy Sarandos gave an interview and he was basically saying, I don't think we actually want Warner Brothers. I don't think so. Doesn't look like it. And we had a whole article where he basically said, Netflix wants to grow organically. We don't know about these big acquisitions in this competitive market and blah, 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 blah. Just basically giving the spiel, and it was like, okay, it's not happening. That they're not gonna bid for them and whatever. But obviously, always on the table. And then all of a sudden, here we are a week later. Now there's a new report that says, yes, they are now looking into a bid for Warner Brothers, and they're looking into the data. They're looking into all kinds of things. And it's like, okay, well, this shows you right there that it's on the table for everyone. It's really on the table for everyone because it's like, if a big studio like Warner Brothers is going to put themselves, put the fucking yard sale, or not the yard sale sign, but put the for sale sign up on that tower, people are going to be like, well, shit. And then naturally, a lot of people do not want Netflix to do so. I'm one of those people that don't, because I just don't think the top streamer that's put out a lot of slop and that has not fully, I'm not saying that they're killing the theatrical model, but they're aiding to it. They're part of it, because no matter what, the theatrical market is always going to be suffering, especially when streaming started going. And then, of course, you had COVID and all this stuff. But, I'm one of those crazy people who love movies and going to the movies. I'm one of those crazy people, when it comes to all this. And so they're back, they're back on the table because of the new report that came out today. And it was like, oh, fuck. Here we go. But at the same time, there is something out there, of course, where now, of course, where people are saying like, oh yeah, the merger, whoever's going to buy Warner Brothers, it'll probably happen by December. So in a few weeks, we'll probably get the answer of who it is. Is it going to be Paramount? Is it going to be Universal? It seems like we haven't heard anything from Universal. We've heard stuff from Paramount. We're hearing stuff from Netflix. And then, of course, I don't know who else could be out there. It's like, who knows? Who knows it's going to be, but it's most likely before the end of the year that we're actually going to get that answer. Personally, I wish now that, after the year that Warner Brothers had, I would hope that they would actually stay their own thing. But it seems like Zazzy Pants has always been wanting to flip the house that is Warner Brothers. And then, of course, everybody's going, what's going to happen with DC Studios? What are we doing? There was a report that said that if Paramount buys Warner Brothers, they will keep intact everything that comes with it, and that's including the film department when it comes to DeLuca and Pam Abdi, and then, of course, it comes to Peter Safran and James Gunn, and DC Studios, which, the shit you say. What? The shit you say. That was, it would seem like it would be dumb to be like, we're just not going to have that. We're going to start over DC again, which is always the worry. It's always the worry to be like, wait, DC again? And we're going to reboot DC again? I don't think anybody wants to reboot DC again. Even if you're having reservations about what James Gunn's doing, which is totally, yeah, it's totally fine, because the DCU didn't start off spectacularly. It did not. I would say it was successful, but it wasn't big time successful. You know, obviously you're going to have the discourse out there that are going to say like everything's a flop, or then you're going to have the other side that says, oh, everything was bam, 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 firing off on all cylinders. It's like, no, it was a decent start. It wasn't a spectacular start. And I think we can all kind of accept that yeah, they would definitely wanted to have been Superman to be more successful and the two series that came out to be more successful. But then we're going into 2026. Going to be interesting to see how those movies do. So then today, I have realized that there are some very uptight motherfuckers out there that have no idea about expressions, apparently. They don't know expressions, because I tweeted out something, and I'm sure if you guys, have been following me, you guys probably saw the tweet that I put out there, and it got some attention. It got basically, some attention here. And let me find it. Where are we at? Okay. So this is what I tweeted right here. And I'm sure a lot of you probably don't even think, oh, it's anything. So there's the tweet right there. Hold on. Let me put my background. Totally forgot to put my fucking background. Where's the background? There it is. Jesus Christ, StreamYard. Pain in the ass with your UI. So that's what I tweeted right there. And we're back. That's it. That's all I tweeted. Nothing to it, right? That's just it. How many times have you heard that expression? And we're back. It's an expression that's kind of alluding to when it comes to news broadcasts or shows, TV shows, whatever. And we're back. Because last week, we were hearing Teddy Sarandos going, hey, yeah, we're not really interested and blah, 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 and this, that, and this. And it was like, all right, Netflix is not going to put a bid in and not trying to buy Warner Brothers. And then it's on the table again because, obviously the first time, same thing. And I put, and we're back. So I don't know if I explain that well for certain individuals because, holy Lord, people who are a part of the Sell the Snyderverse to Netflix campaign, they did not like my tweets because they were going like, what's this we stuff? Oh, well, now all of a sudden it's we? I'm going, whoa. No, that's not what it is. It's an expression. Do you not know this? You really need to come outside of your bubble if you don't know this expression. Please, for the love of God, if you don't know this expression, just to Google it. Talk to an AI or something. I don't know. No, I'm not trying to. No. I'm not now trying to be part of your little campaign. I am still very much thinking the whole Sell the Snyderverse to Netflix campaign is stupid. Still from the beginning. You know what's kind of funny about it too, when it comes to that whole thing, is say like this does happen. Say Warner Brothers gets sold to Netflix, and it's like, oh, okay, from the get-go, and this is me not ever changing my mind or changing my tone when it comes to that whole thing. When I heard that, oh yeah, what if they just sold the Snyderverse to Netflix? I'm like, that doesn't even make sense because the Snyderverse is not the IP. DC is the IP because the characters are DC, so they'd have to sell the characters to Netflix or license. That's how this shit works. That's why it's like, no, not the Snyderverse is not the IP, it's DC. And then, of course, now with all this stuff and the possibility of Warner Brothers being sold to Netflix, then they would actually own the entirety of DC. And have you noticed that some of these guys have now changed it to Sell WB? Now it's Sell WB because they had to change their stupid fucking hashtag that was Sell the Snyderverse because that didn't make sense to anyone. It didn't make sense because now that there's a possibility, now they're changing it going, nobody will notice, just change it to Sell WB. Nobody will notice. It's like, yeah, because they own the IP. See, that's how the fucking thing works. It wasn't going to be about, a particular portion of the DC IP. That's what I was always trying to allude to. So I'm like, okay, so they're of course still they're going to be they'll do a victory lap, of course, even though that's not initially what the campaign always was. It was specifically the Snyderverse. And again, of course, we all have our reservations when it comes to Netflix getting it because, you know, especially when it comes to Zack Snyder, right? When it comes to Zack Snyder, Zack Snyder fans, how many times did you go see Army of the Dead in the movie theater? What about Rebel Moon? Did you see that in the movie theater? I mean, maybe you saw Army of the Dead because Netflix was kind enough to give it like a week or 2 weeks. I saw it in the movie theater because, yes, luckily enough, the movie theater I was living next to, they were screening Army of the Dead, you know, because Netflix kindly let it have like a little 2-week run. What about Rebel Moon? Did you guys get to see that? No, you didn't because they didn't release out in theaters. I got to see it, thankfully, because I was invited to part 1, part 2, and then the director's cut event, which is great. You know, that Zack Snyder guy, he's pretty nice. But you guys say, okay, you didn't see it in theaters. What about the Blu-ray? Do you have the Blu-ray? Huh? You have the Army of the Dead Blu-ray? Do you have the Rebel Moon Blu-ray? No, you don't, because they don't release physical media. This is part of the reason why people are not wanting Netflix to own Warner Brothers. Now, obviously, they're trying. It seems like they're doing a little bit, but maybe branching into the theatrical. And then maybe if they do acquire it, they go like, okay, we just own you. You still do you, boo. Maybe that's what's going to happen, which would be great because if it does end up going to Netflix, I would hope that they still allow Warner Brothers to be Warner Brothers and release movies in movie theaters and blah 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 blah. Hopefully, if it does happen, that's the case. But that's the main reason why we are worried that they're owning those IP. And a lot of us just don't trust Netflix. Sorry, because another thing, again, when it comes to you guys and your love for Zack Snyder, and I sit here and I go back to the previous movies that I just talked about that didn't get a full-on theatrical release, nor did they get a physical media release. Planet of the Dead. Is that happening? Has that been greenlit? They canceled the Las Vegas prequel to Army of the Dead. That doesn't seem to be happening. It's been 4 years, right? 4 years. Rebel Moon Part 3. Is that happening? We haven't got a green light on that either. It's just, I hope that they do get green lights. Maybe they're just taking their time, but it is kind of interesting that we haven't got those green lights yet. And you're sitting here going like, yes, Netflix. And I just go, oh yeah, that's right. You don't give a shit about anything outside of DC when it comes to Zack Snyder. I forgot. Sorry that I'm one of those Zack Snyder fans that want to see him progress outside of the DC box. Let's get him back into the box and whatever and blah, blah, blah. I'm just one of those. Oh, it's crazy. So here we go, guys. I got a response from this naturally from somebody who's very angry, a very angry individual. And I've commented about, it's kind of funny because it seems like it's one individual, but at the same time, it's like a whole podcast. And that is the Lethal Geeks podcast. That's right. Lethal. Watch out. They're lethal. More like comical. Well, when you watch this video. But I got a response from that tweet when I said, and we're back. Because again, these guys don't know the expression of and we're back. And so it's not the first time, because I think he actually made a video too. He was one of his videos, or one of the guys has made the videos where they of course don't like what I have to say. But here's a video right here, and I'm sure if you guys follow me on Twitter, you guys saw this. But here it is right here, and I think this guy's name is Costello, who's part of Lethal Geeks. Of course, he's got all the hashtags. Look at all the hashtags right there. And so here's what he had to say. I do like his Ra's al Ghul type of goatee. I will say that. I think he's rocking that pretty good right there.
Look who only gave a shit about Netflix 10 minutes ago.
10 minutes ago. We'll get to that expression in a little bit.
You don't think we keep tabs on you, Dave?
Dude, the sass. The sass. Did you hear that, Dave? The sass. Holy Lord. And keep tabs on me? What the fuck? Are you the government? Are you the CIA? They're keeping tabs on me? How fucking weird is that? They're keeping tabs on me. By the way, I remember like the Lethal Geeks Twitter was in my mentions probably like a year or so ago. And I remember like they were like, and I'm assuming it was him that was saying this, but I remember him saying that he claimed that I wasn't a Zack Snyder fan, that he's watched my videos and all I do is shit on the fandom and Zack Snyder. And there were people that went, "Are you fucking serious?" For somebody who was watching my videos and keeping tabs on me, I'm like, dude, literally the guy himself has been on the Vodka stream numerous times. I'm like, and there's so many videos, but apparently, I don't know, but keeping tabs on me, that's a little, wow, Jesus Christ. Obsession much? Maybe. And okay, so here's the tweet right here, which I talked about on Monday's Film Junkie Live, where I was like, oh, geez, they convinced the Schumacher cut guys that selling to Netflix was a good idea. Because, you know, but it was funny because I even talked to the Schumacher guys. They were just kind of like, oh, yeah, they made the video or being nice, which I totally understand. It's being nice, all that stuff. It was like, I totally get it, you know. And, you know, and they even say like, yeah, they understand that Netflix there's like this whole thing about physical media and theatrical releases, and people are hesitant to having them own the entire library of Warner Brothers and all the IP. So that's why I was like, you know, when I saw this, I was disappointed. And that's why I brought up a stink from it. So obviously we have this right here. And then of course, and then I put like understandable, but they only did it to fuel their campaign. They didn't care about the Schumacher cut until about 10 minutes ago. So then we come back to angry guy right here. I wonder you know, I mean, I'm assuming that he has, you know, a wife and kids. Do they know that he gets very angry with people? This is the guy who threatened Slav again, by the way. He like threatened him in a video. I'm not sure what happened with that, but he like threatened. He's just a very angry, and he's, you know, and you're gonna, you know, obviously he wants me to shut the fuck up.
But hey guys, if you guys want to keep following this asshole and he can keep gaslighting every single one of you.
Whoa! Language? Jesus! No wonder you shot this outside. God, you want to do this around, you know, with little kids' ears around? Jesus Christ. And I'm gaslighting, guys. That's right. I'm gaslighting for saying that a campaign is stupid. 100%. But again, he thinks that now I'm on board with the Netflix thing because he did not comprehend my tweet. But yeah. And I'm not going to call you an asshole. I think you're very angry. You could see it in the eyes. It's all about the eyes. Look at the eyes. There's anger in those eyes. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, this is all about cape shit and hashtags. What the actual fuck? Crazy. And I'm gaslighting. You know who's actually gaslighting? The people that you guys are pushing around to get your fucking thing. Cosmic Book News is gaslighting you. There's a lot of people that gaslight you because they know they could take advantage because of all the false hope. We've seen this since 2018. Remember the Coulter nerd years? Remember when it came to Lightcast and Sill and all those guys? When they were always trying to like figure out something to, you know, to get the clicks, to boost their names. They were gaslighting. I'm just giving opinions out. That's all. That's all I'm doing.
Every single hashtag that he doesn't believe in, or because his fucking corporate pals.
Whoa! Corporate pals? Jesus, I have corporate pals again. It's been a while. It's been a while, guys. Because I tell you what, these guys need new writers. Ever since 2018, 2019, I've been called an industry plant that I'm part of, like, I'm being paid by Warner Brothers. I think even in a video he said something like, "I'll lose access if it gets sold to Netflix." I don't know what access you're talking about, because I don't know if I have corporate pals, they're not returning my phone calls or messages, because Jesus Christ, James Gunn just went on a YouTube media tour. I wasn't a part of it. I didn't get sent any merch. I didn't go to the world premiere. I didn't get any actors from Peacemaker or Superman on the Vodka stream. Jesus Christ, my corporate pals are failing me, guys. I'm still trying to figure out. Like, I've been asking this for I don't know how many years now. When they say this stuff, I'm like, where's your proof besides you just imagining this? You having this imaginary, this imagination that I am being paid by Warner Brothers. Where is the proof of that? Just because I look forward to new things and enjoy Warner Brothers movies? And I enjoyed Superman, I don't know, and talk about the DCU. Okay, all right, so corporate pals.
Tell him to.
Oh yeah, that's right, they're telling me to. I'm hooked up to the Neuralink of Warner Brothers.
Integrity matters.
Ooh.
And he don't have none.
Oh, shit. Integrity matters, and I don't have none. Whoa. Oh, boy. You want to talk about integrity? Jesus Christ. Well, we'll talk about integrity in a little bit. Their buddy, Mr. Lethal Geeks guy. Let's see. Let me exit out of this because there's a follow-up video. Because obviously I responded with all that, and then we have a follow-up video right here. So let's look at the follow-up video. Got to look at the follow-up video. Boop. Here's a follow-up video right here. Because I said, oh, Jesus,
and before I forget,
here
Dave,
we go. Dave.
I do care about
the
the
sass. I love it. I love the sass. You guys like the sass? Dave.
And before I forget, Dave.
I love the sass. I should clip that or something.
I do care about the Schumacher cut.
He cares about the Schumacher cut.
Because I'm also a DC fan. I'm also a Snyder fan, but I'm also a movie lover.
Okay. That's good. DC fan, movie lover, I like it.
And when you say that, we didn't give 3 shits about the campaign until 10 minutes ago, well, explain this.
Okay.
Because we funded their truck. We funded 3 LED trucks for the air cut last year.
Okay.
The Lethal Geeks one for Henry Cavill Superman while it's closed this year.
Okay.
And also the last one for the Ayer Schumacher cut. So Dave, the next time you want to talk smack, do your fucking homework. Until then,
Slim, so I'm gonna kindly ask you to shut the fuck up.
Oh, you use a Warner Brothers movie. I thought you hated Warner Brothers. But you use a Warner Brothers movie. Holy shit. Okay, so I'm not sure what. Okay, so it's very interesting. Okay, can somebody explain this? I'm trying to look at timelines here too. By the way, when it comes to this, because right here he didn't. Right here he didn't have. Did he shoot this last? Because you don't have a mustache right here, right? You don't have a mustache right here. I was just something I just saw right now, and I'm like, wait a minute. But he has a. So I think he shot this one first. I think he shot this one first because he shaved his mustache. So this was already there. Because look at now all of a sudden he has full. Unless he just grew fucking facial hair real quickly. Jesus Christ, this guy might be a chia pet. I don't know. Or like the Play-Doh thing where you could just grow the hair, but all of a sudden he has a mustache. So I'm guessing he actually recorded this video first. Maybe this was part of like another video and I just didn't know. That could be it. Sorry, I was just tripping balls because I was like, wait a minute, he didn't have a mustache in that first video, and all of a sudden he has a mustache. What the hell? That just tripped me out. I was like, oh shit, I just didn't think that. So you want to talk about integrity, and again, another expression also. Is when I said like 10 minutes ago, I didn't actually mean 10 minutes ago. Oops, I have 2 glasses up here. Did not actually mean 10 minutes ago. I just meant, okay, so let's do a little search here, guys. Let's go to the Lethal Geeks Twitter handle right here. And let me type in release the Schumacher cut. Did I get that right? Yes, I did. So let's take that. Let's put it in the search. And this is the thing I pointed out right here. All right. Okay. Let's do a little scroll on the channel, huh? Let's do a little scroll on the channel. All right. So obviously there's the truck that they funded because, you know, with their big ass logo on it, by the way. Their logo is like the biggest thing like on their stuff, by the way. You know, usually when somebody campaigns for stuff, usually the message you're trying to put out there, the lettering, that's the biggest thing that you want people to see, not your fucking logo. But of course, this is all about promoting themselves. So we got this, let's see, on April 11th, they said, remember Val Kilmer. That was another time that they used the Schumacher cut when Val Kilmer passed away. And we got this, there's that. Yep, we got all of that. They, got the, there we go, their logo right there. Usually people like, when you do a logo, you make it like small because you want everything else. You want all this stuff right here to be the bigger part, not their big ass logo. But yeah, that's it, guys. If you notice, that's it. That's how many times they use the hashtag. That's why I said 10 minutes ago, because they didn't give a shit about it until before April. I think it was April, right? April. Yeah. It's pretty much it. Let's see August, October, April. Yeah, seems to be that. That's why I said that. They didn't tweet about that before. They didn't care because they don't give a shit about it. And you know why I know they don't give a shit about it? This is why I know they don't give a shit about it because, well, let me see. Let me pull this shot up right here. This is why I know they don't. You want to talk about integrity. How about this right here? If you type in just Schumacher into the search, the times that they talk about Schumacher is when they're shitting on it. When they're trying to throw piss and vinegar more at Warner Brothers. They talk about the Schumacher Batman, failed. Yeah, they did it with the Schumacher Batman, failed. That's right. They try to sell toys with the Schumacher campy Batmans. The Schumacher camp, etc., failures. So any other time they mention Schumacher or Schumacher's Batman, they talk about the failures. They're using it as more ammunition to throw at Warner Brothers. That seems okay. So we want to talk about integrity, huh? Well, there you go. There's your integrity right here. You guys didn't give a shit about this. I talked about the Schumacher cut like 5 years ago, I think it was 4 years ago, when it was called the Red Book Edition. When everything started coming across my plate. Yeah, I apologize. I don't do like the campaign thing anymore. I don't really deal with hashtags. And not to mention Twitter hashtags are kind of dead now. There's been reports of that. And, Elon was like, yeah, hashtag, who cares about hashtags anymore? But by all means, still use your hashtags. But yeah, you want to talk about integrity and everything. I'm just like going like, yeah, you guys didn't give it. And yeah, okay, you funded the truck, but you didn't care about that before. You just wanted to bring it into your library of hashtags because there's so many fucking hashtags. I don't care about hashtags. I don't use hashtags. I'm not trying to use any kind of hashtag. All right? Simple as that. That's why I made a big fuss when it came to the Schumacher guys. I'm like, really? You're gonna work with these guys? They don't give a shit. Because guess what? And it's like one of those things too, where it's stupid or liar. Okay, you're either stupid because you don't realize that when it comes to the Schumacher cut, that Batman campiness, that Schumacher Batman campiness is in the Schumacher cut. You know that campiness that you don't like? In the Schumacher cut. They just have the more serious scenes that are also in the cut as well. So you're either stupid or you're lying. And I kind of think you're lying. I almost kind of think you're lying because you just wanted it as part of the arsenal of hashtags. Woo. And good job funding it. Fine. I don't know what that's. Good job. You funded it. I don't know. Is that helping anything? Was it worth the money? I don't know. So there you go. And there hasn't been a response yet. I'm sure there's going to be a response now that I went in depth with all this, but it's just like, it's crazy, right? You know what's so funny too? and this is probably this is how I'll wrap this whole thing up right now. If all this happens and the planets aligned when it comes to Netflix getting all this and they decide, no, we're not going to go with what James Gunn does. We have our boy Zach right here. He's going to finish. He's going to do all this. You know, he's going to finish what he started when it came to, you know, his DC stuff. He's going to do all that. And everybody's going to come back. And we're going to have 2 Justice League movies and the Batfleck movie. They're going to release the Ayer cut. They're going to release the Schumacher cut. They're going to do all that. Say it all happens, because I'm just kind of going, I don't see Netflix actually doing that either. I will gladly, right here, eat the biggest crow with barbecue sauce. Yeah, I would gladly do that. I'll eat the biggest crow. I've said this before, by the way. I'll eat the biggest crow that I was like, oh yeah, I guess I was wrong about that, because I didn't think they were actually going to do that. I'll eat the biggest crow. But then you know what I get? You know what I get to do after that? I would actually get to watch the Snyderverse stuff. I would actually get to do that. If the opposite happens, what's the end game? Are you just going to keep beating your keyboards and get angry at your critics like this? You're just going to get angry at your critics? You're just going to keep on doing this for the next decade? If it doesn't happen? See, me, I get because I'm still a Zack Snyder fan. I'm still a Snyderverse fan. I just, when it comes to a lot of things, I'm going, oh, that's not going to happen. But just because of conversations I've had with people, even the man himself, and all this kind of stuff, when it comes to how everything works, I'm just kind of like looking at it like that. Because, I mean, if it does happen, sweet. I would get to enjoy it. And again, I'll eat the biggest crow, because I'm like going, if it goes to Netflix, I don't think they would actually do it. But I'll gladly eat the biggest crow, because then I get to watch that. And then, of course, you know, they do the whole thing where it's like, they always project on me that it's like, oh, you're trying to get animation to happen. I'm like, no, I'm just saying that because I don't think the live action thing's going to happen. Animation's like the next best option, because then you don't have to get everybody to come back, because not everybody will come back. Not everybody will come back. But you can't convince that, because they're in their own little fucking worlds right there. What a day. What a freaking day, man. But yeah, you want to talk about integrity? Jesus Christ. Like, you fucking care about the Schumacher cut? Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, you don't care about the Schumacher cut. Schumacher cut has that Schumacher campy Batman that you don't like. Still has it. Still very much has it. And I love me some Batman Forever. Batman Forever was widely successful, and I still love that movie for what it is. But I will gladly welcome the Schumacher cut if it gets released. You know, hey, I don't do hashtags. I don't do campaigns anymore. But, you know, that's just me. I don't do it anymore. I don't have a library of hashtags. And, yeah, so I don't know what the fuck. Oh, boy. Let's see. What are you guys talking about? All right. I got to scroll back a little bit. All right. I got to scroll back and see what you guys... I got to scroll back. I got to scroll back and see what you guys are talking about here. Let's see. All right. Dude, there are whole videos of you with Zack Snyder. They only wish Zach noticed. I know. I'm like going like, I don't know what you guys want from me. You know, the guy, I mean, literally during the Snyder Cut stuff, the guy like had some people reach out to people. I was one of the people. And then I even got complimented from the man himself that he enjoyed coming onto the Vodka stream because it was very relaxed. He didn't have to feel like he had to be like press and everything. And that's always going to be the case. And he's always got an open door when it comes to the last photograph, which, by the way, do you think the Lethal Geeks Twitter posts anything about the last photograph? Of course not. They don't do that. They don't give a fuck about anything else but the DC. I think it's all about winning. I don't know what it is. I really don't. It's really interesting. I love how the Snyder cult is like, heard from who? You don't speak to Snyder. Only person I trust is Snyder stuff is Dave. And then they call you a fake. Oh, I know. I'm a fake fan, even though, like, you know, go to the events, you know, talk to Zach. I did the commentary. I mean, like, Zach and I, like, we've had like good discussions, stuff like that. And for all I know, like, you know, and it sucks because, like, you know, even talking about this shit, it could probably, it might even, like, you know, maybe go like, oh yeah, maybe I shouldn't deal with that and blah, blah, blah. And maybe, I don't know. And I hope it doesn't affect the relationship. That's what I always worry about. But I'm like, I'm just going to be me, you know, I'm going to risk, I could be risking the fact that, you know, the relationship that with Zach by commenting on this shit. I probably am. Who knows? What's going on, Hank? Good to see you, buddy. Happy Halloween to you. You're just confused. Hey, we got Yahoo News who has a YouTube channel. Okay, interesting. Hey, there's Slab right there. Good to see you, buddy. All right. I know, corporate pals. Yeah, no, I'm still trying. I'm waiting for that. Where's the fucking hard evidence that is the case? I mean, I could tell you that there is none because I have no corporate pals. I mean, the only thing, that connection I had was I had somebody who was in that world, not Warner Brothers world, but in that world. But then we don't talk anymore because that guy was like losing his mind about things. So, Dave, show us the piano. Where's the Superman PR? There's Ben right there. Weirdos. Yeah. When I worked at the movie theater, I was told Disney was paying me to sell out theaters for the Marvels and Birds of Prey. I'm like, huh? Yeah. Something like that. I work for a corporation and I'm your meta pal, I guess. Versus the pics of Dave at all of... yeah, I know, right? I know. I didn't get invited to any of that. And Gunn didn't come on here. Hey, James Gunn, if you want to come on here and have a conversation, 100%. 100%. We could do that. And I'm sure those guys would have a field day when it comes to that. See? He's connected. But I'm like, yeah, okay. No. There's no connect. No. Oh, Jesus Christ. Exclusive Day has no integrity. I know. But these guys, they've been all about the Schumacher cut, you know, all about the Schumacher cut. Yeah, talk about integrity. It's like, why so angry? Why so angry? Lethal. Yeah, I know. I don't know why. Lethal. I'm a DC fan, and I also love Zack Snyder movies. I've been a fan since 300 Watchmen. There you go. Good. That's what I like. He actually cabbled the... Yeah. He's definitely watching since... Yeah, I know. That was creepy. That was creepy. Keeping tabs on me? That's weird. It's weird. It's like a jilted ex. You're keeping tabs. It's like, this is just cape shit and hashtags, guys. It's not that serious. Schumacher cut movement was going on for years. I was talking about, yeah, exactly. You can go back and see my first video about it when it was really just called the Blue Book edition. And it was like 4-5 years ago. Do they have that? Like, what? Like, what are we doing? Oh. Man. Here's a hashtag. Can't get a fucking life. Or touch grass, do all the things. Man, it's still 3-1 Dodgers. Looks like we're going to Game 7. We're keeping it dramatic. I don't know. Yeah. Get a Bible, Dave, and swear on it. What's going on, Keyblade? Good to see you. Oh, man. Oh, I did, Scott. And if Scott shows up, which he might be, and we're going to talk a little Bugonia, of course. We're going to do that. Yeah. Do it. Bring James Gunn on the show. Balance the force. I would gladly. We have to win over hearts and minds to get people to support with. Yeah. All right. Let me send out the invites for the peeps that are showing up tonight. Let me do that first before I'm gonna wrap this up. I'm gonna wrap this up after all that. I'm gonna wrap this up before we start getting some peeps in here. Let's see. All right. I'm just sending out some of the invites right. Meow, 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 meow. Let's see. Got one more. That one. Send that. All right. All right. So to put a nice little bow on this whole thing, and at least when it comes to tonight, because God knows what's going to happen in the future. Everybody in the Cell campaign, I'm not trying to join. I'm not trying to do anything when it comes to that. I'm just criticizing, because that's what people do, okay? Use whatever. I've said this so many goddamn times. Use whatever hashtags. Do whatever campaigns. You want to throw your money at trucks with your logo and campaigns on it, by all means, do so. The reason why the logo is so big is because we paid for it. I saw that from one of the guys on Twitter. I'm like, okay. We get it. But I'm just saying, in the future, if you're doing a campaign, the lettering that should be the biggest thing is the campaign. The logo, your logo should be smaller. Let's just put that out there. But, whatever. Fragile egos. Do whatever campaigns, do whatever hashtags. I don't give a shit. I don't know how many times it's like, why can't you just let it be? I'm like, I am. I'm not trying to get people banned. I'm not trying to get people like, oh yeah, you should stop. I'm not trying to say stop. I'm just, you have the free speech, the freedom to put whatever hashtags, to talk about whatever you want on social media. I also have the freedom and free speech to criticize it. Okay? And that's fine. That's the way it should be. Nobody's trying to do anything. It's so funny when I get the projection of like you're trying to gatekeep. I'm like, wait a minute. Seems like what's this nuts right there we saw in the video? It seems like he's trying to gatekeep. He's the one that's angry. He's that's. I'm like, you know what? Do whatever you want. But I'm going to criticize. I'm going to poke fun. I'm going to make jokes. But then I also implore you to be like, hey, anytime that I use what is it called? An ellipsis, the 3 dots. The ... I'm usually not serious when I use the ... I use that a lot to try to emphasize that this is a joke or this is an expression or this is whatever, okay? You guys need to understand that, okay? You can keep on doing this, you keep on doing that. If it does happen, if things do happen, great. There is even if Paramount buys them. I've said time and time again that James Gunn's job is not safe. It is not. There's always a chance that he could get thrown to the wayside. He could be thrown out of it. Okay? I personally think that would be dumb because it's like, why reboot again? And then if you're going to have you're going to have this guy who has a unique knowledge of the characters, it's probably good. But maybe he just needs, after the first year, he needs a little better direction. Maybe a little better direction because it was, it wasn't the best start, but it was still a successful start. That's the thing. I'm not going to say that it was bad, like super bad or super good. I think it was just like, it was successful enough to keep moving forward. But I think hopefully some lessons were learned. But yeah, do whatever you want. Okay. It's totally fine. But you have to welcome criticism. Don't get so angry at criticism. That's all. Don't get so angry about it. All right. I think that's it. That's all I got. Ooh, what do I got here? Hey, Drogo, what's happening? Thank you for the $5 super chat. I've started a campaign to ask WB for reading. I know you've been using that hashtag a lot. So, and thank you, Arkham Knight, for being a 4-month member right there. So, be careful. I said that, and they freaked out on me. Yeah, I know. There's a lot. I know, and well, at least they didn't threaten. I think they learned. I think the what's his name learned because Slav. I mean, when he responded to you, man, he like put on threats. It's like that's not a good way to put out your message. The whole message of the Snyder Cut movement was artistic integrity. Stop it with these studios to from preventing these creators to put their art out there. And of course, that applies to everyone but James Gunn and these guys. In these guys' brains. But I mean, but they're, to get your message out there, just get your message out there, just be positive. And really, you're going to get criticism, and you could ignore it. Just like I could ignore it too. But, I talk shit. What could I say? I drink on Friday and I talk shit, and I've been in this weird position when it comes to this fandom, when it comes to a lot of these things where I've been in this weird position, I guess you could say, where, I get the hate and I get people, I get a lot of that pushback and everything. So naturally I'm like, well, I'm just gonna let's talk about it. Let's push back onto them. Let's joke about it. Let's do all that stuff. So I think, yeah. And thank you, David. Like your costume feels like your Nazi send back to. All right, appreciate that. Blue Jays won. What? Did they win? No. I wasn't even paying attention. No, they didn't. Did they win? No, they didn't. Wait, what? They did not win. Was there a walk-off and I totally fucking missed it? You're kidding me. You are kidding me. No fucking way. Hold on. No, it's still 3-1. What are we doing here? Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that, Arkham? Unless my app's not working. No. Okay, it's not. Jesus Christ, man. I was like, why you gotta play like that? Why you gotta play like that, man? Come on, man. Still 3-1. Still 3-1. I think this is gonna end up going well, unless there's gonna be. So they're talking about it could be a walk-off. You never know what's gonna happen in this one. Oh, there's already one out. Nah, Dodgers got this one. This is totally going into game 3. It's totally gonna go into game 3. So, all right, let's go ahead and turn off that music. Jesus, I rambled for a lot longer than I usually do in that. Hey, I got to do response video, All right, let's go ahead and start bringing some beeps in here. All right, my phone. Geez, my phone's going a little crazy right now. Huh. All right, let's first bring on Scott. Hey, there's Scott. What's happening, bud?
Hour and 10 minutes later, here we go.
Hey, I had to give my little spiel in there, and I'm glad you dressed up. You're going as a DC Fanimated co-host. I like it.
Dude, was not feeling it this year. It was one of those years I was like, no, Daddy's not even trying tonight. I'll just.
And what happened with the family though? Did some trick-or-treating?
Did some trick-or-treating. We kind of divided and conquered. Liam's 12, so he can walk around by himself. I got Declan. Heather got Callum. Callum, he's 5. He gave up after a few houses and was like, he's good. He's got all the candy he needs. And but Declan and I walked. Actually, how far did I end up going today? Let me see, because it was serious. Like we walked from my in-laws' house to one of Declan's friends' houses, and let's see. So I put in about 7 miles today.
Wow, that's some steps, man.
Yes.
And by the way, anybody who's watching the World Series, crazy ending to. I swear the Blue Jays do not have. They need to work on their base running. Fucking hell, they need to work on their base running. But it is now tied 3-3. We're going to game 7. Dodgers win. I love it. I love the drama because it's not my team. Neither are my teams. So I'm so glad. I'm like, yeah, go to game 7. Let's have the drama. So we have a game 7. Woo! I love it. I love that shit. Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to.
It's fine.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, trust me.
You got your steps in.
I got my steps in,
Okay.
and I got to go before carpool. I got to go watch K-pop Demon Hunters in theaters, and that was
That's
nice.
right. You said you were going to be doing that.
Yeah, it
Nice.
was fun. It was like
That's
me
good.
and like there was me, 4 young ladies, and then a mom and dad with a very young child, and that was it for a 12:30 matinee on a Friday. And you know what? It was fun. I wanted to see it on the big screen. I enjoyed it enough watching on Netflix to a point that you were making earlier. It's like, oh wow, they brought this back in theaters for a second weekend.
Yes.
They're literally their most watched movie ever has gotten like 2 weekends in a theater. That's it.
Yeah. No. I mean, hey, if this whole thing ends up happening, I really hope that they just let Warner Brothers just do their thing, and keep running. But hey, they own it. That's fine. And then things go to Netflix after. Cool. But hey, I know you're a big physical media guy. And let's face it, when it comes to Netflix and physical media, that is also one of the biggest things of why
Oh,
people
it is such a pain. Like I try to deal with the fact that I've got like the Defenders universe. I got seasons 1 and 2 of Daredevil, season 1 of Jessica Jones, and season 1 of Luke Cage. And they never released the rest of them. No Defenders, no Daredevil season 3. Like basically after Luke Cage season 1, it just stopped. I don't want to get rid of it because it is something physical, but it's also like it's incomplete and it bugs the living shit out of me.
See, as a collector, you can't have things incomplete. That's the thing.
No, you
when
can't.
you are a diehard collector, that is like you are just like, you're basically just you're putting acid on top of your hand, and you're just it's like, good Lord.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I DM'd you like, I don't know how Scott Pilgrim Takes It All is getting a Blu-ray release. Maybe it's something to do with Universal, because technically Universal did Scott Pilgrim versus the World, and it's being released through Universal distribution. So there must have been like some sort of co-deal where Netflix got to release Scott Pilgrim Takes It All, but now that it's been long enough, Universal gets to release the physical copy, because that's coming out in March, and I'm so excited because as a huge Scott Pilgrim fan, I'm like, yay! I get to own this, and it gets to sit on the shelf next to Scott Pilgrim versus the World, and I'm just it's just that's the thing about Netflix is how it's not like they don't do physical media ever.
Yeah.
But it is so inconsistent. But it's like Stranger Things. They released season 1 and season 2. You can get at Target, but then they never released any of the other seasons. Going back to my what we just talked about with completionists. It's like, well, if I can't have the whole fucking series, then what's the point? I don't know. These kind of things, that's why I've become so much more. I think we talked about it like the last time I was on the Vodka stream. We talked about Vinegar Syndrome. We talked about Arrow Video. And we talked about, we talked about all these different labels they're boutique, but they're keeping physical media alive, and they're releasing physical versions of movies that, like, if it wasn't for these labels, we'd never get them. Criterion Collection is the only one that will release the occasional Netflix movie that becomes a big enough of a hit, like Roma or Marriage Story or Del Toro's
Frankenstein.
Pinocchio.
Pinocchio.
Yeah, because
I wonder if Frankenstein. I wonder if that's going to get a physical release.
I hope so, because almost all of Del Toro's other stuff is Criterion, like his Spanish language films, Shape of Water. This week I got his Nightmare Alley that just got released on. Oh, I love that. That's my favorite Del Toro movie right now. Is Nightmare Alley. But that's the kind of thing, is that it's just so inconsistent. I mean, it's even like with Zach. It frustrates me that without Army and Rebel Moon, like David Fincher, there are these directors that I can't physically own their entire filmography because they went to work for Netflix, and Netflix won't fucking release their movies.
And that's the thing. That's the concern that we have. And I can only say that if Netflix does end up purchasing them, that maybe they'll be like, well, maybe we got to just let them do their thing, and we'll work out that. That's what we could hope for if that could happen. But that's like that is the concern right there.
Well, and even with Netflix, at least with all the other streaming services, they do also eventually you can buy the license, because remember, when you buy things digitally, you don't actually own it. You're technically just purchasing a license to watch it. But like on Fandango at home or on Apple, at least with the other streaming services, eventually they want money out of you. So they'll say, here, pay $20, pay $15. Here's the complete series, or here's the season. And then at least when I make the little watch lists on like Fandango at home, everything is, together. Once again, it's that collector in me who's like, I want to be able to organize things in lists, and I want it all right here. But Netflix, no, fuck that. No, that doesn't. That doesn't happen.
That's what it is. We're going to get some other people on here. First, we got.
Hey, Christopher, what you up to?
Look at this. My physical media people.
Yes.
Come in for a hug.
That's right. We're talking about like, hey, come on, guys, and look at you. You're dressed as
Ben Reilly.
Yeah,
he's Scarlet Spider.
Hey, I got one tonight that said, "Hey, Scarlet Spider." Ben Reilly says,
"Nice."
I looked at him and said, "The real ones know."
Yeah.
The real ones.
No, that was my era of Spidey comic. I've always said that, I always talk about like the mid 90s when I stopped collecting comic books the first time, that, I always marked like the events that I finished off on. And when I was collecting Spider-Man, Revelation Part 4 was the end of my Spider-Man collecting.
And the funny thing about that, like one of the most controversial Spider-Man storylines, one of them. One of them. But that Omni collection, from the Clone Saga to Ben Reilly stuff, like accounts to 4 Omnis, has gone back to print at least 2 or 3 times in the last couple of years, and it's
for
just
something
like
that's supposedly so hated, people really love to read it.
It's Ben. And then they destroyed my boy Ben and what they're doing right now, and I don't want to talk about it.
It's fine. I don't even know what's going on right now, so
it's better that you don't.
I love blissful ignorance like this.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's cool. But thank you for joining, Chris. I'm sure you had some fun with the little ones.
Yes, I enjoy when they get excited. Daddy, I got a full size, or I got my favorite candy. It's great.
We have a house. We have a house that we know. We call it the giant size candy bar.
Oh yeah,
house.
Same here. Yep.
But
everybody knows that house.
But this year, I loved it. This year, they had regular size and giant size. You had to tell a joke to get the giant size.
All right,
that's awesome.
And so Declan got his giant size candy bar, and I loved the joke that he told to get it. He said, "What kind of plant does math?"
I don't even know that one.
This is gonna be a good dad joke. I anticipate.
A geometry.
Oh Jesus!
Oh, there.
Oh, geometry. Yeah, the one that I failed. I did fail.
No, geometry is Satan's work.
Yeah, but it's so funny because I'm a good pool player. Like I know how to. I know. I'm pretty good when it comes to the pool table and angles.
It was the proofs. I hated the proofs.
Oh, well, first time they told me about proofs. Said what? Why? It's done. Answer's there. There's nothing more I need to do. It's done for you. I love this. And they said, no, you got to show me how it got to that point. Why?
Oh man, I remember my teacher in 10th grade in geometry, Miss Rounds. She didn't like me. I mean, but at the same time, I'm like, I'm not saying
Her
that
loss.
that was the overall. That wasn't like the yeah, no, right? Look at me now. But like, but I'm just saying, like, I'm not saying that's the overall thing. I'm not saying, I always hate it when people are like, well, it's only because the teacher. No, I was in the back of the class. I was cracking jokes. I was that fucking kid.
This is my
Of
shock
course.
face.
Yeah, no, right?
This
Are
is
you guys
my-
really shocked about that? Yeah, of course not.
Oh, Mama's in the chat, so she probably can.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's like, the following year there was a teacher that was from 8th grade who was really cool, and I could joke around with her and everything like that, and I passed with like a B plus, which was kind of funny. But at the same time, I'm like, I'm saying, yeah, there was a little bit of that, but at the same time, when it came to the second teacher, after I didn't do so well that first time, at least it was like I think sometimes when it comes to teaching and kids and I know, like, again, I'm not saying that, it has to be this is the way it's, but sometimes, sometimes there could be things where, like, the teacher and the student don't gel, and that's always going to be the case.
Absolutely.
There's always going to be that. And I'm not saying the teacher's going to be like, well, just because we're not gelling, I'm going to fail you. No, it's basically, it's always going to be the student that has to put in the work, and I will always accept that. When it came in that 10th grade, where I kind of fucked off, but when it came to the second time and I was more comfortable with the teacher, I was like, it did actually instill me with, this is what was her name, Mrs. Ford. I remember I was like, she's great. She used to always play music when we'd like be playing, or not playing, but working on like homework. We get it started on our homework, or we doing group projects. She would like put on like music and stuff like that. She was great, and it just was like a much more. It just was a better setting for somebody like me than that first time around. But it's just, I don't know. There's always like that whole thing, and I know you guys. Obviously, Scott, you were a teacher, and Chris, I know you work within that whole thing, and it's like the education system is kind of interesting, and not every student is like the next one. I mean,
you give a good perspective on it. I like what you said. Like it happens that students and teacher cannot necessarily get on. Doesn't make them a bad teacher necessarily.
Doesn't necessarily make them a bad student.
We see it. Yeah, I've seen it before, where you put one student with other, and then you move them somewhere else, and then they thrive. Or you get teachers with different perspective just because they connect for whatever reason. It just works.
Yes. And yes, yep. I know, Dodger fans, you're out there. Congratulations. This is the drama I wanted, Jose. I told you. I wanted that drama. And then, of course, Mama Film Junkie right there,
Thrill of victory, the agony of defeat.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I don't have a dog in the fight. I'm whatever on it. I mean, obviously, I got family and friends. I'm like, all right, Dodgers win, fine. But at the same time, I'm like, the Blue Jays haven't won in over 30 years. So I'm like, go Canada.
For me, it's more just like, my team's got a bye week tomorrow. So I have no dog in the fight tomorrow.
That's a great weekend for you.
I mean, we're going. Heather and I are taking Declan and Liam to go see Back to the Future in IMAX tomorrow.
Oh, nice.
So I love the fact that I got tomorrow off. I requested tomorrow off, so I have to work Sunday. So it was like, so now if it was a day game, I don't have to worry about it because I was going to go see the movie. And then if it was a night game, I was going to be screwed because I had to be at work the next morning. So now it's just like, this works out perfectly. It's a bye week. We came off a really nail biter last week, and it's like, just give me one day to chill, because I have not been able to sit down and watch football like I would like to for the past couple of years, life being as it is. But this year, it's been nice being like, I've got to watch like 5 games in a row. It's been sweet.
That's cool,
I stopped playing fantasy football. I couldn't.
Oh, I love it.
And again, for a while I loved it, but after a certain amount of time, it became, I'm not enjoying it just to enjoy.
Yeah.
Now that my son's getting really involved into watching it and talking about it, things like that, I'm just gonna sit back and bask in his breaking my heart of the NFL team that he likes, and it also in a way it may break my heart, his team. It also breaks his grandfather's heart because I don't care much for his grandfather's team. So I'm a Giants fan. My father-in-law is a Cowboys fan, lives in upstate New York, is a Cowboys fan, and my son has chosen the Eagles. So
oh wow, that's a double whammy right there.
I know.
Well, for me, it's like because me and my entire side of the family are Alabama fans. My wife went to Auburn, so she's an Auburn fan, but her parents are Georgia fans. So
dude, and then I forget that you're a Giants fan, Chris. Man, gotta be oof.
And I live in North Carolina, and so you got the Panthers, and there's that.
Yeah. But that we were like on Sunday.
Oh, you mean the Denver game?
Yeah. Well, like on Sunday, we took my nephew out for his birthday, and we were just like, let's do it Sunday. We'll just go and go to a sports bar, and they serve breakfast and drinks, of course. And we just watching. Luckily for him, he's a Seahawks fan, and they were on a bye week, so he was stress free. And of course, we had like my dad was there, and my mom was also there too, and it was fun. But but then my buddy, one of my really good friends, he's a Giants fan, and of course the Giants game was playing, and then just when they got some momentum with fucking Dart and Scadaboo just totally just f's up his ankle, and now he's out for the. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, this team cannot catch a goddamn break.
Nope.
I was like, when that happened, it was like, are you serious?
I just keep on saying, we still beat Tom Brady in 2 Super Bowls and took away an undefeated season.
Still have that. Eli.
Still have that.
We still have the Eli years.
Yes.
Let's look back on that.
Which is this weird saying, the Eli year.
Yeah, I know, right? I know. Especially when he's in every other commercial now. Jesus Christ.
Hey, you know what? That's how you do it right.
Hey, the Manning brothers know how to freaking market themselves. They definitely do. Do. But let's bring on some other people right here. We got Taladia and we got Ronan Unchained joining.
What's up, y'all? What's up?
Hey.
How you doing?
My Dodgers are gonna get in 7. I'm telling you. I'm from LA. Like it's
okay. That's fine. That's fine. Hey, you know what? It might be a repeat. We'll see what happens. I like the drama. I like the drama. I do like the drama. That I like it that it goes to Game 7. And that last play. I mean, when people go like, "Oh, it's rigged," I'm like, you can't rig certain things. Like when people say, there's times where things in sports, football, basketball, I think basketball has been heavy on that. And then of course, baseball. And when it comes to baseball, it's like, you could, there's probably things, especially when it comes to refs and umpires like that you can, rig. We're talking to you, Kansas City Chiefs. But I'm just saying like you can do stuff, but there's sometimes where you go, you can't freaking rig that. And then that last play, which I kind of missed, I saw it the replay. That last play that Kike freaking caught it. The Blue Jays, their fault is bad base running. That's been all throughout the playoffs. They've had bad. If they knew how to base run, like full on legitly, they would already be world champions. Their base running has effed up some of their games, and that was bad base running that ended that game. It's like, what are you doing? Why'd you get off the? It was like ridiculous.
I remember watching the replay for when we beat the Yankees, and what was it? It was the 5th inning where like it was just like boom, mistake 1, mistake 2, mistake 3, mistake 4, and like even as a Dodgers fan, I was like, what the fuck is going on? And I was just like, boys, you better score, man. They are late. They're dropping the ball, literally and figuratively, and they're just like, it's something you can't write. And again, I haven't had I go for the Lakers. They're playing right now. I go for, I'm a big soccer guy. So I go for Barcelona. Like none of my teams have been consistently like winning as much as I would want to, and it fucking aches me as a sportsman because I'm like,
I'm sure.
God damn it, man! Like just get into the finals.
By the way, Ronan, what are you dressed up as?
So
he dressed as a Constantine.
Oh, okay. But you don't want to wear
Geek Squad. No, I'm just kidding.
No, I get it. Okay.
So this is very obscure, but recently I saw the Chainsaw Man movie, and most of the time when the characters are, not in action or doing crazy anime shit, they're wearing these regular clothes and whatnot. So
okay.
Okay.
Something different. Yeah. Okay. But you can say it's.
I like that. I didn't think of that until I
without the jacket.
You'll appreciate this. My 9-year-old win is Full Metal Alchemist this year.
Oh.
That's
I you know, my people. Some people they kind of hinted at like, are you Chainsaw Man? I was like, yeah. And like, where's the chainsaws? I'm like, I'm at work. I'm not bringing chainsaws and like running around like Leatherface. I'm not doing that. I don't want to get in trouble just because I wanted to be accurate while I'm at work. I was like, nah.
Hey, there are some people who will.
I've seen that happen actually, and I'm just like, commitment.
You don't want to be in jail. It's okay. I like you call it trouble. I call it jail.
I love Alejandro Ricardo's Juan Wick. I like that.
Oh, that's good. I like it. That's good.
I'm missing the black suit. Yeah,
that's good. Juan Wick. Oh man, that's good stuff. And Talati, are you just going as yourself?
Well, I'm just as a WWE fan.
Oh, okay. So you got
yeah, because I got the John Cena top match.
Okay,
so
all right.
No,
See?
I'm also,
you got something.
I'm also dressed up as a fan going to
There
a
you
wrestling event.
There you go. See, there's something right there. We all have a little something. Like I said, Scott's going as a DC animated stream.
It was really funny too because I had to explain to my wife what was on my shirt.
Master Race.
Yeah, it's Master. Yeah, it's Andy Kubert's cover to Master Race, and I was like, she was like, "What's going on?" I was like, "Honey, the glove, the cape,
do not see
his head." Like,
were you reading that as it was coming out, Scott?
Yes, and I bought every variant. I have because I've got my these guys know they've actually seen it. I have my long box of Frank Miller Batman.
Yeah.
If Frank Miller has done a Batman book, I have the floppy and any variants that it has, and I mean everything. Dark Knight Returns, the year
he's got some gems. He's got some real gems that has not even seen the light of day.
I've got the All-Star Batman and Robin. I even have the original issue 10 that got recalled because you could still read the cuss words through the
love that.
through the blocking. So I have a copy that's the recalled one, and I've got the reprint one. So like all of it. So I've got Dark Knight Strikes Again. I've got Dark Knight the Master Race. I got my big thing with Master Race though is that I was going to Second and Charles and making sure I was getting all the Capullo variants. Those were all.
I love Capullo's art.
Oh, Capullo's.
That series, man, I was pumped, and I still like it, but. If you boys weren't reading that when it was coming out, it got delayed. I don't know how many months, Scott, but like I remember being like, I guess it's never gonna be finished. And then I remember I walked in one day to my shop and it was like, oh, here's issue 12. I'm like, when the fuck did this happen? And I just like, oh yeah, they started just pumping it out after a few months, and I was just like, God damn it! And I finally caught up, and then I was like, okay, this was sweet. But yeah, that was
Master.
It was the first time I experienced that.
Master Race was good, especially after people. I understood what he was doing with Strikes Again, and people gave it crap, but it was just so nice to read Master Race and go, "Oh no, this is
full circle.
It's really good."
Yeah, Strikes Again. It was just like, you gave me the money. I'm just gonna run with it. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, I remember listening to an interview. I think it was with Grant Morrison on Fat Man on Batman when he. I think one of them mentioned that there's a point in the story when 9/11 happens.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And that 9/11 deeply affected Frank Miller. And so he expressed that in Dark Knight Strikes Again with the Brainiac attack. So it was one of those things where it was going in one direction, the 9/11 happened, and Frank just went, I'm going here.
I think Garth Ennis even did that with The Boys on a mistake. I haven't read the books, but I've heard that like people were like, "Oh, what's with The Boys talking about all this political stuff?" It's like now, from what I had heard, I was like, I'm pretty sure Garth Ennis did that in the comics. It's just that instead of where we're at right now, he did that with the Bush administration and the Patriot Act and all that nonsense.
Oh no, absolutely.
People need to realize
since the beginning was nothing but politics.
That's
And it's so
Garth
funny
Ennis.
because like comic books have always delved into politics. It's just back then it wasn't as crazy as it is now. So then everybody is so freaking huffy puffy about that. Like, oh, stop making things political. It's like, it's always been like that.
It's
always
art.
been like that. But
With
nobody,
receipts, as the kids say. Yeah.
Yes. But I'm like,
The
I
kids
always
say,
hate it when I see that, like, don't make it political. It's like, X-Men is always, I mean, X-Men.
It was always supposed to be Malcolm X and MLK Jr. guys.
It's
or as Kevin Smith wanted to say at one point, it's like, it's about the gay community too, if you think about it.
It's like
I mean,
whoa.
X-Men 2, literally, there's a scene in it where a kid is coming out to his parents. It just so happens that it's not about being gay, it's about being a mutant, which it's literally the parallels. And
It's Iceman. It's
Iceman,
Yeah.
And
which we kind of emphasize,
people, and not just kids, but a lot of people, older, middle age or younger, they see it now, and like I think what they can't wrap their heads around is that, like, besides the Cold War, nuclear war, and just a couple of the bumbling idiots, that they thought they were pushing it with these extreme wild ideas, that you look back at it now and it's like that's tame to compare what's up right now. And like, I don't know how you guys feel about it, but like Andor, I can only imagine what Tony Guro was scratching his head off. It's like, how the fuck have we wrote this thing 3 years ago, and shit is happening almost the exact same way as our episodes wrote down. Someone gets pulled out of the Senate, someone gets pulled out of an office, and it's just like, what the fuck is going on?
Dave and I have been doing that with Batman Beyond. We've been looking at stuff, a cartoon 25 years ago, and we will go on complete tangents about. This was like science fiction, and and now
the last
it's like
episode we talked about was literally called Terry's
friend dates a robot.
And you know how close we're getting to that?
There's fucking bots being sold right now for like
we
$2,000.
just heard about that you could spend $20,000 on a helper bot, which well, it's not exactly the best thing right now, but it's kind of like the first wave of look at iRobot. We're getting that first wave of that, what was shown in like iRobot, having these helper bots, and it's going to be interesting. I mean, Jesus Christ, I just purchased an Echo Spot, which I was totally against for a bit, but I was like, you know what? I'm tired of just relying on my phone for everything, and I want to have the phone away from me when, and I don't want to rely on like alarm clock for it. So I'm like, I'm going to get this Echo Spot. It was something that Scott recommended, and I got the one with the display, and it's got Alexa on it. And then it was kind of crazy because when I set it up, it was the normal Alexa that just talked like Alexa. And then all of a sudden, like, do you want to upgrade to Alexa Plus? And then all of a sudden it went from, I'm Alexa to, hey, what's up, David? I'm Alexa. I'm like, oh shit. Like,
it's become aware.
Now.
It's become aware.
Yeah, it's become alive. It's become alive.
It freaked me out. Where like, I mean, literally, I was like, I remember I was like, hey, Alexa, can you remind me like 2:30 to buy my movie tickets? Sure. I hope you really enjoy the movie, David. I'm like, fuck, that's just weird.
David.
Like
David, are you taking it with? Are you taking me with you, David? David.
I know.
I love it. My wife does not like the new Alexa Plus voice because she says it sounds like a mean girl.
He does.
She also doesn't like it. She also doesn't like it because the Alexa devices have my Amazon account as the primary account, and they've been trained to my voice. So they go, "Good morning, Scott. How are you doing today?" And they don't say anything to her. So she's jealous of the Alexa device being nicer to me.
Boy.
Oh,
yeah.
no.
See, that's the thing. I mean, that's what's like, and then I've gotten the Chat GPT thing. I don't use it all that much, but sometimes I'll just use it, and I have it in an Australian voice, and it's just, and the way that he talks, it's just like, it's just so weird. It's just so weird.
Dave.
Yeah, I know, right? It's just like, oh yeah, I can help you out with that. Yeah, let's do this. It's like, so basically what's going on. And it's like, it's just because I like that accent.
Dave, you do a decent Australian accent. Good
I know. I actually pulled that one off a little bit, didn't I?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
I think Drogo would approve.
Yeah, he would. Yeah, Heath Ledger.
Ew.
Right?
As he said. I have my iPhone as a male Englishman because I just want to have Jarvis on my phone, and it
right.
Yep.
Everyone's like, his voice.
Yep. Yeah.
See, and that's the thing is like I also have Gemini because I have an Android phone, and I have that set as an Englishman, and I just call him Alfred. You know,
there you go.
Nice.
Yeah.
A little bit of
it's
Michael
like-
Caine, you know.
Yeah, but like at the same time, I'm like, it's so weird. I have like 3 different ones, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, you know, I use ones for different things and everything. But it's like, I mean, the Alexa one's convenient because I could just yell out to it, you know, and just be like, hey, set a reminder for this, or can you set my alarm for this for tomorrow, and blah blah blah. And it's fine. And then of course when I'm, you know, laying in my bed, I'm like, hey, can you just like play some sounds that it's like, you know, night in a neighborhood, some crickets, whatever. Boop. All of a sudden it does that. And I'm like, and it's kind of nice because then it's like, oh yeah, because I've told Scott this, like I can't have my window open because I face the street of my house, and we have people across the street that are very loud and who work very early in the morning. So at like 2-3 o'clock in the morning, and he drives a Charger. You know, it's like, fuck. So I like to have the window open just to, you know, have a little bit of sound. I don't like silence. So then I was like, nah, I need something because because I have to have my window closed because of this fucking asshole across the street who has to rev up his engine at 2 o'clock in the morning. So yeah. So now I have Alexa who's watching me sleep.
I mean, it's not as bad as having a Alsatian dog barking all night long, right?
True.
That is really bad.
That's really, yeah. We have some dogs around here, but luckily they're not that bad. They're not that bad. The neighbors behind us who have like a big house and a big yard, they have like 5 dogs, but luckily they're not loud. But sometimes they'll get in. Yeah, but
dogs.
no, but when they wrestle around with each other, they'll get they'll get loud. And if they, you know, and there's coyotes around here too, man. There's been
coyotes.
Oh yeah, we have those. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Last weekend, I think it was last weekend, I had my window open, and fuck, they found something. They found something because they did that whole like, you know, celebration, like, you know, like that whole thing where they just like I'm like, oh man, somebody is probably having a bad night. You know, someone's dog or kitty or something, puppy, I don't know. So they found something, and it was close too. It was loud. I went, holy shit. I even texted my brother. I was like, we were in the same house, and I'm like going, did you fucking hear that? And he didn't respond because he was already going to sleep. But I was like, I don't know if you heard that, but man, the coyotes just found some shit, you know. Anyways, that's enough coyote and everything talk. We got Paul and we got William joining right now. What's happening, guys?
Hey, muchachos.
Happy Halloween. Good to see you guys. Paul is still going with that you know, held for ransom victim as he is.
Wow. Nice,
yeah, you're still that, but you're not
Ernie
as
Allbacker mentioned you on our interview and said the guy always looks like he's in the hotel room.
He totally did.
Make sure you hold up that newspaper so we know where you're still real.
Guys, I got a haircut and a beard trim. Really?
I know you actually look pretty good.
We still love you, but we just want to know you're safe.
Yes. No, but Scott was right when we talked to Ernie last time. He was like, there was that one guy who was like very interested. He was asking really good questions, and we went, oh, that's Paul. That's Paul. We love Paul.
It was like the one who always looked like he's in a hotel room, and I just Paul. Okay,
because usually you're like you're on your bed or something, you know, in like your friend's house.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, so for Florida, I was on the bed, and I mean, I had to be. I mean, I couldn't do it in the living room because, you know, they were probably down the hall. I think they would have been annoyed if I was, because also the time difference. I can't be doing a talk show at 3 o'clock in the morning, you know, while they're trying to sleep. That's, you know, they let me stay there for the summer. That would have been a little bit inappropriate. No, and then on top of that, you guys have, I think I've actually been from a few hotel rooms while I was traveling. Oh, by the way, I'm not trying to brag or anything. I will be in Brazil next week. So I can try to maybe do this, but it'll be from a phone.
Nice.
No, this is a living room. There is actual, you know, there's actual outside. This isn't painted on or anything. I am not being held hostage. I just have a very plain.
Sure.
I'm going as plain white man for Halloween. So, you know, it's
white bread.
It's white bread.
Yes. Oh yeah. So going to Brazil, being I think a Brazilian woman that I was seeing for a while said I would stick out being a very white gringo. So I think So I think I'm gonna probably get kidnapped.
Ronan's losing it.
I expect to get mugged at least once. I'm going for the São Paulo area. It's not as
Strap your wallet to your inner thigh.
Oh no, so I've
La
got
gringo,
the,
ven acá, ven acá, gringo.
yeah, I've got the anti-theft bag, I guess. I mean that won't make me stick out anymore.
Well, if they take you as a person, the anti-theft bad's coming with you, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I mean, true, William. If I get kidnapped, it won't really matter if I have the bag on me or not because we'll all.
You got bigger problems.
Yeah. God, man, I don't know, but I'm going to São Paulo area. It's not as crazy as Rio, so hoping for the best. I think I'm basically.
You should try Juarez. Juarez, I hear, is safe this time of year.
Tijuana, okay. Yeah. Tijuana. I don't know.
I feel your pain, Paul, because I remember back in like '97, I spent a 3-day weekend in Cartagena, so I get that was an experience because I did walk. If I was ever outside my hotel room, we did have an interpreter and a bodyguard with us, like the entire time, because we were there because my uncle worked for a coal corporation. And he lived down there with my aunt and my cousin for several years. But, we had the benefit of the private corporate jet would just fly us back and forth. So it was like fly you down. Wow, it was like fly you down on a Friday, bring you back on a Monday. So the one time I got to experience what flying on a private jet feels like. And yeah. I will say, pretty damn sweet. I get it.
Yeah, everybody
gets the appeal.
I mean,
man,
I wouldn't say no to that. Unfortunately, no. I'm doing the economy plus 12 16-hour flight to get down to Brazil. So I'm gonna be leaving the 2nd and get there the morning of the 3rd. Probably won't be able to get to my hotel for a while, but it's okay. I'll have time to be at the airport. Just get ready and prep to go out into the world and whatnot there. And then I think essentially when I get there, I'm more or less already setting it up so that I'm going to try to get maybe a tour guide for a little bit, but also just to go to exact locations with tickets and whatnot, and just Uber from my hotel to just those areas. I mean, I'm not terrified to walk around because I have a friend who's even whiter than I am, and he was there for like a month. Now, granted, he is bilingual. He can also speak Spanish. I don't know how much that helps because I know it's primarily
that helps translate the ransom.
Yeah. But
Portuguese,
no, but it'll help. You'll make it out quicker.
Yeah. That being said, I'm going to be a mark. Like, there's just no way I'm not going to be. Like, I'm just, I tend to stick out. I'm just very
really, Paul. Really.
I don't know if you guys have been able to tell, but I'm very, very white.
Well, Paul, you don't leave this room, so I don't know how you stick out. You don't leave. You just stay in that room.
I've left this room. Remember, because this.
Oh, you're right. You did. Yeah. You left the room. Yeah. Maybe not the house.
Yeah. No. So the house.
To the window.
Yeah. I don't know. So we'll see. We'll see what goes down. I mean, I'll be posting updates on Instagram. So if I stop at a certain point,
thank God.
Proof of life. We need proof of life.
Still alive.
Right.
We need updates daily.
I'll be there until at least I'll be leaving the 8th. So if you guys see a stop at some point between then, it means either my phone got stolen or I no longer am.
Or you got stolen.
Yeah,
I got
both.
Yeah,
got taken.
I'm probably in a bathtub somewhere with a lot of ice, and my kidneys are both gone, and that's
wow. Paul goes really dark, and I like it.
He's really thought this through, guys.
He really should be alive.
It's part of the costume.
Yeah, just being overly thoughtful.
Exactly.
White guy.
Hey, Paul, I did want to bring this up because I haven't read your Letterboxd review yet. I only saw your rating. I didn't read your review because I hadn't written mine yet. But I was very excited to see that you enjoyed Bugonia as much as I did. Because
me too.
Yep.
What did you? I have a question for you, Paul.
No spoiler.
No spoiler. I'm not talking spoiler.
Yeah.
Because this director, I've only seen one of his other films. Like I haven't seen The Favorite. I haven't seen Poor Things. The only other thing I'd seen was The Lobster. And I did not care for that at all. Like that was a hard pass for me when I watched it. So I was very surprised to go, it's really interesting to watch a director who is an auteur to go, this movie of his, I could have, not only will I never watch it again, I could have dealt with never seeing it in the first place.
Yeah, Scott and I talked about this too, where I watched The Lobster as well, and I was like, I enjoyed it, but it was one of those where I don't need to see it again. I was like, that was it.
Yeah,
for me.
So
when
this one going,
Poor Things, and I really enjoyed Poor Things.
I love Poor Things.
Not because Emma Stone was like naked a lot, but that helped. It definitely helped.
It probably
helped. But I actually enjoyed, I actually liked the story. So
I heard mixed things about Poor Things.
Yeah, it was mixed. Yeah. A lot of people
but Bugonia was like, I don't even have the problem. I haven't written a review yet because I haven't really been able to like express into words. Like this movie is just good. I mean, Emma Stone and Jesse Plemons, like the two of them are just go at each other, and it's so good.
One of the things, I mean, and again, it's hard to talk about this without like doing the spoiler thing, because the big question is she an alien or not? And that's the thing. That's what you go into just to be like, to figure that out. And I think the movie does such a great job of keeping you guessing, where I think I flip-flopped, I don't know how many times where I went, she's an alien. No, she's not. No, she is. No, she's not. Is she just really good at fucking talking? Like, I was just like, there's like a lot of things where you just go back and forth.
It never gave it away, which is great, because I've seen movies that I've enjoyed, but like at a certain point I go, I know it's
it within the first 15 minutes. You
Right.
do not see that with here. You literally have to wait until the last like 15 minutes to where the story is like wrapping up, where you actually find out whether this is, bullshit or not. And that's what's so good, because through the whole time it keeps you engaged, because you're just going back and forth like, she is. No, she's not. He's crazy. No, he's not.
But even then, the tension, like just the sheer drama between the characters is just so good. So, Paul, I was really curious, like, where did you? I know you loved it because I saw your Letterboxd rating, but what were your thoughts?
So, Scott, I'm kind of like you. I mean, I have not seen The Lobster. I had heard about The Lobster a lot when it came out, mostly because I think at that time too, Colin Farrell was kind of coming back around to doing. Unless he was doing a movie that was by the guy that did in Bruges, because I know Seven Psychopaths and stuff like that. But Colin at that time, unless he was in one of those movies, he was he was now kind of making a comeback at that point to try to get more wild random stuff kind of. And I remember when Lobster came out, and like I think I might like Lobster, but I have yet to see it. But I know it had a very mixed like reception and whatnot. Anyway, the only other movie of his that I've actually seen, cut to later, is Poor Things, and I had no idea about what to expect from Poor Things. Kind of going in, I had heard a brief analysis on the origin of Emma Stone's character in the movie, which is a little bit controversial. Though when you see the movie, you actually understand why it is the way that it is, and it's like okay. And I had no expectations really going in, other than I'd heard Emma Stone and William Dafoe gave excellent performances, but. Yeah, I mean, the naked stuff was cool, but no, I mean, someone described it as Barbie, but for adults, and that's actually more or less what the movie very much is.
Kind of like Frankenstein a little bit, little Frankenstein
with it.
Oh yeah. Frankenstein. Oh, by the way, too, if you guys haven't had a chance, I recommend. Of course, I saw in 35 millimeter, but Guillermo del Toro's Frankenstein is also very good.
Well, it was nice if it was here, but it's not.
I know.
Yeah,
I've heard Netflix is doing more to get it out. Yeah, expanding and stuff. I'm very lucky. I think I've recommended it or said about it before, but I'm near the Boston area, so there's this great art house theater called the Coolidge, which they get access to Netflix films. They get access to a lot of good prints, and the theater coordinator there is just very good at the selection of old movies, new movies. So yeah, it's just one of those things. But Bugonia, Yeah, I was also fortunate. I thought that was going to be a much more limited release, but I was actually able to go just down to Kingston and see it with my friend Troy. And Troy and I are very like, he's one of my like, you would call like movie pals, like where we watch all types of, like just a movie like Bugonia, but we'll watch like, like the newest big movie at the same time and like go back and forth and start like, like giving our different opinions about everything. So we both came out of it really, really enjoying it. I don't want to go too much into it because half the fun of the movie, if you don't know, like what a twist will be or what this will go there or that will go there, like that's half the fun. I do want to see it again, but I'm actually want to give myself maybe a year break and then rewatch it again now that I know how things turn out and see if the performance has changed for me at all. But I will say Jesse Plemons and Emma Stone, they both just bring it. It's like a powerhouse performance. 85% of the movie is literally just them talking to each other or making
the dinner
a speech.
Table sequence alone was just so good.
Yeah. There's just a lot to unpack in the movie. Clearly he made it on. I hope it does. I hope it does well, or I hope it gets more awards attention. Like I feel like this is one of those movies that's going to, it's not going to do great right now, but it's going to get a revamp sometime in January because I would be very shocked if Emma and Jesse don't at least get some awards buzz or some nomination in terms of their acting and stuff. And then people are going to like go back to check it out and it's going to get a little bit of a bigger push because I looked into it too because I was like, this movie cannot be more than like $50 million. I think it was like somewhere between.
No, it had to be way less. Yeah.
It was somewhere between 35 and 55, but it is such a great character study, character piece,
and a study on the human experience too.
Oh,
I mean, they're like when it comes to just like, some of the things that they even discuss when it comes to just the way, because obviously she's like this rich CEO and he's just like kind of like a dirt poor worker of that company. Again, not spoilery, but it's like, And so you're seeing like the two different, the two different
extreme
classes.
The classes.
It's definitely white collar, blue collar.
Yes.
It's but the cool thing is that
it's not preachy.
It's not preachy. It's gray.
Yeah.
Because they're all. I am one of those people that give me a movie filled with flawed characters.
Yeah.
Where you're not clearly the white hat and you're not clearly the black hat. It's like, no, you all have qualities and you're all a little shitty all at the same time. And I love living in that gray middle. And it does that because it's not like it's like the movie tugs at you where you're like, okay, no, you're going a little too far. Okay, like you're never entirely rooting for one person throughout the entire movie because the entire movie just makes you sit back and go, I don't know about any of y'all. Like really,
I don't know who to root for. Sometimes you're like, I don't know who to root for.
And that's why I like movies that don't tell you have to root for anybody.
Yeah.
Or this is who you're supposed to, because some movies are just so simplistic that they tell you this is the person you root for. This person is the bad guy. This movie makes you sit there and go, y'all are all fucked up.
There's a midpoint in the movie that really, really sold me on just the essential premise of the film. I don't want to give too much away, but I will say this: there's a iconic scene where Jesse Plemons, I believe he's trying to get information out of Emma Stone or something like that, or he's just doing it to like test her as an alien or whatever, in his mind and whatnot, and he basically electroshocks her. It's extremely intense. And I mean, I remember I'm watching it with my friend and it gets to the point I'm like cringing in my seat, like going, Jesus fucking Christ, because he goes there, like, and the movie goes there and Emma Stone is like, she's not in a good place because she's getting electroshock and shit. And it's very intense and you're just like, damn. And then immediately they followed up with another scene that gives you a much better idea of how Emma Stone's character has directly affected Jesse Plemons' character, and her company has affected him. And all of the empathy you had for her and that previous scene almost evaporates. And
you're like, oh fuck, yeah. And by the way, did anybody know that Alicia Silverstone
did not know?
I didn't want to give anything away. My friend right next to me, I didn't catch it at all. Like the first, she was on there for like a minute. Because for the first time you see her, it's in black.
Is in this movie.
Yeah, the first time you see her, it's in black and white. Had I just kept watching it, I would have caught on. But in the first minute, I didn't catch it was her. And then my buddy was like, "Is that Alicia Silverstone?" And I was like, "What?" And I was like, "Oh my god!" And then it's out
I
of
know,
left
it threw
field.
me off at first too, because when I first saw her, I was like, I don't know. And then all of a sudden I went, holy shit, that's Alicia Silverstone. Where has she been in the past like 20 years? Yeah.
I don't know. I can't remember the last movie that she was in that I remember as
But
being
then
like
it's funny
very,
because obviously like when it comes to Twitter and stuff like that, all of a sudden like there's like something in my brain that goes, oh yeah, you read that. You read something when it came to that.
I never read that. When we say when was the last time I remember her was she was in a adaptation of a young adult novel, the Alex Rider series. They did a movie called Alex Rider Stormbreaker, and everyone know about this?
Yes, but it sounds like a young adult title.
It's a cute idea of a boy's uncle dies, and then he finds out, oh, my uncle worked for MI6, and then he becomes a teenage MI6 agent. It's
Cody Banks. I'm just kidding.
But in the movie, his uncle was played by Ewan McGregor.
Oh,
that's amazing.
And then like, come on, who's the British guy who always is like talks like this, and he's got the slick back here? He was in Love Actually. Help me out here.
Alan Rickman?
No, not Alan Rickman.
Hugh Grant?
No. He was a rocker in Love Actually. What's that?
Bill Nighy.
Bill Nighy, yeah. He plays the director of MI6 in the movie. So.
Oh, geez. Okay. Wow.
I mean, how long William's going back to his marathon of stuff on his channel. I didn't realize he was actually streaming as he was on here. He's doing like a Halloween AFSP thing. So William will probably be back later. So,
but Paul, I anticipated Bugonia to get a larger release because it's part of that sweepstakes with AMC theaters that Focus Features has 5 films coming out in fall and winter, and it started with Downton Abbey, the grand finale. Then it was Anemone, the Daniel Day-Lewis movie. Then you've got Bugonia. Then you've got Hamnet in Thanksgiving, and then Song Sung Blue with Hugh Jackman and Kate Hudson on Christmas. And the sweepstakes is that for every movie you watch, after you watch 2 of them, every movie after that, you will automatically receive a gift card to the Focus Feature gift store. And then if you see all 5 of them, which is what I'm doing, you get a $200 gift card and you get entered into some big sweepstakes with like a trip and everything.
Nice. Oh, wow. I was expecting you to say Focus Features Voltron that you can then assemble at the end or something like that. But that's cool too. I like that. That's interesting.
Or Megazord, depending on like your era.
Yeah,
no, dude. They're the Lego coming out in a couple of years for that.
Yes, I saw that.
Day one.
So yeah, I had no idea about the AMC Focus Features thing. That's cool. I'm glad
that's cool of them. Yeah,
when they wrap that stuff together, because at least it gets the film out there and stuff. But like I said, if it doesn't do well in the next like 2 weeks, I feel like it's going to come back around and they're going to re-put it back into theaters, because this is one of the reasons like why I go to the movies. I will recommend to you guys. I know some of you in the chat probably already know about it, but it is a remake of a South Korean film called Save the Green Planet from like 2002, 2003. It's a very, very big cult movie, because even when it came out, it bombed in Korean theaters, but the way they advertised it was like a comedy, which it really isn't. And but But I guess Yargos got involved because I believe the director wanted to do an American remake, or at least like produce it or something like that, and he got delayed or something, and then they shopped it around to see who wanted to be interested in doing it, and Yargos, it fell into Yargos's lap. But I'm glad that it did with him, because it's probably, at least from what I know of his work and from what I've seen of his work, it's probably the most like straightforward movie that he's made. Yet don't get me wrong, it's still very much a Yargos movie. I'll leave it at that without going too much into detail. I also found out too that the celebrity mask that they wear in the movie, they had to talk to Jennifer Aniston about it, and she was totally on.
That was Aniston, huh?
Yeah, it was Jennifer Aniston.
Yeah. But she was on.
I was like going, is that Jennifer Aniston? I was like, but I wasn't sure. But there's like masks. No, I mean, like I if you watch my first reaction, I was like, but it's so much I wanted more to talk about without giving away spoilers, because again, it's like the hook is the whole thing of like, is she or is she not? And like I said, I'm like, the story, the way that the story is told, it just it makes you question. It keeps you guessing.
You are on the hook the entire movie.
The entire time. You know, until finally you do, like towards the end, where it's like the last 15 or so minutes, you finally like realize, like, okay, is this?
You get answered. The film answers.
Yeah, you get the answer, and then it's just like, you know, and then I remember just walking out going, "Fucking hey, man, I really enjoyed that." I mean, because just the dialogue was so well done. The characters, and you have this cop that there's a whole backstory with this other cop that's part of this story that you go, what the fuck? And then of course you have the cousin of Jesse Plemons, his cousin. I forgot what I forget what their actual name was. Yeah, but I mean, you have this whole aspect because he's not all there, and so you have this another element of the story, and there's just, and then of course just over, and then the mom, of course, you know, the Alicia Silverstone, you know, and it was just, you have this whole, there's so many different pieces, and it's crafted in such a way where, you know, for a less than 2 hour movie, there's really no fat. It's
very, very tight.
It's very tight. Yeah. You know, the scenes work with everything, and it just leads you right into the conclusion, and you go, and you just kind of walk out going, holy shit. Like that. I mean, I was really.
I had a good time with this movie. It's not a quote,
movies of the year.
It's not a quote fun movie in that definition, but I enjoyed myself immensely, and I was not expecting this to be a film that I was going to, quote, enjoy myself.
Yeah,
I love that feeling. I remember some of you guys mentioned the advertising of a film. I remember. I don't know if you all seen it, but when Nicolas Cage came out with a movie called Pig, they advertised it, and people were making fun of it. Like, it's gonna be John Wick with a pig. Yeah. And I was like, okay, whatever, cool. I'll try it out. I liked Mandy. I was like, all right, whatever. And you watch that movie, and you're like, this is not John Wick with a pig. And you just sit with it, and you're like, that was one of the best things I've ever seen. I need to watch something wholesome.
with Pig, you could just Red Letter Media did a whole video on the movie too, because they were also very surprised. And you could do a whole film class just on the confrontation restaurant scene. And again, Nicolas Cage does not raise his voice. He doesn't start shit. He just is himself, and he talks. And it's so funny too, because Pig goes about that idea of, like, you know, based on appearances, and you find out, the more you go on, you find out that he was like a very, very popular, very successful chef, but like everyone in the industry, because it's like any niche industry, like you think it's quite large, but actually it's very small, and everyone actually knows
everybody else.
So it takes them a second, but once they recognize him, they're like, oh, like, how are you, what are you up to? And his presence is so, and again, it helps being Nick Cage in this aspect, but his presence is so large, his aura, I guess you could call it. And then like he doesn't even have to raise his voice, because he's just very to the point. He doesn't give a, he clearly has, Dave, if you can, I mean, it's almost a masterpiece to me. There's a few flaws,
really,
but I know that I could be wrong. I have to double check, but I think the I think Joseph Krasinski was at least very happy with the movie because I believe that same director of Pig went on and did, I think, the third Quiet Place movie, like
Okay.
Day One.
Day One, yes.
Yes.
I believe it's the same director. I could be
Let me
wrong,
check.
but
Yes,
I
that sounds
believe that's
right.
the case. But no, like I understood because the Quiet Place movies, the best things about them, other than the monsters, are the quiet, reflective character moments. And I was like, if you got that guy to do it, like Pig director is the way to go. But yeah, that movie, the way like the story unfolds, you almost feel like it's actually something you should have seen a mile away, but it's done so well, and it keeps your interest the entire movie. It is a character piece, and yeah, and only Nick Cage could have, I think, played that character that way and gotten away with it the way that he does. But he is a character who had all the success in the world, and then he got sick of the industry or sick of the shit, and then he just detaches. And he's that guy that comes back in. He doesn't have any of the pretense. He doesn't have any, like, he'll just tell you directly how he feels about everything. And his
Blunt.
memory, he's an extremely fascinating character. He's someone that I think some people in the industry aspire to be in terms of not giving a fuck, and that's that character. But yes,
same director.
Yeah, it is same director. Okay, great. Yeah. So Dave, if you haven't seen Pig, definitely check out Pig.
Yeah,
that is.
Please.
I've been it's been on my list, and I keep forgetting about it. So I'm glad.
Hey, Paul, I got a recommendation for you though, for a movie, a really small limited release movie that I got to see last weekend. But if you get a chance, Richard Linklater's new movie, Blue Moon.
Blue Moon. No, so I am a huge Linklater fan. I haven't been keeping up with his stuff as much as I'd like. I feel annoyed about that, but like Coolidge is pretty good. I did not check to see if they were playing Blue Moon, but I feel like they would be. So I'll look into that, but I won't be able to do so until I get back from Brazil. But that'll be next week, and then even when I get back, that'll be like a Predator Badlands and then Running Man type.
I can't wait.
Oh no, next weekend.
Next
weekend there are 5 movies I am trying to.
Okay, so Predator Badlands, Running Man.
Running Man's not till the 14th.
Yeah, that's the
Running Man.
No, we got another week before Running Man.
You got Badlands.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I got early screenings for both of those.
Nice.
I've got Predator Badlands, Die My Love.
All right.
Christie, Nuremberg, and Sarah's Oil. So I got 5 movies. I've got tickets to 3 of them.
Sweet.
I got tickets to 3 of them already because of my A-list, because I've got my Running Man ticket. So that's holding on to a reservation that I can't use because I want. So I got 3 of the 5, and then I got to figure out. It's like, okay, so I'm doing 2 on Thursday night, 1 on Saturday night. When one of those frees up, I'll get 1 on Sunday night. I'm going to maybe try to get another one on Monday night. And that way I'll hit all 5 movies next weekend.
I need to get the A-listing. Wow. I need to get it.
Dude, it is for at least, okay, it's going to be different in your area because they'll charge you more. But like in Alabama, I'm paying $21 a month to get 4 movies a week. Like it's
like 3 of them for free.
Yes, 3 of them are for free. Because if I go see 1 IMAX movie at night, that's $21 after tax. So it's such a deal for me. So, but the only thing I gotta do is, but this is what I've been doing. Like I went and saw Bugonia last night. As soon as the time clicked over on the showtime, it freed up the reservation, and I got my Die My Lovely ticket. Then today, when I saw K-pop Demon Hunters, as soon as it clicked over and that reservation freed up, I got my Christie ticket.
Nice.
And so that's what happened. So tomorrow, so it's always like when I see a movie, when the trailers start playing, I go in there and I go, okay, let me go find the next showtime I need to, lock in. Because for the 4 a week, if you do any future reservations, that takes from your 4.
Okay.
So in 2 weeks for that Running Man ticket, it's like a weight sitting on me going
on hold.
I only have 3 because the 4th one is Running Man. So
Die My Love is Lynn Ramsey, right? That her in the new movie.
I don't even know what that is.
So basically, it is Robert
It
Pattinson.
It is Lin
and-
Ramsey.
Oh yeah, that's the one
Yeah.
with Jennifer
Robert
Lawrence.
Pattinson and J Law.
That
Yeah.
actually looks really
So-
good. I actually do want to see that.
Looks
Yeah.
messed up, but yeah.
From what I've heard, from what I've heard from the movie or from people that have seen it, from advanced, reception and stuff. I mean, I think my friend Dan described it to me that basically, Lawrence plays a wife who is she's a relatively like wild person kind of, but she's fine as long as there's like something to do.
Yeah.
But if there's nothing to do and she gets bored, she goes fucking nuts. And Pattinson's character, who she marries, they're living in like, the
Out in the
rural
middle of
area.
nowhere. Yeah.
And he's a bum to a degree. So the boredom stuff probably happens relatively quickly, and then I guess everything else like spirals out of that. I don't know. I personally like Jennifer Lawrence as an actress or as an actor, however you want to talk about it. But but yeah, even she's been very aware of her screen presence, because I think I don't know if it was a PR stunt or whatever, but she came forward and was like, yeah, I've seen the old interviews that I used to do and trying to be relatable and stuff, and I'm sorry, like and then she she concentrated on her private life, and I think she had a kid or two, and I know she
definitely had a kid. Yeah,
and
I mean, she blew up pretty quickly. I mean,
very quickly.
Yeah.
She was she was the it girl for a bit.
Yeah.
Between Mystique and Hunger Games.
Yeah,
and then on top of that,
X-Men. It's like all of a sudden she just like she blew up, and and then she probably just like, how am I supposed to react to this? And like when it came to interviews and stuff like that, and I know some people are like, Jesus Christ, did you see how she acted? And it was like, and I could totally get why she's reflecting on that now, where it's like, okay, now I'm not so much in the limelight, but she's still a name, which is good. Like you hear that name, you go, oh, I know exactly who that is. But at the same time,
a hall pass for me, so you know what, it works.
I've said like I'm very
Red Sparing. What was that one?
Red Sparrow.
Red Sparrow. Yeah.
Red Sparrow. I'm very over David O. Russell as a filmmaker, but I will say like her performance in Silver Linings, it's a great performance. Like it's an interesting character. And she's done other great performances, not just that, but. So
what was the other one? The other one. What was the other?
American Hustle.
American Hustle.
She won the Oscar, and she won the Oscar for Winter's Bone.
Yep.
No, she won the Oscar for Silver Linings Playbook.
I was gonna say Silver Lining, but yeah, no. But the Winter's Bone. Winter's Bone is what got her more on like the radar.
The radar
nomination.
Yeah.
Because she was really young. That was like her first like breakout.
That was her first. That was like one of her first things. Yeah. I also, because she executive produced it. I did not expect to enjoy No Hard Feelings as much as I did. That was
I thought that was fine.
I thought it was really enjoyable. It was not as raunchy as I thought it was going to be.
Or they were selling it?
They were selling it really raunchier than it actually ended up being, which was fine.
They wanted the dialogue for it. They wanted the conversation.
Exactly. Because it's like she's hot, it's raunchy, right?
Would you classify it on the same level as Anyone But You? That's a question for you, Scott.
Oh no. Anyone But You. It was Anyone But You pleasantly, like, I was sitting there, and within the first 10 minutes, I'm going, this is Much Ado About Nothing. And then they start throwing in the Shakespeare quotes, and then I realized, oh, their names are Ben and B. It's Benedict and Beatrice. Okay, yeah, they're doing Much Ado About Nothing. And as the movie goes on, I was like, you're doing a Shakespeare adaptation. Okay, I'm totally done with this. No, I actually will put Anyone But You was one of those movies that was like, listen, I'm just here for Sydney Sweeney. And then the movie was like, oh no, this is actually good. Like,
that's what I'm hoping for Barbarella. They would do it because she knows what she's doing when she really chose that role and that film. It's just like, you're living on the shoulders of Jane Fonda, and Jane Fonda knew exactly what she was doing when she picked that role. And it's like, I hope besides, I hate saying like that, but besides the eye candy, That like,
Yeah,
it's
I mean,
something
that's
that like
Ronan, don't hate saying it. You're just admitting it. Like it's fine. It's okay. Have we all seen the Vanity Fair pictures that have been all over?
and she's into it. From what I've gathered, my impression is that she's into it. She knows it. And I'm like,
No, no,
all right,
I've
cool.
seen interviews. Like
I mean, but
she's owning it.
Yeah, she's own
Yeah.
that shit. And that's the thing is like, and going back to the whole no hard feelings is like, that movie was supposed to be like, hey, let's bring back, the raunchy comedy. And of course you got the you got Jennifer Lawrence as the lead. And then it's like, okay, yeah, they're going to sell her and sell that, that part of it. But then of course, when you watch it, she literally has a fight scene butt naked, but it's not really sexy. She's just
and that's
naked
always
and
been her,
fighting.
that's actually always been her thing. Like that when she asked Francis Lawrence, because since he's the one who's, except for the first one, he directed all the other Hunger Games movies.
Yeah.
She asked him to direct Red Sparrow because she was comfortable with him.
Yeah.
And her whole point is that whenever she's done nudity in Red Sparrow, she's done nudity in No Hard Feelings, but it's kind of always been her thing. It's like, but I don't actually want it to be sexy when
because even in Red Sparrow, it's a freaking awkward scene.
It's a horribly awkward scene.
Yes.
And that's the
I remember sitting in
point.
the movie theater going, she looks great, but fuck, what the fuck is this scene? Right? Like, whoo, yeah. And then when you watch the scene in No Hard Feelings, it's like the whole thing about her like skinny dipping with the dude, but then all of a sudden she literally comes out of the water to fight people, and it's so comedically awkward and weird that you're going like, oh yeah, there's Jennifer Lawrence full on naked, but at the same time it's not like it's a sexy scene. She's getting punched and kicked, and it's comedic,
Yeah. No, I saw that movie in theaters. I was surprised by it. I liked it. I kind of knew it wasn't going to do like a lot of heat too much in terms of like it felt like it felt like Jennifer Lawrence was trying to make a movie that we used to see in like the 90s, basically.
That's what it reminded me of too.
Yeah, and I didn't mind that. I thought that was fine. I unfortunately related too much to it though, in the fact of someone. Now, granted, I'm not an original resident, but before I moved to Cape Cod, I'd come here for the summers and stuff like that. But this is Cape House, and I got to be honest, like I understand very much the idea of the rich assholes moving to Cape Cod and kind of kicking everybody out because all of the property and everything starts to rise and all that. So I related to that way too much. Falmouth is essentially where I'm at, and it's becoming basically a second Hyannis at this point, which is it's fine, but in the summertime it's just pure fucking chaos. We have two bridges that are almost 100 years old that need to be replaced getting onto the Cape. It's a whole thing. So I like that aspect of the movie. I related to her trying to make money off of these rich people at the same time, like dealing with her own problems and her own like
baggage.
Baggage and all that stuff. So like I definitely related to that. I felt it had more heart than it could have very just gone straight raunchy comedy.
It had heart to it.
It actually ended up being like a pretty decent, raunchy comedy, but it wasn't like, again, like I said, when you got something like Jennifer Lawrence she goes full frontal, full everything. But when you see the scene, you go, oh shit, it's not that. Yeah.
I mean, if I was on the beach and I saw naked Jennifer Lawrence coming at me in the way that she does in the movie, I'd be like, oh, that's interesting. But I also would be like, I'm a little afraid. I don't know what's going to happen right now. So so the movie plays on that the situation and whatnot.
Yeah, but the new movie though, like what's it called? Die My Love. Die My Love. Yeah, I'm like, when I saw the trailer for that, I mean,
I'm intrigued.
First off, Pattinson.
Very intrigued. Yes.
It looks really good. It really does.
And I haven't heard or seen anything out of Lynn Ramsey since You Were Never Really Here. Which, if you all haven't seen that movie, go watch it. It's
okay. Is that a good one?
It's literally they kept advertising as like taxi driver and all this, and it's like I get where they're going with that advertisement, but it and especially where Joaquin was doing at the time. I think he had just done the first Joker, was about to. Or
it was in that period. Yes.
Yeah, it's a fascinating film. That like I remember being like, thank God I saw this, and thank God I found it on Blu-ray. And I'm like, all right, cool. But I need to get more of her stuff. She's also another person that like Criterion Collection has love for her or them and whatnot. And like I'm hoping people go watch this film.
I think like when it came to Jennifer Lawrence after Dark Phoenix, I think like it was one of those, you know, it's sometimes I say this with Matthew McConaughey as well. When you're like put forth as, oh, you're the heartthrob or you're the it girl, you're like this, and we want you in all the movies and all the stuff, but then all of a sudden, you know, you get sick of that, or you get put in movies where they end up being duds, you know. I mean, and you just don't want to. You're like, fuck, I don't want to do this or whatever the hell. All of a sudden, they shift and they go like, I'm going to take this more seriously, because I'm like looking at her IMDb. I mean, like, Don't Look Up was 2 years after Dark Phoenix, and Don't Look Up was a star-studded cast. Let's face it, and it caused controversy. It was kind of like, who directed that? I forgot who directed that.
Adam McKay.
Yeah,
that was Adam McKay, right?
It was a Netflix.
Which I love,
movie.
Vice and Winning Time. I love
Yeah.
that. And Step Brothers, I think he directed that one, and I love that one.
Yeah,
as well.
he did those before too. Yeah, you know, so like, and then she did Causeway, which I have no idea what that movie is.
It was an Apple TV Plus.
Is that what that was? Yeah.
Yeah, it was one of those that it was a streaming film for Apple.
But it just seems like, I mean, well, at the same time, I'm like, yeah, it's like, it just seems like she was like, all right, I need to pivot a little bit.
Well, she also got pregnant, so I feel like that was also the, hey, I'm gonna take some family time right now and just do that for a minute.
Yeah, I give him kudos, because a lot of people don't do that. It takes him a while to do that. I mean, you know, he's in the title, but like poor Ben, how long that took, and like I was glad that he finally eventually got help, seeked help, or whatever may have you. And it's just like, it doesn't hurt for do that. And like I think in the long terms, that will benefit her more that she took that break. I think.
Yeah.
Well, I look at someone like Robert Downey Jr., you know, going to jail, getting rehab, and what he was able to do once he got out and got back in. Because I think to the credit though, it's braver to take that break, because trying to get yourself back into the industry when they are so ready to move on to the next thing.
Oh, geez. Listen to, again, this is why I use Matthew McConaughey as like the example, because when he, you know, promoting his book and going on podcasts and listening to him talk, I mean, he even talked about when he took his break, he was like, oh yeah, when he would talk to his, you know, publicist or his agent, he goes, yeah, no one's calling, dude. And it's like, but for a while, everybody was calling.
By the way, if you haven't read Green Lights, that was a great book.
Yeah,
that's his book, right? Yeah,
that's his first book.
Yeah,
he's
got another one that just came out.
Yeah, the Poems and Prayers is what just came out. But I mean, Green Lights was that first book, and he talked about that because it's kind of a memoir / motivational kind of book, and it's really good.
But he took like almost 2 years off. I mean, he took like a year and a half.
Yeah, he needed a break.
He needed that reset. Break. Yeah.
Well, he was
and
more or less. No, I mean he was smart enough to realize that he was coming to that crossroads, because you know it happens with everybody. 40. You know, you get older and you have to make certain decisions and about your identity as well. And he could have avoided all of it and gone to play a heartthrob into, you know, his early 50s and then probably retired on like a beach somewhere. But I think because he started with like Richard Linklater and all these other things, and he clearly is a guy that loves movies as well. Mm-hmm. He was like, no, he's like, I know I can do better and I want to do better. And, you know, I could just sit back on my ass and do these types of movies, like these heartthrob movies for the rest of, you know, what remains of my career, and then just retire and do fine. But he was like, no, I want to do like the harder movies. But he basically just sat it out and waited. Because the thing was, he started with a semi-serious career between Dazed and Confused and what was the one?
Contact.
Yeah, Contact. No, Time to Kill. Thank you.
Oh yeah,
I love that movie.
Oh yeah, I did his summation speech in order for an audition for a school play. Like
nice.
Yeah.
But I mean, he was always showing like those, like
he's always had it.
Yeah, he always had that level of like when it comes to performance. He always wanted to be a serious actor, but at the same time, when the money's rolling in, when you're the heartthrob, yeah, it's easy to fucking take the easy.
He
money.
just got sick and tired of it just always being rom-coms.
Yeah.
For.
Yeah.
It's just weird. I never got into those films of his. Like when I think of him, I think of We Are Marshall, or I think of Sahara, or I think of The Lincoln Lawyer. Like that's a movie that people don't really bring up, and they made a TV show about it. But I'm like, and that was before Interstellar. I remember when Interstellar happened, that was just like, yo, what is this?
So 2010 is where he really started to like change the formula.
Yeah. And but like he turned 40, by the way.
Yeah.
But you can 40,
Yeah, and like I said, the age plays a limit. You wake up to it. But yeah, I mean, you can go back to 2010. You can look at Family Guy. They were shitting on him every chance they got. I think there was a part where like Stewie kills him at one point because he's so agitated by him. There is a scene where Peter Griffin is in a theater watching Failure to Launch, and Matthew McConaughey's on the screen like, I just never got my life together, and I just like love being a bum. And she's like, oh, you're so cute. And then like Peter Griffin's like, done, and then he walks out of the theater. So it's like, I mean, there's no way that Matthew McConaughey didn't see that stuff or not be like, but that's fine. Sometimes you need to have the satire, or you need that to happen in your life to kind of get like a wake up call. If you guys love George Carlin, Rick Moranis, I found out was actually vital in George Carlin's career, because it was either on SNL where he guest starred, or it was on SCTV, but Rick Moranis did like a 5-minute routine of George Carlin, and this was like, I want to say 70s George Carlin, where he was
fart jokes and observational humor more than
about like what color, or like what color fruit or whatever, and he saw that and it like destroyed him, and he completely rebuilt his act from the ground up after seeing that. So
yeah, you can go. I love George Carlin. He's like one of my all-time favorite comedians. When you see like how he first came about, it's mind-boggling, because he was wearing a suit. He was clean cut. When you see like his first act, you go, that's not George Carlin. And then all of a sudden he went, fuck that. Now I'm hippie George Carlin. And it was fart jokes and just the human experience and pointing out just the weird shit. And then he started pivoting, then to politics, and then he went to Grumpy Old Man, and that's how, like, and ranting about a lot of things, which all the different George Carlins I loved. I mean, no matter what, I didn't really know the early one. The early one is a little weird because I can't accept him without a beard.
Oh
like,
yeah.
What the fuck? When he's clean shaven, I'm like, who is this? It's like seeing my dad without a mustache. Like, who is this person here? I don't know. When you have a Mexican dad and he shaves his mustache, that's scary. Anyway.
Well, I mean, also too, the time period, like the late 50s and early 60s. Yeah. I mean, it was more about the etiquette of television. Like you couldn't, like 70s George Carlin would not have been able to get on TV if he looked like he did. Like you had to be in a suit. You had to be clean shaven. You had to present yourself a certain way. You could be dirty in the clubs, but if you were on like the Tonight Show, you couldn't bring any of that like with you. You had to do like certain jokes for a certain time of the audience,
which I love, because if you watch The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel, they totally because Lenny Bruce, they use Lenny Bruce as a great way of exploring all of that, and that show really delves into basically the evolution of stand-up comedy in the 20th century. Oh, you haven't watched it yet?
Oh, it's so good.
It's so good.
I was trying to watch it before Superman for Rachel, but I was just like, let me see Superman first. Then I'm like, fuck, I need to watch Marvelous Mrs. Maisel. Yeah, because I've heard
the first episode we watched. Like as soon as she was cast, my wife and I said, I said to my wife, "We got to watch it." I've heard so much about her. I've heard about so much about this. So that first episode, at the end of it, I said, "Yes, she's Lois Lane." Nice. Absolutely Lois Lane.
Which was funny for me is that I'd watched the entire show before she was, when they were talking about like the contenders.
Mm-hmm.
So when her name was coming up, I was here with Dave already going, Rachel, go watch Marvelous Mrs. Maisel. Go watch, because so luckily it wasn't like Superman brought me to the show. I was already there. Like I was watching the seasons as they were dropping on Amazon and going, I'm a fan. So yes, go watch Marvelous Mrs. Maisel. There has never been a show in recent memory where I have consistently laughed my ass off as much as I have, because the jokes are just like, this is my kind of humor. And so it's from the creators of Gilmore Girls. Yeah. So it's got that everybody talks real fast,
but with a lot harder edge.
With a lot harder edge, yes.
There you go.
Yeah, definitely have to check that out. Yeah.
But you've been saying that for years now.
I know. Yeah. There's so many things on my list I got to freaking check out for sure. But I wanted to bring up, thank you, Rational Skeptic, for the $5 super chat. So, if you want to pivot to the whole, if Netflix actually does end up buying WB, say goodbye to the week-to-week model. That is interesting. That was one of the things, like, when talking about this. Yeah. I mean, obviously, we all have our own. I mean, Scott and I were talking about, obviously the physical media, the theatrical release. That's always a concern, but hopefully, like, if it does happen, that they could be way more lenient and they could just let Warner Brothers still do their thing. But then I'm like going, oh yeah, because Netflix, I mean, they drop everything right there.
That's going away though. Yeah. They're starting to do that less and less. Are they? That's not the future.
Have they done a week to week?
They haven't done week to week, but they haven't. They've stopped, like with some of their major shows. They've broken them up into segments.
Well, yeah, that's why Stranger Things is going to be like 3 segments.
Yeah,
so,
I
give them 2 years, and they will have a semi-week, because the business model is no longer just to drop everything at once, because you can't extend the conversation, and if you can't extend the anticipation, you end up losing subscriptions. So they've seen that. That's why you've seen some of the changes. It's coming along slow, but I don't think that them purchasing anybody would change that, because the binge model is going away for them.
I hope so, man.
Yeah,
I hope so, because I am not a fan.
I don't mind the binge model. It depends on what you want, but like, again, this is what I knew what was going to happen when the streaming services started competing. I was like, we're just going to get a shittier version of cable in like 5 or 6 years, and here we are. So it's like, and it makes sense for them to do it week to week. I am of the model, though, that I've gotten used now to the binge model, that I'll just try to wait it out and try to avoid spoilers or algorithms if I can help it. Like Wednesday, season 2, I loved the Wednesday show, but I waited until it was fucking done, season 2, so I could just binge it around Halloween and enjoy it. And I thought I got spoiled on something, but it ended up being like a fake spoiler. So thank God for that. But I just sat down and went through it. I went through season 2 in like 2 days, and I
guess that does vary with what you're watching, because some shows it's sweeter when you have to wait a week, and sometimes it's just as sweet when you have all 6, whatever the hell number is for you, and you just take it in. But the cost is, do you get the water cooler talk or not? And again, there are shows that are not on Netflix that, like Fallout, one of my favorite shows of these past few years. That thing was it for a week or 2, and then adios. The talk was done. Thankfully, season 2 is coming out soon. I think somebody brought up earlier that Scott Pilgrim is, thank God, getting a Blu-ray. That's another show that, like, ooh. And then even the creator was like, fuck, man, X-Men 97 got the week-to-week talk, but we didn't get that shit for only like a weekend or so.
Well, it's also
they're both terrific shows.
Yeah.
Well, they are. But the thing also is, Ronan, to your point about the week to week of this, it also kind of depends on, are you writing a show where each episode has quality, that each episode can stand on its own, so that when you watch that episode and it's the only episode you get for that week, do you feel satisfied enough as a viewer from that one episode? Because you can watch some shows that you can clearly tell, if I could just had to watch this one single episode, this wouldn't have been very satisfying for the week. The satisfaction comes from, great, I can roll into the, I can roll into the next one. But the shows that keep you hooked, like my big week to week shows that I've been watching lately have been, I still haven't watched, no spoilers because I'm behind, and that happens, but Only Murders in the Building, and Slow
Yes.
Horses. Like
Mm.
those are two shows that, you know, they do that classic TV model of the episode itself tells a beginning, a middle, and an end for that story that fits into the overall season arc, and then ends on a cliffhanger or something that makes you go, oh shit, I can't wait for next week.
Yeah.
But yet I'm satisfied enough that I have to wait till next week.
I think we've all, I think that model has always it's kind of interesting because I remember when Breaking Bad was on its last season, and I kept hearing about it, but of course I was one of those like I hate it when people tell me you got to watch it. The more people tell me I don't want to watch it because you guys are like, you know, keep on telling me to watch it. I was like, and then when I was visiting my cousin up north, they after football, and I had a few drinks, so I wasn't moving, and I was like, you know what, I'm gonna sit here and watch. Yeah. But I was like, I'm going to watch this episode. And it was like it was probably like the fourth to last episode. I had no idea really what was going on. I knew the concept. And then when I watched the episode and how it had the cliffhanger and everything, I went, fuck, I need to watch this. And luckily I was on an unemployment break where I could binge. And it was kind of nice because I would be up till 4 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning. Because again, because it was a weekly structure and every episode was a cliffhanger. So, but at the time I was going, well, fuck, I got to watch the next one because I got to see what happens. But I could see at the same time, if I was watching it week to week, it'd be pretty cool. And I do like that because, you know, before when Netflix would like drop like Stranger Things, it's like, shit, I better watch the whole thing or else I'm going to see spoilers online. That's the bad part is social media, people just don't give a shit. I mean, people will live be the first spoilers as the episode's playing.
Like there are certain times of day where I have to go, oh, this episode is actually on TV right now.
Yeah.
I can't open up. Like I might as well just
you
put
can't
my
open
phone
up
down.
Black out Twitter and everything.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Right.
So so even though like Netflix thought, oh yeah, we could just dump the whole thing on there and people can binge. It's all about binge. You can't do that with social media because if you don't have the time to sit there and binge 8 hours or whatever the fuck of a show, you're going to get spoiled by it if you want to go on Twitter or Facebook. People they're just going to spoil. So at least when it comes to an episode once a week, it's like, yeah, you still might, you still have the risk, but you only have the risk of one episode where you go, I better ignore social media until I can watch this episode, which is only going to be like an hour, maybe even a half hour, depending on the show.
Yeah.
So you don't have to risk, you don't have to, set a time for 8 hours. You can only set a time for 1 hour. And I did that with Peacemaker season 2, where it was like, I get home from a movie and I hated the Thursday night I keep it Sunday.
Yeah,
I love
Sundays. It's HBO. Come on, it's Sundays.
HBO. I mean, I know they dropped the new Welcome to Derry,
which I haven't seen the first episode yet, so no spoilers for that.
Yeah,
or the second.
We live watched that one last night.
You're in for a treat. Oh my God.
No, I'm
the most disgusting show I've watched in quite a while.
I'm so excited because I know that it pulls from, because the book is like 1,200 pages long.
Oh, yeah.
Even with the movie being 2 movies, they still left stuff out. And I know like one particular character who makes an appearance in the show that everyone's like losing their mind over. It's like, well, yeah, because he's in the book. Like,
yeah.
He's in another book too.
Good, I tell you.
Yeah, exactly.
The really funny thing is I got into the It book because I loved the TV movie when I was a kid, and Tim Curry, I think to me, is still actually more.
So great.
I think Bill's version is closer to the book, but I find Tim's version more terrifying.
Creepier.
Funny enough, from the TV movie. But at that time I was like maybe 7th, 8th grade, and then I took a few months and I finally like read through the whole book. And what I found as it came back into circulation with the new stuff, I had to explain to my friends, because the book is not just the losers and Pennywise and their adult time. It's the entire, like, Stephen King
Pennywise.
probably fueled Yeah, he's fueled by cocaine, but like it's all of Derry, Maine,
Yeah.
and you see Pennywise kill over and over again. You see actual things that play out that Mike talks about when he's a kid. You even see stuff with Mike's dad, but you see everything. And I had to keep explaining to my friends who didn't understand. I was like, no, like you don't get it. Pennywise is the town. Like it's not just he's inhabiting it in like underground the sewers. Like he is the town.
Part
Like
of DNA. Yeah.
he's a fourth dimensional alien. He can just kind of tap into somebody and then just let them go and like because he thrives on chaos and thrives on violence and pain. And they were like, okay, man. And then they listened to the audiobook and then they're like, oh, okay, I get it. But like the only problem with it and adapting it, because me personally, I think that both, like I liked part one. I didn't really like part two that much. I thought that the TV movie did a better job in some ways getting the character stuff correctly, even though it's a PG version of the thing, and obviously a much lesser budget. But at the same time, a lot of it, especially towards the end of the book, is based much more around the idea of the ethereal, which Stephen King is very good at writing in his books, but people have a very hard time of adapting. It's hard to explain to somebody Battle of Chud and the Native Americans and the creation and the idea of the turtle and like how he influences the losers. Like all of that is in the book, but to adapt that is a very hard task to do. There was a time, I know the Duffer Brothers were involved at one point, but I do know there was a time where the guy behind True Detective, at least the first season, was involved with
Cary
it.
Fukunawa?
What?
Cary Fukunawa, I think, who wrote the first film, I think.
Yeah. That guy, I think, would have got it way better, because if you watch True Detective, especially the end of True Detective season 1, it's like a Stephen King type of moment, and it's like,
really
he would have understood the emotional gravity of the losers. He would have understood more so, because let's be honest, those movies are fun, but like it's still scary clown, like pop out and scare. Like that's the movie, and it's like it's got some heart to it a little bit, but there's stuff I didn't like in the newer adaptation. Like Mike, there's a reason Mike is the lighthouse keeper. He is this kid that knows all these things, and the 1990 movie got that, but they gave it all to Ben for some reason, and I'm like, why is Mike the token black character now? Like Stephen King didn't write him like that. Like his black characters in his books are actually very vital as characters. Like they're not just there to be there. And
the same with this show. This show is very much like that as well, because a lot of the pivotal characters in this show are not just there for token. They're though it's a period piece where
because
a lot
there's
going on.
There's two different stories that are being like told. There's a military story that we don't know what the fuck exactly is the military story. We just know that there's something. And then you have the kid story that are being haunted. And I'm like, oh, this is good. I can't wait to figure out what the fuck's happening with the military.
Because even in the book, what the newer movies do is that they put all the kid parts in one movie and all the adult parts in the other movie. In the book, they
go back and forth, right?
Back and forth.
Yeah,
yes, that's what
the
I heard.
The Battle of Chud happens simultaneously. Because you don't know how they survive until the very end of the book, and you go back and forth between them being kids and adults fighting Pennywise in 1958 and 1985, like back and forth.
And see, I've always had this whole thing when it comes to the It. When it came to the It stories, like going back to the 90s version and going back to and even like the newer version, when people go like, part 2 is kind of and I'm like, you know why? Because it wasn't kids, it was adults. There's something about it when it's kids, like when you watch the 90s like miniseries, when it was mainly about the kids, it was scarier. When it's the adults, it's not as scary. And I think even like when it came to It chapter 1 and chapter 2, where it wasn't really bouncing back and forth, it was literally just like, here's when they were kids, here's when they were adults. And that's why people go, part 2 is kind of I'm like, because it wasn't the kids. The kids make it, there's like another level of like scary that is.
And it's also Stephen King's kind of bread and butter is always about
kids,
how children are betrayed by the adults in the society that are supposed to protect them.
Yeah.
Like
guide them. Yeah.
Guide them, protect them. Because once again, in Stephen King, the monsters are just, they're us. Like we're the monsters. You know, we fuel the monsters. We are the monsters. You know, that's why in a lot of Stephen King's books, there's sometimes not really a lot of supernatural in it, because it's not about evil spirits and demons. It's about us being horrible to each other.
Dude, I mean, you're kind of, you're almost explaining the long walk, or the long, almost
the long walk.
The long walk kind of has that level too, where it's like you have young dudes, young. I mean, they're not kids, but they're young.
Yeah, they're about to be full on grown adults by the time.
And then,
but they're being abused. They are being
by society,
exploited by this society. And it is personified by the Major. Like the Major represents that force that is corrupting and abusing and killing off, you know, this generation. You know, there's something different with more of a and you get in the trailer, so it's no spoiler, because I'm about 40% through the Running Man novel right now, and you get something very similar with class structure in the Running Man, because you're gonna have like what the Major was in The Long Walk. You've got Josh Brolin as the head of the television network in The Running Man, and what the society does. Because here's the funny thing. The book, you know what year the book takes place? 2025.
I was about to say. I was like, there's so many times where like books take place. I mean, look at fucking Blade Runner. Look at, you know,
where's my flying car?
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, like, when you look at some of these like books that were written way back, that, you know, that of course got adapted to movies, when you start looking at the fucking timeline, you go, Jesus Christ, we're already past that, or we're there. And it wasn't quite exactly, you know, but they got some things right, you know.
Oh, there's a few things in The Running Man that I'm like, one thing, and that's Edgar Wright. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what he does with the material, because once again, these are Bachman books, they're not King books. And even King talks about in an essay that he wrote about how he wrote Bachman books as like he it wasn't just him having a fake name. There was a different voice and a different style,
different drugs
when he wrote as.
I mean, probably not far off on that.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, no, I mean, that's why it is like a 1,200 page book, because cocaine, like, it definitely played a factor. But he's still a very talented writer, so there is that. I will argue this about it though, with the adult stuff. I think I agree. I think both the TV movie and the newer films, the adult stuff is clearly more boring than the kid stuff. But I find in the book though, it's not as boring. It's more, in some ways, it's almost as compelling. It's more interesting, obviously, when they're children. But there's the constant dread and idea when they're adults, because again, they're rediscovering stuff.
They're remembering stuff.
Right, because the way that Pennywise works, it's kind of like when people leave like Neverland in the Peter Pan books, and then Peter Pan pops up a lot in that story. But the idea that they have forgotten Derry, so they have to remember their childhoods basically, because they've repressed it, or the magic of Pennywise has helped repress it. So they're both rediscovering while we're rediscovering it with them. But consistently, there's the theme of, you're not children anymore. That magic that you had as kids was the only real leverage you had that defeated me back then. And you don't have it now as adults, because that's what gets lost when you grow up, or at least in that time. Because this is why I've always wanted them to have it take place in the 50s and in 85, because it all predates what we lived through naturally, which is the nostalgia and the era and reliving these things and, you know, holding on to your youth. Whereas the kids from it, they grew through the era of like, once you're 25, it's all dead. Like, you have to move on and be an adult. And so it's like that mentality persist through their adult lives while they're trying to rediscover and keep everything intact. And Mike is so much more prominent in that he is trying so hard to help guide them because he stayed in it because he never left Derry. So
he never forgot.
Right. It's still fresh to him. And he's not even mad at them for forgetting him because he knows that that's one that's natural in life to begin with, but he knows how Derry's magic works basically. But yeah, even like with Welcome to Derry, I hope they focus more on Mike's father because like there is a whole segment within the book which is not only plays and shows how Pennywise works, but also like, so Mike's father is, he's a black man in Maine in like, the early, 1920s and 30s. And so he and a bunch of his friends create a club that, they have to because they're black. And so, but of course the main branch of essentially what is the KKK does not like that. And of course, Pennywise being who Pennywise is, he just taps into them, and then chaos ensues, and the club goes up in flames. And it's known as one of the. I think they mentioned the club in the TV movie and the main movie, but you never see the actual thing happen.
No, but it's like one of those news stories. Like, it's one of those they reference these events in Derry's history. Yes,
right, but it's so messed up because obviously Mike's dad survives, but he's running away from the club as it's on fire, and he trips and falls. And as he is getting himself up, this takes place like at nighttime, but there's like I think it's either like close to dawn or something, and he looks around and he sees a giant black bird above the flames and two balloons like tied to the wings. And then later you find out in the book that Mike's dad had been like, there was a fear from when he was a little like baby, basically. He had been pecked by a bird and it scared him, but his fear is so far back that that's what Pennywise just sees. And so he mocks a bird because he knows he's scaring Mike. There's so much more psychological aspects to the book that they rarely touch in the adaptations, I feel. So if you could just do a whole episode just on that, and I hope they do, because it's good to show that aspect, or to show like, because Mike and his dad have a very strong bond and relationship, and like it carries over into Mike and his friendships with the losers and everything, and he's such a vital character in the book, and I want that to be shown again if they can. I don't know what they're going to do or how much Welcome to Derry is going to be.
That first episode was like, whoo, and like I said,
no swinging.
But I was
the second one is worse.
Yeah,
you definitely.
You didn't like it? You didn't like it, William?
No, I liked it, but it's if you were disturbed or you thought the first episode was intense.
He's saying that the second one, like,
take that episode and amp it up. There's some really fucked up stuff in this show.
Really?
There's two particular ones that I thought were just like, okay, was that necessary? But I'm like, okay.
And they were gonna make this to a movie first, initially, from what I've heard.
Yeah,
this is gonna be a movie.
We were watching this last night because I didn't know that we were gonna do this, because I was coming home from Rocky Horror and I got the little thing from YouTube saying, hey, trick or treat, there's a new episode of Derry, because I thought I knew they were gonna do it today, but I thought it was gonna be that lame 6 p.m. shit. But no, they did it right at midnight, so we went live with it and we were watching it live, and it was like, I'm like, wow. I don't, it's the graphic nature of the way they depict what they're trying to, their point is just completely fucked up. Right?
That's why I'm hoping the day comes when Mike Flanagan does the Dark Tower, and then I can map out. Okay, I'm gonna read the books.
Yeah,
Dark Tower correctly. Dark Tower correctly.
Ronan, by the way, if you need, hold on, let me find it. What I have on here, because I have it in publication order, because I sometimes think that publication order helps you out, but I do have here the entire list of every Stephen King book that ties into the Dark Tower, including the Dark Tower books.
Wow. So that the Stand.
Technically, it starts with Salem's Lot, which was his second published novel, because that plays into but Salem's Lot, The Stand, The Talisman, Skeleton Crew, It, Eyes of the Dragon, Insomnia, Rosemader, Desperation, The Regulators, Bag of Bones, Hearts in Atlantis, Black House.
I have a poster of all that. I have a poster of that. Yeah, because it goes from
I had a bookmark back when they back in 2003 when he finally started publishing book, when we knew that within a year we were going to get books 5, 6, and 7.
7 was such a disappointment for me.
See, not for me. And
that ending was, I just felt like it was a rip-off ending for me.
I love that ending, and unfortunately I can't explain. It's one of those that, like, it's a complete spoiler for the ending, but for me there is a mythological literary like when I read it, because what I did was I read books 1 through 4 back in 1997, right after book 4 came out, because I was walking through Sam's Club, and anyone who's ever been in a Sam's Club knows that the books used to be like it would just be one of those long fucking tables that just reach across the aisle, and they were just books stacked everywhere. And it's me. I was like a kid in the freaking candy store. I was like, whoo. And the paperbacks from the 90s were really cool because they had this nice painted illustration on the cover, and each book was it was like purple, blue, green, and like this pink magenta color. And so it just like it popped. So I grabbed them all up, read all 4, and then of course we don't get another Dark Tower book till 2003.
Oh, 4.
So from 1997 to 2003, it was a desert. And then
talk about long distance relationship. Jeez.
I know. And then within 1 year, from 2003 to 2004,
that's when you got 7.
5, 6, and 7 all came out because he wrote them because he had his accident where he got hit by the car, and then he said, "Oh dear God, if I die before I actually finish the series." So he made it his mission to finish Dark Tower and have them all ready to go. And then they just published it within 6 months, and you got the last 3 books. Well, I bought them, but I never read them just because, they're big books.
They're big. I've seen them. Yeah, I haven't read them, but I've seen them. Yeah.
So what I did was, right before that unfortunate movie came out, which was an incredible waste of great casting, I spent, because it was like early August was when the movie was coming out. So I lined up all the books, and June, July, and those first week or 2 of August before the movie came out, I binged all 8 books plus the novella, and I just pounded through. I was like cover to cover. I went through the whole thing, and because he also rewrote the first book to make the first book fit with where the series ended up going. So you got 2 different versions of the Gunslinger you can read. You can read the original version and the post 2003 revised version.
I'm waiting to do that. Yeah.
Yeah. But the bookmark came out with the poster we were talking about, and it said, "Oh, and by the way, if you want to catch all the connections, here's all the other Stephen King novels that he either pulls into the Dark Tower, or if you've read Dark Tower, suddenly you're reading, right? You suddenly are reading his books, going, oh, so and so just showed up." Because
I've heard about that. Yeah.
It happens. Like Stephen King's novels exist within a multiverse of themselves. Besides the books that like in the King verse, where they like Derry shows up in like a bajillion books, but then you use the Dark Tower, and suddenly everything you can legitimately argue that every Stephen King book is connected.
Yeah,
it is. It's magnum opus. That's even when you read the last book, you realize that But yeah, I mean, because with The Stand for me was always my strongest entry into it because of Around the Flag. But I read that on deployment. I read the last 2. I was on deployment, so I didn't have anything else to do when we were sitting on that line. And I remember being at McCord Air Force Base when I finished book 7, and I remember throwing it as far as I could.
It was but I thought it was also very funny. There's actually a page in the book 7 that says, "You keep going." Just basically, he was like, "I'm going to piss some of you off. You can stop right here, and you can be perfectly happy probably. But if you go past this page,
no return.
There's
I dare you to do
I
it.
dare you.
I left that book there. That book somewhere at McCord Air Force Base in Washington State.
No,
I did not even take it.
Simply put a no trespass sign.
He did.
Yeah.
He put a do not trespass if you think that what I'm about to do is going to piss you off. And the cool thing was that I had heard that since 2004. So I was like, okay, what happens? The difference is for me, William, is that my interpretation of that ending, I love it and I see what it's doing. I know it's one of those things where I can see where it pissed other people off, but I loved it.
It didn't get to you. Yeah.
It didn't get no, because I interpret. I can't say what I think Stephen King was doing, but I can give my own personal interpretation of the ending, and I loved it. And I'm gonna say, I'll say this without for me, it was very Joseph Campbell. So that was why the ending of book 7 worked for me. So, but Flanagan is the only one that I truly trust to make this happen, and it has to be a TV show.
That's what he's been saying.
If he changes the ending, that would be one of those things where, you know what, if you don't want to go from the source material, you got my vote. Because,
and he's not afraid to do that. From what I read the book, Dr. Sleep, he says like there's stuff that
not appropriate for the journey.
Well, Dr. Sleep is one of those. That movie was so horribly underrated. Yeah. It was also released in. Why do you release a horror movie in February? Like,
hey, Silence of the Lambs got released in February.
Yeah, but that was a different time.
Yeah. But the thing about Dr. Sleep is, yes, he made changes, but he was threading this beautiful needle of, I need to adapt Dr. Sleep, the book, which is a sequel to Shining, the book, but I need to also make the movie work as a sequel to the Kubrick film.
Yeah, because we all know that Stephen King does not like hate.
Because it departs so much from the book. But the cool thing for me was that to do that, Flanagan took the part of the Shining novel that Kubrick completely jettisoned, and Flanagan went, cool, I'll use it. And so he found a way to take all the stuff from The Shining that Kubrick left out, but gets explained in the book, and went, cool, I'm just going to put it in my movie, and I'm going to be able to retroactively explain what didn't get explained in Kubrick's film. That's why Dr. Sleep with Mike Flanagan was like, because the first 2/3 of the movie are a faithful adaptation of Dr. Sleep. He had to completely change the third act because the movie the Shining movie didn't end the way the book did.
Yeah.
So you can't do the ending from the novel of Dr. Sleep. So I was watching there going, this is a masterclass in like
thin line.
This thin line of how do I manipulate all these different source materials and make a movie that will make everybody, hyperbolically speaking, make everybody happy.
I'm hoping, man.
And it's just,
because when Dark Tower movie came out, that I remember that trailer was using that Ennio Morricone music. I was like, son of a bitch, you got me. And then my friends kept telling me like, oh yeah, you like The Shining? You like this? You like this? It's connected. And I'm like, how? I'm like, you gotta read the books. I'm like, fuck.
Man, that I remember going to watch the Dark Tower movie, and I went, I have no recollection of the books. I've heard about the books, but I never read them. And then when I watched the movie, I went, there's no way in hell that is any, there is so much missing here. There's
not
no
a good
way.
Moment for Matthew McConaughey.
Yeah.
Which the worst part was that casting Matthew McConaughey as the Man in Black.
Yeah.
Because of who it's revealed he actually is in the books was perfect. Like when they announced Matthew McConaughey as the Man in Black, I was like, that ties in. That works. And then I saw the movie, I was like, and you just
Yeah, you dropped the ball.
You dropped the ball.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. I mean, that's what I kept on seeing after watching that movie, and I walked out going, I don't even know about this story, but yeah, there's that they try to shape that into like a normal, like, hey, here's like a blockbuster, or whatever the fuck.
90-minute. You took an
90 minutes. What the yeah, Jesus.
Oh my god. I mean,
We don't talk about that too much.
Yeah. I mean, there is one thing I'm worried about though, is the Harry Potter series.
There's that. Well, at the same time,
Yeah.
they are given the benefit of having it being a series. That's the
Yeah.
thing.
Is it going to be on Sunday?
Yeah, but
And you don't have to worry about it.
I don't know, William. If it was on a Sunday, you know how I feel about that.
Yeah, they don't put bad stuff on Sundays. I mean, I know that shit with the weekend, people go to that, but that's like a speck on the screen. For the most part, during the last 25 years, if it's on Sunday on HBO and you get that static and you get that HBO, you are 9 times out of 10 going to get high quality stuff. They just don't put shit in that time slot for the most part. I mean,
True.
You go all the way back to the 90s.
So I have a lot of conflicting thoughts on the Harry Potter series because I grew up on the books. I loved the books growing up, and my negative thoughts aside on J.K. Rowling and everything, I'm fine with them readapting Harry Potter because there's a lot from the books that they didn't get to adapt. But I said right from the get-go, when they started doing this stuff, I think live action was the wrong way to go because essentially, especially the last like 30 years, we have physical media, or we have, you can't go into any Barnes and Noble or movie play, like the Harry Potter series is available everywhere. Like, so my generation, I guess you would call like the parents of Harry Potter, the next generation, they've already shown their kids all those movies. So those kids already automatically associate, Daniel Radcliffe as well with being Harry Potter. It needs to be a show that also takes place, or a series that needs to take place in the 90s when the books take place too, because of all the different things. There's not all this social media. There's not cell phones everywhere in the Muggle world. So it makes it, I think, a little bit easier for the wizards to do and get away with what they get away with. But you're already assessing these $1 million movies with pretty good effects. There's very few effects that haven't aged that well in the Harry Potter series, and that's primarily just mostly the first one where they were still working a few things out, and that's pretty much it. Most of those movies still hold up, and they're pretty good films. Like, it's a solid film series. It makes sense why it's one of the highest grossing film series of all time, on top of the fact of the popularity of the books and everything. But it should have been an animated series because animation allows it to be a different thing, doesn't have to be equated to another live action interpretation. Granted, it's a TV show, so there's more to do, and there'll be, I'm assuming, a decent HBO budget for the show. But it's like, I feel bad for the kids because that Twitter and all these things are going to be harsh on them too, and like,
they better protect those kids. They better protect those kids.
Yeah.
Twitter is a happy place. It's all candy land.
Oh, candy and rainbows.
It's totally the real world too, right? It's real world, real life.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of weird casting choices too. Like, I mean, I know they cast most of the entire, British acting company in Harry Potter, but I thought only British people, or of the UK essentially could be involved, and you have John Lithgow now being Dumbledore, which I don't know how that's going to go, but like, I like him as an actor, so I guess we'll see.
And he's also played a British character many times in his career, so it's not he's. I mean,
I think a lot of people think he's a British actor.
Well, because he's been.
I Rock from the Sun. I'm never going to mistake him for a British actor.
Yeah.
Sorry. Anyway.
Third Rock from the Sun. Yeah.
Third Rock from the Sun. Scott, sorry, you were saying.
Well, I'm saying I was just indicating he's played Churchill a couple of times. Like, he's
right.
Yeah. He's one of those American actors who you can buy as he doesn't do a terrible British impersonation. He's very much in that. I always liked Richard Harris more than Michael Gambon. Like, I felt very sad after Chamber of Secrets and Richard Harris passed away, because Michael Gambon was never Dumbledore for me. It was always Richard Harris. So
he was to me at some point, but it took till like the 6th movie before Gambon figured out how to play Dumbledore. So that was rough, because like it's still an ongoing joke in the Harry Potter fandom. If you guys are familiar, Harry, did you put your name on the Goblet of Fire? In the book, it's very calm, and then in the movie, he's like running up to Harry and shaking him, and it's just like, this isn't Dumbledore. Like, it's just not. Dumbledore is very much like an Obi-Wan Kenobi type of character, where he's very calm and he's clearly dangerous in his own way, but he's not a forceful personality. He's very reserved and very meticulous in what he chooses to do and like how he chooses to do it and stuff. So yeah, but I just feel bad because I think you could have cast a very good cast for an animated series, and you could have also stylistically made it very different from the films. And this is, I think in a lot of ways it's just going to feel like a cheap copy from these acclaimed films in many ways. Like it's like I love Nick Frost. I love him in a lot of stuff, and he's good. He's good to play Hagrid. But I see those photos of him as Hagrid, and I'm like, he looks like a fucking Halloween City version of Robbie Coltrane, and it sucks because Party Cities, Halloween's Spirit Halloween. You guys get the drift, but like,
but you gotta first see how it's shot, though, like the actual thing. Maybe it's gonna look better, because sometimes the behind the scenes don't look
and also, Paul, the reason I'm a little bit more I'm more open to it, because there are at least 2 of those books that I am not happy with the movies.
Oh, that's fair.
Okay. There's that.
Because either there was one movie that cut so much shit out of the book that I'm like, how did anyone who didn't read the book actually like follow?
Goblet of Fire?
No, I love Goblet of Fire. No, Azkaban.
It's the
third one. That's the
third one.
No, because I agree with you, because I loved 1 and 2 so much as a kid, and Azkaban cut so much out, and I was like annoyed about it. It's a good movie, but it's not a good adaptation, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, absolutely. What Prisoner of Azkaban did when they changed everything, like from like the costume design and all that. Yeah, and I was just like, what the fuck? Like,
for me, it's like you're making a film series. I understand the director wanting to come in, but at some point you go, you're a cog in this machine, and there needs to be some continuity. So while people love Azkaban because it was so out there and the director made a stamp on it, and I get that.
It was darker, right? Wasn't it darker than?
Oh, it was extremely darker. But it also doesn't fit with the rest of the movies. Yeah. And then my other one I have a complaint about is Half-Blood Prince.
Yeah, because Half-Blood Prince is the other thing.
The movie is the only Harry Potter movie I didn't see in theaters. And when I did finally see it, because the book itself, kind of Paul's about how it's that thing where you adapt a book and sometimes things just don't, like, how are you going to make this work visually when it's not visual at all? Half-Blood Prince is not visual at all. Half-Blood Prince is so much about exploring Tom Riddle.
Yeah.
And so I think a series will be nice, because then you can dedicate episodes to the different memories that Dumbledore and Harry are going through to explore all that, because the movie couldn't or wouldn't do any of that. And then they added in this weird like love potion storyline that doesn't exist in the book at all, basically just to like pad the rest of the film. So I'm at least looking at it from a perspective of, if you can at least give me a better adaptation of Azkaban and Half-Blood Prince,
that's
again,
before Paul,
I want to.
I just got to say, like, Chris wants to go because he's tired.
Oh yeah,
I get Halloween Part 2 in a couple of hours because the kids got to go to another Halloween thing. So more candy.
Yeah.
There you go.
But yeah, I wanted to make sure because before we
appreciate it,
start
buddy.
like going crazy, and I know William, you also have to bounce too. But
Yeah.
Chris, go ahead and promote yourself.
Yep,
And
absolutely.
thank you for dressing up tonight. Yeah.
No, thank you as always. Good hanging out with everyone, and yeah, so you can catch me on all the socials at Chris Balga, and every Thursday night at 9:10 Eastern Standard Time, catch Marvel Alliance and the Geekverse Podcast YouTube channel. This week, David and I, Marvel's kind of quiet right now, so we did an evergreen topic of our updated top 5 single episodes of the MCU streaming shows. So, but a plug next week. Next Saturday, Geekverse is doing. We're doing the 24-hour charity stream for the BC Children's Hospital.
Yes.
So I am. Travis is picking a battle with me right now for. Doesn't like that I'm giving him thanks. So we are at odds right now. So he and I are facing each other down in trivia battles. So I think we all know whose side we're choosing on this one.
Of course, Team Chris.
Exactly, GUA baby. So
I know. I don't know where I'm going to be put. I know I'm going to be part of that, but I hope I'm part of your team, Chris. Because Travis, what are we doing here? Come on.
Exactly. We got it. Again, I think I'm a nice guy, but he wants to pick a fight. So as I said last night when I accepted the challenge, I'm the man without fear. Bring it on.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
All right. Take you all later.
Thanks, Chris.
Chris.
All right, everybody.
Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween.
William, you got to go back to your.
I'm literally.
I didn't realize that you're actually your channel is streaming while we're streaming.
Yeah. Well, I started at around 12:30, 1 o'clock. So we're
Jesus Christ.
Right now we're on Invasion of the Body Snatchers 1978 version, and then it'll wrap with Nightmare Before Christmas. Yeah, that one. That one.
Nice.
So right now we are
with Donald Sutherland.
Donald Sutherland, Leonard Nimoy. So right now our grand total is 17,189. So we're 2,811 short of 20 grand. So that's
nice.
We're not going to reach that tonight, but we're going to try to reach that before New Year's Eve. That's New Year's Eve is where we when we hit each of these benchmarks. But that should hopefully that should do it by then. So like I said, that's the only reason why I'm not staying till the duration. But I will see you next week. Thanks for having me.
All right, appreciate it.
See you, William. See you, William.
Halloween.
All right.
So
back to the Harry Potter.
You were gonna make.
Yeah.
Sorry.
They
were just both like, "Oh, we gotta go."
No. I get it. I was just reiterating the point. I'm in agreement with Scott. I'm fine with there being a series. I was just more of the idea of it not being live action and maybe doing something a little bit different, only because of I'm thinking of both just general audience perspective and just, the fact that, the movies ended like in 2011, so it's been quite a while, but I know for a lot of like newer fans or newer kids, they've already gone out and seen those movies. And so the live action interpretations are already those versions of the characters. And it's like, if animation allows it to be stylistically different, you can kind of cast whoever you want as long as they sound like the character, and you can just kind of like work around. Also, too, one of the biggest problems with the Harry Potter live action series was that they had to worry about the kids growing up. And I feel if you had done an animated series, they wouldn't have had to have worried about that as much, because you can get many adults that can pretend or sound like kids, basically. Yeah. Well, it's just I thought it'd be more practical and more it would be more. Again, when I had these ideas though too originally, like way back when, because I knew at some point they would readapt Harry Potter, they just would, because I knew Warner Brothers would want to make more money off of it. Also, J.K. Rowling was just kind of not making any more good stuff, so there was that. But then on top, I thought of HBO and Warner Brothers having more of a budget, so to be able to afford a long form animated series, whereas that might not be the case as much anymore. But yeah, I'm going to wait to see a trailer as well and just judge how I feel about it, how it's going to look, how it's going to feel. I'm more worried just about, because there's so many things that, regardless of, movies that aren't as, that aren't great adaptations of the books, there's so much iconic aspects of that film series. Like alone the John Williams theme. Like, are they reusing the John Williams theme? Do we know? Are they having a whole new score. Like, I mean, just that alone is already an issue for me.
I totally
like,
forgot that John Williams also did that. God damn.
Yeah,
Yeah, the
he
first
did the first two he did.
No, he did the third one as well. And
Oh,
then
okay.
and then after that, it was somebody else, and they would use his themes. I think he wanted to come back and do them, but he was doing other projects too.
Well, you know what he's doing? He's teaming up with Steven Spielberg again for that
UFO movie.
UFO movie. Yeah.
This movie next year, that's Steven Spielberg UFO movie. John Williams. They're collaborating for the 30th time. By the way, this is like their 30th time. All I'm going is going, oh my God, we're getting an original Steven Spielberg UFO alien movie, and John Williams. I'm like going,
and a John Williams score.
Yes, I'm going. This might be my favorite movie of 2026. I'm just going. Oh, everything about this movie, I'm going. Oh, Jesus Christ! Emily Blunt. Oh, she's part of it. I'm like, everything about this movie. We don't even know anything about it. We haven't seen. We've seen some behind the scenes, whatever. All I know is it's Steven Spielberg. It's UFO and aliens, and then all of a sudden John Williams is going to be scoring, and I'm going, how is this not going to be the best movie of 2026? Screw you, Spider-Man Brand New Day, Supergirl, and fucking Avengers Doomsday. I'm saying, like, please, oh man, I don't know. I'm just so looking forward to this movie. Sorry, I had a rant off, or not rant off, but you know,
as long as Spielberg, if I have to see another fucking biopic or historical drama about an important time in our history from Steven Spielberg, I'm gonna fucking. It's like, dude. I'm living.
Let's make some fun shit.
Yeah. I'm living through historical events. I don't want to experience any more historical events. I want to experience escapism and something that gives me hope, or gives me an idea of something beyond.
That's why I'm so excited for this movie, because I'm like going, this feels like we're back, in the 90s or the 80s. I'm like, Steven Spielberg doing this story about, we don't even know. We know it's got UFOs and aliens, and then all of a sudden John Williams is going to be involved in it for the score. I'm like, this potentially is going to be my favorite movie of next year, because I'm just all about it,
man.
Oh, God damn. So, I mean, when I saw the news, and I was like, their 30th collaboration. I'm like, Jesus Christ. It's just crazy to think about that. 30th, wow.
I hope they do a bunch of Q&As, when that movie comes out. Just have them two hang out across the world, and especially the country. That way we can just go and just watch them.
It's so funny too, because I love it. I mean, one of the things, when information comes out, I mean, the video of John Williams coming up with the ET theme, started circulating again, and it's such a good video to watch, where you just see director and composer,
and watch that doc on Disney Plus,
yes.
Please. That is such an amazing doc about John Williams.
My favorite story is the Raiders theme, of how that came about. And John Williams did both versions, of what ended up being the March of Raiders. And it would just be like, why don't you just use both? Just do this. And it's
well, it was smart. It was smart, because there's heroic action moments of Indy, and then there's just aura farming Indy, and both themes work, because Indy's just a
Paul, please. Can someone, as the 43-year-old man on this stream, I need someone to define aura farming, because in the past 6 months.
Okay. So to surmise it without, and again, it happens all the time in many different films, but it's just a jokey way of saying it. It's not actually, some people were accusing Henry Cavill of doing aura farming. It's that's not. It's not exactly the same thing. There's a reason why it's shown in that exact way. But aura farming in the general sense, in the most simplest terms, is when they make fun of it because The Rock's making fun of himself. But if you're watching him in those Jumanji movies and they're making fun of The Rock, and it's do that smolder thing that you did, and he's like, okay, and then he's able to do it, and that's it. That's literally it. Just where you stand there and you're in a pose of some sort, or you're surveying an area. Yeah, and it's just whatever you're.
There might be some music behind it. There's some score. There's something, but it's basically just and the camera might be just slightly pushing into the face or something like that. You know,
if you haven't, you know what it is? It's the joke of the Dave Chappelle show with Rick James when Charlie Murphy talks about seeing Rick James for the first time. And he's like, I could see that orange glow around him. He was like, his aura or whatever. Like when Rick James is doing this, that's the aura farming. It's just in the moment of whatever you are, and you're pulsating out.
The presence of the, you know, maybe it's not even like the main character, but mainly it's the main character. Where there's just like when you have that entrance, or you have that, you know, where it's just like, oh, there he is, and it's like there's no dialogue needed. It's a lot of posing, you know, like The Rock has a lot of that. He does a lot of aura farming, you know, and that's what it is. It's mainly just it's just like, hey, the presence, and maybe even like an entrance or something like that, like Wonder Woman and BVS, like showing up and her doing her whoop. She was aura farming because like she, like, you know, the way she just like brings it down and it's like looks up. It's like, oh, there's aura. There's the music. There's everything. You know.
Yeah. You could even argue that like the scenes in like Bad Boys 2 when
that's what the camera's doing. Exactly. Michael Bay. When you were talking about aura farming, you described it. I thought of every Michael Bay movie I have ever seen.
Michael Bay is the king at making aura farming, like with his stars. Yes.
Yeah.
100%. Yeah.
And he's able. And he's able to do it with Shia LaBeouf, so you know that like the man has something going on there. But like, no, I mean but that's in essence what it basically.
So really, all it is that they took something that's been around for decades and they made some silly name for it.
I mean, fucking Lawrence of Arabia,
you know, Sylvester Stallone, all the guys, they used to do it so much, but we didn't have a term for it. Now we have a term for it, and that's what it is. It's like when you're holding a pose, when you're holding like something, and it's like there's score behind you, there's something, and you're just.
And
you know,
it doesn't even need to be that long. It can be a matter of like a couple seconds. Like, okay, so for Indiana Jones, just a quick example. The action Indiana Jones is him tackling the truck to get the Ark of the Covenant back. That's Indy. Aura farming Indy is him getting in the tomb, and the guys are digging it up, and the sun is coming down, and you see him putting on his hat.
Yes. I was about to say that. Yeah, I was about to say that. The hat is total aura farming, right?
Or even his intro. The one where as the sun's coming up over Cairo and they're digging in a different spot.
I mean, Indy's standing there with the pole. You could argue because Harrison Ford is just Harrison Ford. Like he just emulates, you know, masculinity and charisma like automatically, and then you know he'll play a good character too. It happens to be that he's a great actor, but like that's it. It doesn't even need to be that long.
But the fact that you add that little level of him putting on the hat, that's total aura farming. Right.
His introduction, I would argue, you know, just the tilt. He hears the revolver being pulled on him, whips, and then you know the guy runs away, and then you jump with the score with just Harrison coming into the close,
coming into the shot.
I would even add James Bond to this fold as well.
Perfected it.
Perfected. And Talati, I know you gotta take off because it's late and where you're at. So I appreciate you coming on, man. Always great talking to you.
Yeah, it's always great. Thanks for having me on. And you know, guys, make sure you like Dave's stream.
Yeah, and you know, subscribe to Talati Plays channel. You know.
All right, cheers.
All right,
take it easy. Good morning.
All right, see you guys.
See ya. And then of course, I mean, like even like with recently, like I mean, I think Zack Snyder knows that very well because I mean look at like even like with his shots when he posts from the last photograph or when he posts a DC shot. I mean when we got that, you know, obviously last week we got, you know, a Batman shot because everybody's like, oh man, he's gonna start posting Ben Affleck Batman. First shot he posts, it was great, but it wasn't Ben Affleck, it was Richard Citrone. And, you know, confirmed and everything, but it's still a really good shot. But then all of a sudden this week he posts that Ben Affleck shot and he's like, Ben Affleck is Batman, which of course doesn't sit well with certain people. I'm like, shut up. It's a director talking about his actor. All right. You know, who cares? Stop saying that. You know, I even had somebody in my mentions when I posted it, and they were like, he was. Shut up! Stop it! We're not doing that.
Well, I would love to go. So Christopher Reeve was Superman, or how does that work?
Yeah.
Like, come on, guys! It's
like stop it. We don't have to do
these
this
games
when it comes to certain things, and it's like,
yeah,
I don't know, but that shot that's aura. I mean.
Right, and it's funny too, though. It's funny too to see the arguments online and everything as well, because Zach is so good at actually doing it in certain moments. Some people mistake other moments in the movie for doing the same thing, where it's not the actual intent. Well, it's like the BVS is a huge example of that, where it's the mother or the woman is holding out her hand, and it's just Superman standing over her as the sun is coming over him, and it's like, oh, he's just aura farming. He's not saving her. It's like, no, the point of that scene is to show how that woman visualizes super right, and then it's flipped, where he's now over Batman in the rain and everything, and he's seeing him as more like a flying as a flying demon. And then you have the Senate scene where the bomb goes off, and Superman obviously is not hurt by the bomb, and everyone's like, oh, he's just aura farming. He didn't say. I'm like, no, the point is that the bomb went off. He didn't see the bomb. Everyone's dead. He knows that he could have probably done something and didn't do something correctly, and he's mourning. You can see tears as the flames are around him. And then, of course, it cuts to him in the extended cut helping everybody out who has survived the bombing area. And then, of course, he leaves because there's only so much that he can do. But there are legit aura farming. Literally, Zack Snyder's Justice League, that whole scene of them standing on top of the giant tower. That is just
total.
Yeah, that's a whole 20-30 seconds of just pure aura farming.
Slow motion, capes flapping. Everybody,
the director's cut of Watchmen, when Rorschach is just walking down the street monologuing, which is right out of the panel. So I'm like, I don't say that that phrase a lot, but that would fit the description for me. I'm like, fucking, that's Rorschach. I mean,
there's nothing wrong with aura farming. That's the thing. It's like, don't make your. I mean, Michael Bay has done a lot too, just like in a lot of his movies, where a lot of that, and he kind of overdoes it. Sure, but at the same time, we appreciate that, because it's Michael Bay.
But it's also Michael Bay, and it's like, but I want that from a Michael Bay.
You walk into a Michael Bay movie, you're expecting slow motion of like, swooping things, and he's just, the lead actor is going to be looking pretty good. You're gonna get that circular shot around them.
Dude, that's like when he had the drones and ambulance.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
That was a great movie. I'm sorry, I saw that puppy in IMAX.
I need to watch that again because I had a bad.
We've talked about how you had a really bad experience.
Yeah, I had a bad experience because the audio in the theater was so fucked up, but the visuals, I was going, holy shit! I mean, Michael Bay really it's so funny because he gets such a weird appreciation because we just go, oh, it's Michael Bay. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, but Michael Bay has a style. Like, there's nobody that can emulate. I mean, even like when it came to some people, like I've even, had reactions when I talk about, the first two Bad Boy movies, and then the last two Bad Boy movies we got, which were from those two, the two guys who did, obviously the Batgirl movie that didn't get released, and Miss Marvel. I always forget their late names because, sadly I know they're, sorry that I can't remember the full-on names, but at the same time, it's like they had their own style too, and it's worked. Like the Bad Boy franchise has actually worked, and the fact that it's still going is because even though people go, I miss Michael Bay, it's like, yeah, but the style of these two guys have done also very well.
Those are really good movies. Like
they're like the whole Bad Boys franchise, they're all good in their own regard. Like fucking A, like I can watch all four of those movies and go, yeah, this is a solid goddamn franchise, even with technically three directors, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, Michael Bay did his thing. And when it came to Bad Boys 2, he went batshit fucking crazy, and it was great. And then when it came to these two gentlemen that were, doing these movies, they added their own flavor to it, which almost was Michael Bay-esque, but at the same time, it wasn't.
It's their own thing.
It wasn't as flashy, but it was still flashy in their own regard because they have this style. And I'm like, these two are great. That's why I was like, always like, man, I wonder what that Batgirl movie was.
Yeah.
But sadly, we're not going to see it. But but at
their
the same
names,
time,
and I'll butcher them, so I apologize in advance. Adil El Arbi and Bilal Faya.
That's what it is. Yeah.
Thank you.
And they're great directors. They have a lot of potential. They have, I mean,
and I was the one who said that third one, their first film.
Yeah.
Because I hadn't watched the Bad Boy movies before, like I was going to the theater to see the third one.
Yeah.
So I watched the two Bay ones.
Yeah.
And I'm someone who said I actually like the third one. Like the third one's my favorite.
And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that.
Because Bay is Bay-esque.
Yes.
But I liked what these guys did. Like they took the same characters but they made a style of movie that I'm like, this is more my speed.
And see, that's the thing is like Bay, like I grew up, I watched Bad Boys when it first came. I didn't watch it in theaters, but I remember watching with my cousin when I was spending the night. It was like, it was one of those like, hey, we're going to watch Bad Boys because we were fucking 12. I don't know, 11. We were like, we're not supposed to watch R-rated movies. And I was a Fresh Prince of Bel-Air fan. And it was so fucking shocking to be like, holy shit, Will Smith, he's like cussing up a storm. He's shooting people. What the fuck? It was like, it was one of those things where I went, oh my God, Will Smith is my favorite actor. It, like when I watched that, the first Bad Boy. And then, of course, when the second one came out, it was so Bayisms like to the max when you watch that second one. And I appreciate the Bayisms because one of my all-time favorite action movies is The Rock. And that's essentially, it's not his first movie, but that was the follow-up to Bad Boys where it was like, we're going to do some shit. And I love The Rock. That's one of my all-time favorites. But just the fact that these guys were able to match the level of creativity. I mean, the last movie, they did this weird thing with the camera where Will Smith is going through.
Yeah. Oh,
do you remember that when he's going through and the camera is like switching from seeing his point of view to seeing the gun and shooting? It's like a video game, and I'm going,
you're toggling from third person to first person,
something like that. That is so.
And then when he throws the gun and the camera like follows with it, like
fuck, it's crazy. So I mean, what were we gonna say, Phil? Sorry, you kept saying like you wanted to say something.
Paul. That's not Phil.
Or Paul. Jesus Christ.
I mean, Phil and I are very similar in our opinions, but I feel that Phil.
You both have a P, 4-letter name, and then an L at the end. So hey.
Right, we're both pretty blunt. I get it. No, I mean, no, I'm not offended. I like Phil, so it's okay. It's all right. No, I was just gonna mention that I have not seen the third or fourth one.
You got to watch them. Check them out.
I mean, I'll check them out. I probably might end up liking them more. I don't know, because I didn't care for Bad Boys 1 that much, and then I saw Bad Boys 2, and I think I hated it. I mean, I saw it probably like 15 years ago. But I'll say this. I feel to a degree if we didn't have Bad Boys 2, I don't know if we would have Hot Fuzz, which is one of my favorite Edgar Wright movies. And
and they comment about it so much. Yeah.
Right. And so
shit just got real.
Yeah. I think people, people clearly hate Michael Bay, but I think there is some respect for Michael Bay. Look, I personally like The Rock. I like Transformers 1. The Island and Painting.
The Island.
I grew up on the Island. Yeah.
The Island is so great. The thing about the Island, I think, is like they didn't know how to sell that movie because you almost don't want to sell it to give away the spoiler, but you had to because that's how you sell the movie. It's like I remember when that came out, they already were like, "Oh yeah, this is an island," and people like clone themselves, and then they have the whole. If you just were to if someone crafty could sell that without revealing the spoiler that they were clones,
right?
That movie could have done so much better because it is essentially Michael Bay taking a Twilight Zone episode or an Outer Limits episode and expanding on it because I really enjoy that movie. I've seen that movie so many times, and I was like, you know what, this movie is really fucking good. But the fact of the matter is like maybe it didn't make a splash because you already in the marketing, you already knew the spoiler of everything because they didn't know how to sell the movie, you know?
Right. I mean, I think it's fine for what it is. I think it did okay when it came out. I remember when it came out.
Yeah, it didn't hurt his career. It didn't bomb, you know.
No, I remember I just didn't want to see it at the time. I think I got it in like a $5. There was times back in like the late 2000s where I would just go to Walmart and just grab the $5 bins and see what those movies were like and stuff. But The Island I think was one of those. And yeah, I mean, if I have to recommend The Island, I say watch it alone just for the Michael Clark Duncan scene because that is that is the best scene in the whole movie in terms of like that's why I felt. I mean, obviously in general I thought he was a cool actor, but like Michael Clark Duncan, if he had not died, I think he would have gone on to do even bigger and bigger parts because I mean the whole 9 yards, Green Mile, The Island.
Green Mile was just phenomenal.
Green Mile was
another one I grew up on a lot. Yeah.
But I mean, going back to talking about Stephen King adaptations, that movie, Jesus Christ.
Well, that was that was Frank Darabont.
Who did
Shawshank. The Mist and Shawshank. Like Frank Darabont basically Frank Darabont walked so that like Michael Flanagan could run.
That's a good point.
Yeah. But at the same time, Frank Darabont, like, the fact that most of like 90% of your filmography is Shawshank and Green Mile, two of like the great American movies, like that's not bad.
No, it's not bad. No.
So I mean, but yeah, I mean, Frank, I think got sick of also like just the business in general because he was the one who spearheaded doing
Walking Dead,
and he wanted to make it more like the comic. He wanted to make it about long, arcs about humanity and stuff like that. And then AMC, well, they were AMC. Well, AMC got Breaking Bad money and just thought they could do whatever they wanted. And then, I mean, I've heard so many different stories about just that whole process. But the reason why season 1 is the way it is because Frank wanted to make it an adaptation of this, and this long form storytelling and just dealing with living through an actual zombie apocalypse without leaning too much into Dawn of the Dead or any of this stuff, like kind of making its own thing. Yeah. So I think Frank just got sick of a lot of the stuff. I mean, I kind of know the twist of The Mist. I know that kind of didn't go over well with everybody. And
well, I thought it was great.
Oh, okay. It's so gut-wrenching.
Dude, when me and my dad watched that, like in the theaters, like we both walked out just going, Jesus fucking Christ. Like we were just like, we still talk about that to this day. I remember because that came out in what 2000, it was like mid 2000,
mid 2000.
Yeah, one of his first things. One of his first.
Yeah, and I remember like I was visiting him because I think he was living in Hawaii it was Hawaii, I think. And I visited him and we were like, oh dude, we gotta go see The Mist. This shit looks, because my dad's like a big sci-fi nerd and all this kind of stuff. And we walked out of that thing. I remember we walked out quiet and it was just kind of like, Jesus Christ. And the fact that they had to fight to keep that ending. Because I know Thomas Jane. Yeah, he talked about how they had to fight to keep that ending. And that's what's so funny about when you hear those stories of like fighting to keep like a certain ending. And it's like, well, that's one of those where you just go, gee, I mean, even like I've watched it, numerous more times. Even when I watch it now, I'm like, God damn. And
I want to watch the black and white version. I want to know how that hits in black and white.
Oh, yeah. God, I got to watch that in black and white because it's just one of those movies where it's like, it's such a satisfying, like sci-fi movie. And then when you have that fucked up ending and Thomas Jane just sells that so well.
Oh man, it's one of those things that like I want people to understand that like if you read Stephen King books, like you're gonna get fucked up.
Yeah, it's not going to be a happy ending, folks. It's not going to be a happy.
And I'm also someone who it's like, and I said this because I remember when I saw Weapons, and I loved Weapons so much. I was like, thank you. Like there are. I want from a horror movie, however you want to define that.
Yes.
I want one of two different kinds of endings. I either want evil to win or let our protagonist win, but I want them to be irreversibly fucked up by the experience of the story. Like, I don't want
happy endings. Fuck your happy endings.
Right. I remember when I was in high school and I saw The Haunting with Liam Neeson, which is one of the bajillion different interpretations of The Haunting of Hill House. Yeah. And it had a fucking happy ending. And it was PG-13.
Nobody talks about it. Nobody talks about it.
Well, it was a bad movie.
Yeah, it wasn't good.
I only saw it because we
remember those digital statues moving and they looked really bad.
Well, and it was one of those movies that we saw because all we really tried to see that summer was the Blair Witch Project, and we could never,
that had a fucked up ending.
Yeah. So, and we couldn't see it, so we saw The Haunting, and then I remember watching it going, like, I remember how I used to say I don't like horror movies. I actually do. I just want them to be good.
Yeah, the haunting was, I don't even know what the hell that was. They were trying to do something there, but it just did not work. But no, I mean, that's the thing about some of these movies is where, and even going back to Bugonia, it's like you don't know where is this gonna land. And I keep wanting to sell this movie. It's not like it's a horror movie or anything like that, but it is like it's a conspiracy movie, it's a psychological movie, it feeds into the
commentary movie,
thriller, commentary movie, and then it, and the fact of the matter is, like, the thing that sold me about that movie was, is she an alien or not? And I'm all about that. I mean, I love alien stories. I love anything like that. I mean, one of the first books I remember is like My Teacher is an Alien.
My Teacher is an Alien.
I love those movies.
Bruce Coville. I love that series.
Yeah, My Teacher is an Alien.
My Teacher. I forgot what the second one was called. The last one was called My Teacher Flunked the Planet.
Yes, My Teacher Flunked the Planet. Yes. Yeah, those books. And I just, and I would watch old Outer Limits and Twilight Zone movies with my dad. And it was just like always like those kind of things. So, so I'm all about like that kind of stuff. But God damn, where I was going with this, I forgot exactly.
Go watch Bugonia. That's what we're saying. Go.
Yeah, I was like,
Bugonia all the way. It's in my top 10. Like, having thought about it over the night, it's in my top 10 for the year for sure.
Oh, it's clearly in my top. Here's the thing. I've heard people say this year's had some gems, but overall, it's been a very kind of meh year at the movies.
I've been kind of. I mean, I want to say. I'm kind of more, I would say I'm more mixed because I think it's been a good year for movies, but it's been weird because there'll be dry spells and then we just get a shit ton all at once. Cause like, but I mean, no, I mean, Sinners, Weapons, One Battle After Another.
Oh, that's what I was going to get to.
Yeah.
Sorry. I don't mean to cut you off, but I was going to get to like the fact that, like, when it comes to horror or like sci-fi, is like what Weapons had going for them is the fact that there was such a big hook, which was the hook of like, why did these kids just run out of their houses and disappear? That's why that movie was so successful, because everybody was like, I got to find out why these kids. You might not like the landing of why, and I know some people didn't, are like, oh, it was because of that. But most people liked it because they were like, oh, yeah. And then, and then we'll see, like, because, when it comes to Aunt Gladys and her little fucking little plant and her voodoo magic and everything like that, and we're going to get a prequel, it's going to be kind of interesting because Zach Krager was like, oh, yeah, we're doing a prequel when it comes to her character. And it's so funny, too, because I think she is actually, her character is actually in the top listing of Halloween dressing up. There's people that are dressing up as her because she has a very distinct look, which is good. When you have a horror movie and you have the actual, antagonist who's like something new and
distinctive.
Unique, you have to make her look ridiculous, which she did. She looked absolutely ridiculous to the point where people are dressing up as her. I've seen pictures of people cosplaying as Aunt Gladys, and it's like, good. that's why, you know, when you have something, and again, what Weapons worked so well was that it had such a hook where the marketing didn't have to do more than just show you the kids running through.
And that's all the poster said.
That's all it was.
Like
you had nothing more
20, 18 kids from the same class disappeared at 2 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah. Such a great hook. And that's what, like when it comes to horror movies, it's like, yeah, that's what you need. You have to have that hook. And even if you don't like the landing, because a lot of people end up not liking the landing. And I'm like, I appreciated the landing. I thought Weapons has turned out to be such a dark comedy with certain things where you go, that's kind of funny. And that's kind of funny. And that's kind of funny. And then the ending, you go, well, that's pretty funny how it ends, you know? And it's like, I don't know. Like, and that's why I appreciate people like Osgood Perkins and Zach Krager, where they're like, all right, we're changing the horror genre a little bit, where we have such a good hook. They are good with hooks. Like when it comes to the Monkey and Longlegs and Weapons and even Barbarian, they have such a good hook that when you're walking in going, where's this going? And you're trying to figure it out. And then sometimes you go, oh, that's it? And sometimes, at first it might be disappointing, but then you watch it again and you go, oh, I appreciate this. Because I was thinking you were going this direction and you went this direction. I'm glad you actually fooled me. And I think that Yorgos, when it comes to Bugonia, same thing, but it's almost different because the whole concept, the hook is Emma Stone an alien or not? And when you're watching it, you go back and forth. Like I kept going back and forth. I'm like, no, she is. No, she's not. She is. No, she's not. She's just a good businesswoman. Fuck. I don't know. And
because the worst, like I said earlier, the worst thing for me is when I figure something out. Like I'll take a movie that I enjoyed, but like halfway through, I knew where it was going.
Yeah.
Abraham's Boys. I enjoyed that movie. Very well shot, full of tension, but the twist got telegraphed like 30 minutes in. I was like, oh, okay. I know this is going. And the movie did nothing to dissuade me of that. Like it was like the movie, it's like, are you not trying to hide it? Or do you think you're so clever that I haven't figured it out already? And that's when sometimes movies, you know, anger me. It's like, do you think I'm stupid?
Yeah.
Or are you just bad at this?
You had something here. Yeah.
One of my favorite movies of all time, and I think I told you guys this before, and again, I like it because of the nature of the great filmmaking and the writing, but like Fight Club, that twist. Not only is the twist really good, I mean, I think in my initial viewing, I kind of figured it out more or less a minute like beforehand, but like I needed like the confirmation, which he gets when he calls Marla, and that's like, okay, great. And but what's fun about that movie is when you go back and rewatch it later and you realize all of the signs that were there pointing to the twist, and like you're like, how did I not fucking catch any of this? Like
exactly.
That's more interesting.
It's so funny. It's so funny because Fight Club is one of my all-time favorite movies. And I didn't see it in the theater. I actually knew the twist before I even watched it the first time on video.
That sucks.
I got it spoiled for me and everything. But at the same time, the reason why I love that movie so much is because even though I knew the twist, when I watched it the first time, I was so intrigued by it. And I was like trying to find the certain moments. And then, of course, going back to be like, oh, yeah, there's like moments where David Fincher, you know, there's like a frame where Brad Pitt just pops in there.
Yeah.
And, you know, because it's like a, you know, and then, oh yeah, Brad Pitt's in the, when the narrator character, which we never know his name, by the way, which is also a cool thing. We don't know that we don't know Edward Norton's character's actual full name. He's just referred to as a narrator.
Yeah.
And when he's like at a hotel and he sees like welcome, like Brad Pitt, Tyler Durden is in that video.
Is in that, yeah, and it's more about that character becoming more and more real and everything.
Exactly.
Too. So, but yeah, I didn't even know
even
about
though
that
I was
video until like fifth viewing. Sorry, go on.
I was just saying, like, even though I knew the twist, the movie wasn't reliant on the twist, at least for me. And I think for a lot of people,
well-crafted film.
It's a very well-crafted film from the get-go, where it's like it hooks you from right at the beginning, and you're going, okay, it's doing that thing where it's showing the end first and where everything's leading to it. And they're like, oh yeah, there's explosives and blah, blah, blah. And Edward Norton's doing the narrating stuff. And he's like, oh, fucking Project Mayhem and all this stuff. And you have no idea, like, what the fuck is going on. And then, of course, it does a rewind thing. And then it shows you how you lead to that. And everything's so intriguing. And then I even read the book too, what's his name?
Chuck Palahniuk.
Chuck Palahniuk, yeah. And I've read numerous his books because he's very much one of those people that
he writes some fucked up books.
Very fucked up books. Holy shit.
Yep.
Has he done that? But but at the same time, I read the book, and the book, is one of those things too where it bounces back and it bounces all over the place.
I believe when Chuck was writing the book, even he did not intend for the twist to be the twist until he got about 3/4 of the way through, and then he realized, oh God, it's this, and so then he connected the dots himself. So.
Chuck Palahniuk has been quoted on saying that the movie is better than the book. He's even said that.
Yeah,
about his own fucking story. He goes, "Oh yeah, the movie is actually better than my book." I mean, he might just be doing that to sell it. I don't know. But he has actually been quoted on saying that, oh, the book is actually, or the movie is better than my book. And I think it's just because when you read the book, it bounces so much that it probably can get confusing to people.
Yeah.
So David Fincher, kind of like took, the best parts of those books, of the book, and just kind of went, here, I'm going to try to, I'm going to start off with the hook of the end of the story. And then we're gonna fucking gradually we're gonna rewind and get to the point where we see the beginning, and then I'm gonna lay the foundation of Tyler Durden not actually being a real character, and it's his imaginary kind of friend, and I'm gonna set it all up, but I'm gonna set it up in a way where no one's gonna see it at first, where they have to rewatch it to see it again and appreciate it. And I think that's why. I mean, I think I've seen so many times, I don't know if it's true, but when they first screened Fight Club at like some film festival.
I heard this story. Yeah.
I've heard this story.
People walked out. People did not like it. And Brad Pitt literally turned to like Edward Norton and was like, we got something here, because people did not like that fucking movie.
This is the best movie of my career.
Yeah, that's what he said. And then it was kind of funny because it didn't do all that well in the box office, but it got such a cult following, so much where people were like, and that's why it was such a weird thing when it came to my experience, where I had friends who saw it already, who spoiled the ending, and I was like, oh, I gotta fucking watch this movie. And when I fucking watched it, I was like, I don't care like that it got spoiled. There's so much more with this movie that I appreciate.
Yeah.
And the way that it's structured and the way that Fincher structured that movie, that I was like, I just appreciate the movie and that's why it's, one of my all-time favorite movies. I'm like, especially when it comes to Fincher,
It's interesting too. It's interesting too, because it's another one of those movies that gets misinterpreted like all the time, because it's also, kind of parodying a lot about the commercialism, and Tyler himself is a reflection of that, while simultaneously being against it, because it's the narrator's subconscious fighting with himself. There's a famous scene, obviously, where they go on a bus, and Tyler and him are looking at a Calvin Klein commercial, like on the side of the bus.
Dude.
Yeah, and he's like, is that what a man's supposed
what a man looks like?
And then in the next scene,
and then you see Brad Pitt looking like that. Yeah.
But again, it's the narrator dealing with his own hatred of commercialism, yet it's so embedded in our culture that that's how the narrator sees a better version of himself. And even Tyler says it to him later in the film. And he's like, I look how you want to look. I fuck how you want to fuck. Like, I am smart, capable, and I am free in all the ways that you are not. And like, it plays with that. And the thing is too, is Tyler, like in real life, it connects because people walk away from that movie loving the Tyler Durden character. But like, Tyler is seductive. Like, you understand how the Project Mayhem and how Fight Club started because Tyler is very good at getting people to understand like what's wrong in society, but in the sense of like still using them and still it's again,
he's a manipulator. He's a master manipulator.
Yeah.
And
sorry, go on.
but he also plays into, because another way that Fight Club gets misinterpreted is like it's this toxic masculinity. It's like, no, that's actually what it's like. The Fight Club warning about, like, it's like, no, the Fight Club idea is this is not good. You know, we shouldn't just go into a room and beat the shit out of each other because we have no other way to process our
angst,
and our feelings.
Yeah.
But remember too, this is what's so wild is that movie came out in 1999, and I would argue that all of those same problems in 99 are more relevant now than they were then. And
100%.
so much more so, it's like, you understand, because for these guys, there's no real outlet. Like, this is the only way that they can reconnect with something that they feel like they've forgotten or they've lost. And it's this mentality of it. And again, the narrator is also reflecting himself, because he lives in a job. He's in a job that pays well, but clearly is like destroying and crushing his soul as well as his personality. So he's fighting subconsciously against that as well, as he does throughout the picture and stuff. And again, Tyler is all the time persistent in telling him, you know, but like, again, if you look at Tyler, he's such a hilarious character, because just in the scene alone, the first scene that they have together after the airplane scene, they're in the bar and the apartment's blown up, and he's like, oh shit, man. And now it's all gone and stuff. And he's talking about all of these things and designer clothes and stuff like that. Meanwhile, Tyler has like $100 haircut and, you know, designer leather outfit that he's wearing. Like, he's cool. He's clearly the cooler character. So it's just always circulating in this thing about how the narrator views and sees the world. Marla, I think, is sorry, go on.
No, I was just saying, I always love that line where, like, in the bar, when they're talking, and he's talking about, you know, like Edward Norton's character, the narrator's talking about, like, yeah, man, I had that couch, and, you know, I was like, that was going to be the couch, and I never, you know, it's like, you know, some people think like that. It's like, oh yeah, you buy a piece of furniture, and that's going to be the furniture that I don't have to worry about that for years. And then Tyler Durden goes, you know, things you own end up owning you. And I'm like, such a good line. The
line of the century, Harley.
It's in the book too. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, you know, it's a social commentary of like, oh yeah, you know, because sometimes, you know, we purchase things and it's like, you know, they end up owning us because it's like, oh shit, I can't, you know, I better treat the thing, you know.
I can relate. I've had to get my house, you know, to be rented out and everything. I have to put everything into storage. I collect. I'm a hoarder by nature.
Yeah.
And it's true though. Like I'm owned by certain things that keep me down in a sense. And like, it's true. It never, there's a lot of lessons in Fight Club that never particularly like age badly, because it's a constant, it's consistent. And and then Marla to me is such a fascinating character, because like, when you know what the real situation is, it's really weird, because I wonder too that
she's
like
fake.
Well, no. I think she's real, but I think
there's always that argument that she's also not real, because especially when she's like out in the road and like cars are like, you know,
going by her. I think that could just be a stylistic choice. I mean, it's the same thing of like, is Ferris Bueller real for, you know, Cameron and Ferris Bueller? Like, it's I think it's one of those series where
that argument about that.
Yeah, but I think Marla is real, because I think Marla to me though is the true trigger, because I didn't even think about it. Someone had posted, I think, like a comment on, because I'll occasionally just watch movie clips all the time and stuff, and someone had made the actual point that when you get down to it, I think she cares about the narrator in general, but the irony of it is that she loves the Tyler personality, and she thinks the asshole is the narrator, you know, the asshole part of him, because that's what she describes it. So, but that being said, the narrator is not fully aware that he's truly in love with her until, you know, later down the line. So maybe he'll act a little bit differently. But I think that someone had pointed this out, where it's like subconsciously the narrator knew that he really liked her, but she's so, you know, je ne sais quoi, of like this I don't give a fuck mentality, and he comes from corporate world, like I have everything all nice and neat. This woman will never be into me personally as a person, and she might just in general like him, but he doesn't accept that. So his personality, you know, in his mind, his subconscious is Tyler, so Tyler seeks her out, but as Tyler. So and that's what she connects with. So there's even theories that like Tyler was always building, but maybe like Marla was that catalyst to then launch, you know, Tyler to truly exist, because in the narrator's subconscious, he's like, I'm never going to get Marla really, but if I'm Tyler, I might get Marla.
I mean, like the you know, when he's going to all the groups in the beginning, he talks about like when she is also showing up at those groups. I mean, and then he's just like, like this is like fucking up my thing that I need.
Yeah.
And, you know, coming from that corporate world, like you said, and she's coming from a different world. It's just the fact that it's like, it's those two worlds colliding, and he can accept it at first, where he wants to just be like, what the fuck? You know, so he can't accept it in itself, but his alternate personality is like, hey, you know, and doing all the stuff, you know. Yeah. So there's so many layers to that movie, and that's why I can understand why Chuck Palahniuk, who wrote the book, goes, yeah, the movie is better. Like he can actually go say that, and that's pretty. You know, I mean, obviously he could be just bullshitting and be like, well, you know, say that, but at the same time, I actually think that's authentic. When I've listened to him in like podcasts or interviews and stuff, I actually believe that, because I think he had something, and like I said, if you read the book, it jumps so much. And I think David Fincher and whoever wrote that, I can't remember who like helped like write the screenplay. They did such a good job. Yeah, they did such a good job of being like, this is it. And then like I said, it didn't do gangbusters at the box office when they screened it at whatever film festival, and it got booed. You know, and Brad Pitt was like, yeah, we have something here. Yeah. He was right, because it turned into such a cult classic. I mean, I have a Fight Club poster in this house. I love that movie. I bought I know there's like a third edition, but I bought the graphic novel for the sequel. Of course, it's not.
Yeah, 2 and 3, I think they come out. Yeah. I'm curious to read those. I think it's cool they got Chuck to do a comic and whatnot. I was actually looking for those.
It's good, but it's just not going to beat that first story, of course.
But it's also interesting how I haven't read 3 yet, but 2.
I haven't read 3.
It's Chuck is dealing with the differences between the movie and the book, and how he's writing a sequel, because he is a character in it's typical Chuck. It's just it's whacked, and
it's very whacked. Yeah.
Jim Olds is the guy who I think co-wrote the screenplay or adapted it. Yeah.
Okay.
So I think Chuck had like an initial draft, and then Jim came in and reworked it, and then they made the movie. It is what it is. But yeah, I think I've read the book myself. I do think the movie is better, but all of the spirit, all of the ideas of the book are very, very prevalent within the movie,
and that's why Chuck goes like, "Oh yeah, the movie is better." I think, you know, like nothing, you know, Chuck Palahniuk. I've read, you know, a few of his books. He, you know, he talks about the human experience. He does the social commentary in his way. I mean, and yeah, there's sometimes where you go like, what was that movie? They try to adapt the movie Choke, or the book Choke.
The book Choke.
Clark Gregg had tried to adapt and write it, and it didn't. It was okay. I didn't hate it.
It was a fine movie, but I read the
Yeah.
book too, and I saw the movie, and I was like, yeah, it didn't quite capture the magic. But
Yeah.
at the same time, it's like, yeah, you're not going to always do that, no matter what.
Yeah.
But
there's a whole other book. I think he got an extended edition of it too, where he was able to make his version as opposed to the editor's edition. And it's a book that you can't make it a movie. It was something where you have to go back and forth in time.
Yes. Okay.
Like,
what book was that?
Yeah.
I've read all these books, and so let me.
Yeah. My roommate was really into it, and he kept getting stuck in a loop because he couldn't get out of it because of what Chuck had written. So he was finally able to get out of it like a few days later, because the book will send you back and forth. And it's.
What's the book?
I can't remember the title. Scott it'll click for Scott.
I'm working on that right now. I think it. Hold on, I think this is it. Let me double check. I don't want to. Was it Invisible Monsters?
Yes.
Ooh.
That sounds right.
Ooh. Yeah, I had that one.
Yeah.
Okay, here it is. Yeah, Invisible Monsters is a novel by American writer Chuck Palahniuk, published in 1999. It is his third novel to be published, though it was his second written novel. The novel was originally supposed to be his first novel, but it was rejected by the publisher for being too disturbing.
Now what?
I know, right?
Chuck Palahniuk being too disturbing? The shit you say.
Yeah. After the success of Fight Club, it was given a chance. The revised version is referred to as Invisible Monsters Remix.
Yes, that sounds about right. Yeah, so that was the version that my roommate was reading, and he loved it. He thought it was great, but you can get stuck in loops.
It's a good book. It's a good book.
Yeah, but it's one of those things where I think it's like certain perspectives you couldn't do it in a film in that way, so it's only it's like how do you explain it? So if you've seen Game of Thrones, there's the twist with Theon being Reek, and in the book it's easy to do that because you're just reading the character as Reek. You don't know that Reek is Theon, but in a show it couldn't work because clearly you're seeing Reek and you know that it's Theon. It's a different Theon, but you can tell that it's Theon and stuff. So it'd be harder to adapt in that sense. So I guess at least from what I know, that's what my roommate told me. It's a lot of the book is like that kind of perception, that kind of thing, and so it's a little bit harder to adapt correctly.
Yeah.
If you're to make it a movie or something.
And that's the difficult part about adapting books, Obviously, we always say the book is better, right? The book is better.
I mean,
part of that is always the fact that when you're reading it, you're creating your own movie.
You're doing your own. Phil and I talk about all the time with comic books. You're basically always making your Elseworlds iteration of it.
Yeah.
I love Alan Moore's Watchmen, but I also love Zach's interpretation of it because I didn't mind the changes that he made because it made sense to make like a essentially a little. I mean, I've watched the Ultimate Cut, which is really, really good as well, but I also like the theatrical. But you're limited by time and what you can do and what you can make. And
the show, which is different, but the time the time it's given is comparison to what the graphic novel time it had, where it's months of an issue and the meat of each of those issues.
Right. Well, yeah. The long I didn't mention the show because that to me is
separate,
different. Yeah. It's a separate. But I love the show. I thought Lindelof clearly was a huge fan of the comic. He did a lot of things very well. It's probably the only reason I'm even excited for the Lantern show because he's involved with it in that sense.
He made the squid work.
Yeah, I mean,
what he did with the
squid. Well, he made the squid work. Right?
I think the squid could have worked, but I understand why Zach chose the Dr. Manhattan ending because of everything and how that
Zach
film
knew
built
what
up.
he needed to make work. Yeah.
Yeah.
He leaned into the Cold War shit.
Yeah. If the squid had happened in Zach's version, one, he would have had to devoted extra time to it, and if he had just done the squid, it would have come out of left field, and it wouldn't. It
would have thrown.
Right, because you need the Alan Moore comic to explain the whole subplot of
the design,
the island with the sci-fi writers and the scientists. Like there was a whole thing Ozymandias was doing to make that happen. He had Disney World, basically. He had the imagination.
His own version.
He had the Imagineers there cooking up this plot.
Yeah.
What I find fascinating is because of Watchmen and all of its offshoots, what I find fascinating is if you just go by the ending of the original comic book, to me, Doomsday Clock shows what happens if the world rejects Ozymandias's ploy, and then Ozymandias just escapes anyway, and then the world crumbles, basically, right? And then the Watchmen TV show shows if they accept the vision and all that stuff, and they don't listen to Rorschach, and it's still kind of its own hell because he has to keep showing these squids, but nothing has really changed. Again, humanity has just adapted to the
They keep in check.
Yeah, they're kept in check, but they still adapt to the next bullshit thing.
Yeah.
And we're always still waiting to go to war about something. So nothing really gets fixed anyway. So it's to me, that I find that really fucking fascinating. Also, you know, the ending of Watchmen, the comic, is so good. Clearly, writers wanted to resolve it for decades, and this is their way of their deal. You know, Alan Moore clearly doesn't give a fuck about any of that shit, but it's interesting just to see
Alan Moore?
There's a great interview he did with, I forget this show from Canada where in the 80s we're talking about comic books in a big bad way. He gets interviewed. He's like, "For my money, I don't know how you could keep on writing about superheroes after Watchmen." It's like, Alan, I love you, man, but you're not God.
Well, no, I mean, for me,
I like his confidence, but
no, I mean, for me personally, as someone that loves superheroes and comic books and stuff like that, I understand to a degree one, why Alan is the way that he is, and the commentary that he has, because, you know, the comic book industry, you know, it eats itself a lot of the time too.
Yes,
I think too. Yeah, you have to understand though too. Every person that comes along into comic books, especially superheroes, they have their era of what they know to be the stories. You know, and so for them, that's why every generation now you have another, like, the last Batman story or the last thing. And so for Alan Moore at that time, you know, he sees Watchmen as basically the end point of all the stuff of living through the 50s and 60s and 70s, and the evolution of where all of it would go to, right? And so for him, Watchmen is basically the end game of, like, this is as far as you can really go with it, you know. Now, of course, you have like The Boys, you have other stuff like that, but again, Watchmen definitely had an impact because it was so influential. It created what would be the next 20, 30 years of superheroes. And still, the reverberations are still felt to this day within at least the comic book fandom, and even so much more now becoming even the movie fandom, where you have people kind of fighting, basically, as far as the genre goes, fighting that mentality of, oh, this can be stupid or this can be silly. No, this needs to be taken more seriously. No, this should be more grounded. And like, we've had this talk on this podcast, on the stream multiple times about execution, about that. You guys obviously know that I prefer more realistic or grounded takes to some degree, while being somewhat fantastical. I'm not as big into like the James Gunn stuff really as a lot of other people are, because I think the way that he sees comic books are, very, rudimentary and silly, but then on the other hand, the DC universe produces Batmite. So it's like, there's
there is historical precedent for being rudimentary and silly.
Animal
Man.
No, exactly for that, but there's also an audience for,
Yeah. For me personally, I go, in terms of what stories resonate with me the most, and I'm talking both movies and comic books, I look at it in the sense of, you can have something be completely ridiculous or completely, like, beyond our world, right? You can have Galactus come to a planet or do whatever, but you have to ground the story in a basis of something that is connected, like human, like connecting in a human story way that gives the movie or gives the comic the gravitas to be relatable to either a kid or adult reading it, essentially. So it's like, what was it? Grant Morrison uses a terrific example. He says, okay, you can have Superman have, say, Crypto the Superdog, right? And that's fine, but treat it like a real story. So Crypto the Superdog is a dog, but he is a dog that needs to be taken care of on a super level. So if he goes for a walk, he's not going to go around the neighborhood. Superman's going to have to take him around the solar system. And maybe when he's out in the solar system, he runs across, Lobo or something, and then something transpires from there. And the whole story is just about him getting Crypto back to Earth, But you could write a story about a guy taking his dog out for a walk in the neighborhood, and the same story. It's just you're now putting it on the level of Superman.
Yeah.
That's really what it is. At the end of the day, that's what I think. That's what I think the stories that have aged the best and still resonate with audiences decades later are ones that are based in something that is relatable, even if it's through superhero allegory and craziness. But there has to be that level. It's like it's what's a really good example. It's something as simple as like even X-Men. It's like
X-Men is my thing. Yeah, I was about to say, but
yeah. It's just Kurt Wagner has blue skin, but we all know what it's an allegory for. And and of course you have radical Christians running through the country, and that's still relevant to this day, unfortunately. So that's it. That's all.
Well, at the same time, Kurt is Catholic, and
that's the irony of it.
Right. You've got here's the radical version, but then here's also but we're not painting them all with the same brush, because here's a very devout Christian in Nightcrawler.
I tell people, go read God Loves, Man Kills.
Man Kills.
Like that is
right.
Like if you had to put a capsule, send it to aliens, be like, listen, we can be shit. We can be a shitty species, but once in a while, we hit the home run. We hit the gold, and this is a perfect example on it, because I'll never forget it. William Stryker, the evangelist, not the general, in that book, saying, "You dare call that thing human?" And Kitty Pryde replying, "He's more human than you'll ever be." And I was just like, oh. But then again, sometimes I need something as wacky. We were talking about Watchmen earlier, but like besides Zach's film and the show, Tom King and Jorge Fornes' Rorschach miniseries that started before the pandemic and it concluded in the middle, like year 2. Or
I still haven't read it. Like I have it, but I haven't read it yet.
So good, Scott. It is wild. like it is Zodiac out the wazoo. Like it is fucking wild, man. And Jorge Fornes, perfect. Like it feels like he is like the non-protege of Dave Gibbons. And it fits perfectly with what he was doing. Oh, I adore that book.
Well, guys, I gotta head out, so I hate to do that too.
Yeah, I think we're gonna
man.
wind this up too. I know you have to head out, but I think this is a good spot to actually, wind this down. Been fun, and I think we should go around the horn and talk, promote what we got to promote. And Scott, you want to go first, or you want to?
Yeah, because my computer's about to die. So
okay.
I better do it first. Well, of course, find me on X at Scott DC27, on Vero at Scott McClellan, and on Letterboxd at Scott DC27 Scott McClellan. Of course, you can find my reviews for Blue Moon and Bugonia on there. Hey, look forward to this next weekend where I've got 5 movies that I'm trying to hit. And I don't know. I'll see if I do something tomorrow with taking my kids to go see Back to the Future. That's going to be an experience. I've never seen the movie on the big screen because I was 3 when that movie came out. So it's one of those I've only watched it on the small screen kind of movies. And so I'm looking forward to that. But and then, of course, every Wednesday night now at our earlier time of 9 o'clock Central Time, 7 o'clock Pacific. Make sure you check out DC Fandom stream. We are still working our way through the 2nd season of Batman Beyond, but we are like 2 weeks away from finally going back and doing the series finale of Superman the Animated Series. So you better hang on. And dude, wait till we get to the pack. I've been telling Dave, I was like, dude, you better buckle up, because once we get through season 2 of Batman Beyond, we will, for a long period of time, be doing 3 shows at the same time, jumping back between episodes of 3 different series. DC Fanimated is about to get cranked. So I'm just
nice.
All right. Ronan, nice to meet you, man.
Nice to meet you, man.
Always good to see you. Dave,
God,
of course. I'm going to get my computer plugged back in and go to sleep.
All right. Take it easy.
Bye,
Good night,
guys.
Scott.
Night, Scott.
Take it easy. Let's Ronan, what do you got? What do you got to promote?
I just dropped today my reaction to Fame manga creator Tatsuki Fujimoto. He wrote an anthology series before his big commercial break, Chainsaw Man, and they're adapting that anthology series into an anime that's dropping next week. Just dropped the trailer reaction for it, and then this next week is just leading up to me hopefully covering that and balancing out. I got to map out the next 2 months, y'all, between Fallout, Stranger Things. I'm still trying to catch the Bruce Springsteen movie. Wake Up Dead Man is coming around the corner. And yeah, just a lot more movie reviews.
Gotta watch Bugonia.
I that's on the list. Yeah. And just try to catch stuff as much as I can before I got to hone in on holiday shopping.
Oh, god damn, that's coming up.
Yeah.
After this weekend, now it's holidays. It's so funny. You know what's so funny about that? It's like, for me, at least, I, as much, we all dread the holidays because we're like, fuck, it's the holidays. But at the same time, there's something about the vibe that is kind of nice, isn't it? Yeah. There's something about the vibe that's nice. And then, you go to Thanksgiving at, some family member's house and it's nice. And then, then you got Christmas, and I don't know, even though it's like, oh, fuck, I got to buy, presents for, certain individuals and blah, blah, blah. And it's like madness out in the stores, there's traffic, there's whatever. Yeah, that stuff sucks. But at the same time, I always, even though like I dread it, I always dig the vibe.
Oh,
the vibe of everything is just always great. I mean, we're eating food, we're having drinks, we're catching up. Some people I only see once a year, which, sucks because that's just the way it is because everybody's just like doing their own thing. But then you're like, hey, man, or something like that. Hey, cousin, uncle, whatever, you haven't seen them in a year. You see them and, I don't know. There's a vibe that I like, but at the same time, there is like also a dread.
Spending, and managing those schedules.
Which is always so interesting. But I always say, like, lean into the vibe more than the dread. The dread, the dread is one thing, but lean into the vibe.
The next 2 days, I still gotta celebrate Day of the Dead, Dia de los Muertos. So I'm like, I still gotta get through this stuff and then focus in on that. But
yeah. And then I would say, like, don't worry about the holidays until Monday. I still plan because I'm actually going to be like home this weekend. I've had a busy fucking October.
Yeah.
I want to like tomorrow and Sunday, I'm going to be putting on fucking horror movies that I like want to watch for the horror season, even though, it's going to be November. I just haven't had time. Now I'm like, you know what? I'm going to be putting on horror movies like crazy as I'm like editing stuff and stuff. I haven't done, I'm like, you know what? The holidays don't start till Monday. Then I'll worry about it. But still, this weekend is still the spooky season. So, and I would suggest that for anybody else. But thank you, Ronan, of course, for being on. Paul, what do you got? Do you have anything?
I'm just living, man. I don't know. No, everything's been okay, I guess, for the most part. But just trying to plan for next year, trying to figure out a few things. Trying to get some more stuff organized, basically. But no, I've just been kind of trying to work on myself. I guess that's the best way to put it, and that's all I got. But yeah, you guys know where to find me if you need to, which is at pmickey1988 on Instagram and Blue Sky, and Paul Panhook on Vero. Though now that Zach's on Instagram, I think I might just get rid of Vero. I don't even know anymore. So
that's the thing. It's like, I mean, I think Zach kind of realized that Vero doesn't have a lot of,
I think also too, I don't know, because I know with some of his newer projects, I think because I'm assuming that they have, PR people, they have, social media people. They're like, listen, you got like, Twitter's one thing, but you got to do Instagram. And like, there's less Nazis over there, so just post photos. You like photos, right, Zach? Just post photos on Instagram. That's it, and then that's it. So yeah, he doesn't have to do.
No, I know. I think that was a smart move, and the fact that he's posting the last photograph every day, and then he peppers in, "Hey, remember my old stuff?" Obviously when DC stuff gets posted, we all go buck wild, which But it's so funny because when he posts DC stuff, it's like, yeah, we've seen this. We were on Vero. And a lot of other people will be like, first time we've seen this. It's like, no.
Yeah.
No, it's not the first time. This has been around, but Vero just didn't have the reach.
No.
But I love the fact that Zach does that because that's good marketing.
Momentum.
And I know, I know, like a lot of the diehard fans are just going like, "This means something." And it's like, well, maybe it does. I don't know, but at the same time, I'm going.
I'm not gonna make any conspiracy theories until we see what happens with Warner Brothers. Personally, I think Netflix is gonna win because Paramount has tried to build 3 separate times. I don't think they want to connect with Paramount, but Netflix is already, according to Reuters, is getting access to a lot of the WB library already, on top of the fact that they're working with the same lawyers that helped with the Skydance merger. So with me personally, I think Netflix in less than a year is going to own all of Warner Brothers. And what happens to what I personally hope for, at the very least, at least from my fan perspective, is they keep the heads of Warner Brothers Studios, because I think they've been doing a stellar the fact that most of my top 5 this year have actually been Warner Brothers movies, I think says a lot. So I think Pam and Mike are doing terrific with what they're doing. So keep whatever they're doing, and not only that, they've been the support that they showed both Paul Thomas Anderson and Ryan Coogler for their special projects, I think says a lot, and I say keep them around.
Yeah,
now, whatever happens with
what about Junho? Nobody talks about that one. Anyway, sorry.
No, Mickey 17. I'm still actually on the fence about Mickey 17 because I saw it once.
The movie, but it bombed.
No, I saw it when it came out. I have to rewatch it and see if I make a different opinion, because I think there are some movies of his that I love a lot more, and there's some that I don't as much. But at the same time, I still wonder if that movie got a little tampered with because it's such a wacky kind of film to a degree. But again, when you watch it, you give me your thoughts on it and stuff. But that's like one thing, and then all the other movies, you have Minecraft, which made so much money and will help facilitate One Battle After Another. I don't know if it broke even or not, but that movie's going to get so much awards attention. It's not gonna really, it's going to balance out, I think.
That's Oscar bait movie right there. It's going to lose money. It's going to lose money for sure.
Yeah,
but it's made money, right?
Yeah,
I think it cost $200 million to make, and I think it's going to make back that budget. But I don't know about marketing and all the other stuff. But if it wins like even 1 or 2 Oscars, it'll balance itself out. They'll probably re-put it back in theaters to help the push anyway. Like I know they re-put Sinners back in a few IMAX theaters for Halloween time.
Yeah,
I know they did that. Yeah. So I'm okay with that. But yeah, as for DC Studios though, who fucking knows? Like personally, I don't know anyone other than you guys that saw Peacemaker season 2. So like, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do with that.
Well, this is where the bias comes in, I think. Because,
no, I know.
This is where the bias comes in because, like when you're talking about like, oh yeah, like, when it comes to the movies, oh yeah, there's some hit or misses like, yeah, DC Studios. Also, I never say that it was spectacular, but at the same time, successful enough. And some people that's not enough because it's DC, but then it depends on how they feel about the person running it. And that's the thing. It's like, it's always like one of those things, like when it comes to what's going on with the buyout. Yeah. And I will always say, no matter what, even like when Paramount, there was that report that Paramount said that David Ellison would not, rip apart
right. That's
DC Studios.
If Paramount gets it. Yeah.
And then some people are like, God damn it, because they just don't like James Gunn. And it's like sometimes you got to put you got to put the bias away,
Yeah.
And it's like sometimes it's like I'm not the biggest James Gunn fan, but I just try to look at everything like
perspective.
Yeah, it's like I said, I'm gonna see. It's more like just a wait and see attitude.
Yeah, it's a wait and see.
You guys know where I stand personally. For me, at the end of the day, as long as the Batman universe still exists after all this, then great. That's all I ask.
And it totally is, which I think they realize, like, hey, that's with 2, banger.
The movie came in at a good profit, and
the Penguin series was great.
Penguin was huge success in ratings and got them a bunch of Emmys. So
yeah,
I would be very shocked if something happened with that.
No, nothing's going to happen with that when it comes to that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I'm not going to be, I'm not like a gun, defender where I'm like, oh yeah, no matter where he goes, they're going to keep wherever Warner Brothers goes, they're going to keep him. No, always a chance.
Oh yeah,
no matter
sadly,
what. For the diehard gun fans too, there's always a chance that they might go, no, we don't want that. No matter what. I think it would be stupid because, obviously because they're already establishing something, and why start over again? Because that's just going to hurt the brand even more.
If you have Netflix money and reach, I don't know what their account will be after if they absorb Warner Brothers and stuff and their debt. So I don't know what their accountant will say afterwards. But personally, like I said, my utopian dream of the DC fandom universe is let everything continue. Let everything exist, because the DC fandom is so splintered and so different, many different factions. And I'm not even just talking movies. I'm talking even comic book runs and stuff like that. Like everyone has their niche, their Batman, their Superman, their Wonder Woman. It's like, while people are still alive and while things are still going, just milk it, and the sense, not like milk it, but like give everybody what they want. Give me a Brandon Routh TV show based in his Kingdom Come CW. Give me a Batman Beyond Michael Keaton, project of some sort. Give me the Henry Cavill Snyderverse stuff. And if you want to do James Gunn stuff still and keep that going, then fine. But let everyone have what they want, and you'll still make profit. Like, at least that's the way I look at it. And I feel Netflix, with their reach and what they'll have absorbed, like the potential is endless.
Accommodate all that.
Yeah, you could have something just be on HBO, or you could have it be on Netflix, or you could have it be in the theaters. And it depends what they want to do and where they want to go with it, personally. So that's what I would do.
Even me as a James Gunn fan, I've talked about it, how much like, hey, I had fun with Peacemaker Season 2, but as a whole, it wasn't the best thing he's done. But the DCU can't just be his 3 projects. It has to be what The Boys with Lanterns are doing, or what Supergirl's doing, or what something as Clayface, which I never thought of. It's like those are going to be the co-foundational stuff that, like, okay, are they true to their word of what they said about letting people express themselves with these projects, and just let it grow out of this. And hopefully after those projects have come out and we're halfway through the first announced projects from that chapter 1 video, let's see where that goes. And I think that, like, it's just like when you build a house, you're not going to see the full thing until you have foundational stuff, the plumbing is right, the measurements correct, and then you'll see the hoopla.
I feel personally that DC Studios or Warner Brothers or whoever you want to put the blame on, I think that the problem with James Gunn starting out the universe in all those different projects, I think he got personally burned out, because I don't even follow it that closely, but it just sounds like the Peacemaker stuff did not, like, it just, but again, it's more creative, burnout more than anything else, because he's, regardless of my thoughts on his projects, I will agree the man is being pulled in many different directions, and that he had to make the foundation himself, as opposed to, kind of sharing the load more, but which came a little bit later. So I don't know. We'll see. Like I said, I'm not putting my stake in anything until, mergers are done, and, because the new guy can just come in and just say this, and this, and no, and that's
exactly.
It. And then you're done.
I mean, like when people think like, oh, James Gunn's safe. No, he's not. Or if people say like, oh, he's out, where they were like 100%, if they get bought out, he's out. It's like, no. It just really depends on who's going to have ownership,
Right.
And, like, we just got to wait. And apparently we won't have to wait too much longer, because, I mean, they said by December, by the end of the year, it's going to happen. Yeah. Who knows what's going to happen with it, but we'll see what happens. But thank you, everybody who has been watching the stream. Of course, thank you to Scott. Thank you to William. And thank you to, who else was on here?
Taladia.
There you go. There it was. I was like, there's somebody. And of course, thank you to Ronan. Thank you to Paul. And thank you to everybody who spent time with us and had a great conversations. Happy Halloween, everybody. And like I said, spooky season doesn't end till Monday. All right. Still watch your, scary movies. Don't take down your decorations. It's Friday. Let it go through the weekend. Come on. We're still in spooky season before we get into turkey time and fucking holidays and stuff like that. Let's not watch scary movies this weekend. Do all the stuff. So, do all that. But
Dia de los
anyway,
Muertos in a few minutes.
Yeah, exactly. So, all right, guys, we love you. And again, thank you to everybody who was a part of the panel. And of course, thank you to everybody who spent time with us. We will talk to you later.